Meet Ghislaine Perdium, a man legendary for being an absolute loose cannon. This swordmaster isn't just skilled, he's unhinged and rotting away in his room. To make matters worse, he's Count Perdium's trash heir. Don't let the titles fool you though. This isn't the same spoiled brat anymore, and his enemy is learning that the hard way. This bearded thug is losing his mind, as the useless son absolutely wrecks his entire existence. Meanwhile, Ghislaine is chilling. He's vibing because his master plan is finally coming together. Every cent spent on this elaborate trap was worth it. He mocks the bearded loser, asking if the surprise tastes good. The guy is fuming because Ghislaine's acting like a literal psychic. Ghislaine doesn't deny it. He didn't just guess the move. He knew the whole damn script. From the exact soldier count to the hidden spies and reinforcements, he saw it all coming. Total omniscience. The bearded villain starts spiraling, screaming in pure, unadulterated shock. He's livid that his secret weapon was snuffed out by a guy he labeled as garbage. Ghislaine isn't here for the yap. He delivers a brutal face kick to silence the noise. Talk is cheap. No matter how many fights go down, Ghislaine's victory is already written in stone. How does he keep winning? Simple. My man is playing life with a full walkthrough guide. Let's flash back. 1 year ago, deep within the kingdom of Lithuania near the Perdium lands, Ghislaine jolts awake in total shock. He's breathing, which is impossible since he definitely died. His final memory, a desperate losing struggle on a blood-soaked battlefield. Staring down Idun, one of the 7 noble knights, the beast who supposedly ended him. But Ghislaine was a monster too, the legendary mercenary king known across the entire continent. Before the final blow, Idun mocked him, calling him the trash of a pathetic fallen house. To the world, Ghislaine was a ghost who vanished after his sister's tragic passing. His name was a relic of the past. Stunned, Ghislaine demanded to know how this snake knew his history. Idun smirked, revealing he'd been hunting Ghislaine for years. He wasn't just a knight, he was a traitor. He was the shadowy hand working with the Delphines to systematically destroy the Perdium legacy. That one of them line hits hard. It wasn't just the Delphines. A massive conspiracy was at play. Seeing the face of his family's executioner, Ghislaine's soul burned with a pure white-hot rage for vengeance. Then darkness. Idun claimed his head. Yet here he is somehow fully intact. No decapitation, no scars, and… wait. He looks way younger than he should. He scans the room, mind racing to process the impossible. Then a voice cuts through the silence. Young master, come out. It's Ricardo, a soldier from his past calling for him. Ricardo gets a cold greeting, a sharp blade to the throat, and a demand for answers. The terrified soldier freezes, ready to spill everything just to keep his head on his shoulders. Ricardo is confused by the sudden hostility, but Ghislaine is the one truly reeling here. He expected an enemy's strike, not a subordinate's loyalty. Ricardo breaks free from the grip, complaining that Ghislaine probably just had another one of his famous exhausting temper tantrums. Apparently he was losing sleep over leading a raid against a group of orcs. This makes zero sense to the former mercenary king. Ricardo tells him to gear up and move out, since the men are waiting. But Ghislaine has no idea where they're even heading. The destination, the Perdium estate. The very name sends Ghislaine into a state of shock. In his timeline, the Perdium home was nothing but a graveyard of ash and bone. Reaching the summit, Ghislaine looks down upon the valley with bated breath. It's unmistakable. The Perdium estate stands proud and whole, completely defying his memories of its destruction. Ricardo mutters about why the young master is talking about his home like it's a ruin. If the Count hears that fallen talk, he's toast. Ghislaine pinches himself, praying this isn't a dream. This agonizing sting is way too vivid for a dream. Staring at his reflection, he's shocked to see a youthful face staring back. The manor stands untouched, pristine as ever. Connecting the dots, the impossible truth hits him. He's actually regressed to the past. Back then, his younger self was a bitter wreck, fueled by inferiority and an ego that constantly sparked chaos. Slowly but surely, everyone in the estate began treating him like a walking plague. Unable to endure the crushing judgment, he vanished into the night, eventually forging a new life as a battle-hardened mercenary. He survived hellish bloodbaths, honing his blade until his name commanded respect across the lands. He eventually journeyed back to Perdium to seek redemption, only to find his family home reduced to smoldering ruins. He had lost it all, yet here it is, unbroken. Every face he once mourned is standing right before him. His heart hammers against his ribs. This is it, his ultimate chance to rewrite a tragic destiny. But there's no time for a victory lap. Ricardo's intel confirms they're currently marching straight into an orc raid. The memory burns in his mind. This was the cursed day, a massacre wiped out almost his entire squad. In his previous life, he'd joined this hunt, desperate to prove his worth and chase some shallow glory. The scouts originally reported only 3 orcs, making Ghislaine believe this would be nothing more than a walk in the park. But for a clueless brat with 0 leadership skills, the mission was a fast-track ticket to a total disaster. Instead of 3, they were ambushed by over 20 monsters. His sheer arrogance cost almost every soldier their life. Now he's unfazed. He knows these beasts are mindless brutes who fight without a shred of tactical coordination. The real hurdle, convincing his men to follow a guy they've branded as a worthless, spoiled brat. Preparation time just evaporated. In a shower of splinters, the watchtower is suddenly pulverized into nothingness. A tide of green flesh surges forward. Even with his memories, the sheer scale of the assault is terrifying. He didn't expect the ambush this early. These savage beasts are absolutely shredding the front lines like wet paper. A single orc possesses enough raw power to toss multiple soldiers aside like they're nothing but ragdolls. Commander Skovan leaps into the fray, screaming for the men to lock shields and hold a defensive line. But formations mean nothing against such overwhelming primal strength. The line is buckling under the pressure. It's a literal bloodbath. Even Skovan can smell the stench of death closing in on them. Being caught off guard is one thing, but being outnumbered by a factor of 10 is a total death sentence. At this rate, extinction is the only outcome. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierces through the chaotic screams of battle. The commander spins around only to see a colossal axe descending like a guillotine right toward his skull. Skovan is frozen. There isn't a heartbeat of time left for him to dodge the lethal blow. Out of nowhere, Ghislain blurs into motion, snatching Skovan away before severing the beast's hand in one fluid strike. He sliced through bone like it was soft butter. Every soldier stares completely stunned by Ghislain's sudden lethal display of skill. This useless trash just saved their leader. As the beast collapses, Ghislain scowls, frustrated that his mana circuits are still dormant. Striding back to Skovan, he extends a hand with cold authority, demanding the right to lead the squad. But Skovan's pride is stubborn. He refuses to hand the reins over to someone he still considers a fool. With lives hanging by a thread, the commander snaps, asking if Ghislain thinks this life-or-death struggle is some pathetic joke. Noble title or not, Skovan won't betray the Lord's trust by surrendering his command to an unproven brat. Ghislain expected this lack of faith, but he's losing patience. Right on cue, another snarling beast lunges from the fog. Skovan steps up to intercept, still convinced that Ghislain is too green to handle a real monster. Fine then. It's time to show these narrow-minded fools exactly what a master mercenary is capable of. His blade becomes a streak of lightning whistling toward the target. Skovan immediately begins barking about insubordination and reckless behavior, but the lecture dies in his throat as he realizes the charging monster has already been silenced. One strike, one kill. The orc hits the dirt instantly, leaving the commander staring in absolute wide-eyed disbelief. Skovan's face twists into a mask of pure confusion. Amidst the chaos, Ghislain asks if he even understands the priority here. Naturally, the commander is clueless, proving who the actual useless one is in this bloodbath. Ignoring the fool, Ghislain turns his attention toward the terrified soldiers. He coldly reminds Skovan that there is no hope in winning a standard battle. When terror grips the ranks shifting, the momentum is the only way to survive. Without hesitation, our hero lunges forward, rips his blade from a monster's skull, and vaults into the sky. He crashes onto another orc, burying his steel in its brain. Skovan watches completely paralyzed by the sight. Meanwhile, our main character just smirks, taunting the entire horde to step up if they're eager for death. Predictably, the beasts charge, but he intercepts them with a flurry of strikes like a high-speed killing machine. He carves through every monster, standing between him and his goal. His reflexes are god tier. Every movement is a blur of pure, calculated destruction. Skovan stands frozen in shock. Even with his mana, he can't keep up with this insane display. How can a frail noble fight like this? Yet, Skovan notices the fatigue finally setting in. He uses micro-movements to evade his blade, finding lethal weak points with the precision of a legendary grandmaster. It is beyond mastery. Not finished yet, he starts baiting the mindless beasts into a murderous rage. He mocks their strength, asking if these legendary warriors are really this pathetic. The troops watch in awe as the entire Orc Legion shifts their focus solely onto the young master. The soldiers beg for orders, but their coward of a commander is too stunned to match such bravery. He is reeling from the fact that Ghislain intentionally baited the entire horde into a deadly game of chase. Confusion sets in as the commander watches the boy sprint straight toward the edge of a massive precipice. Suddenly, it clicks. Ghislain is planning to bait those monsters into a one-way trip down the cliffside. Snapping into action, he commands his men to form a shield wall and follow the young master's lead. The orcs are closing in, but he trusts that Skovan's tactical mind will finally grasp the strategy. He would love to solo them all, but his trash stamina won't allow it. This plan is solid. As he hits the cliff's edge, the orcs realize they are trapped between him and the rising shield wall. Without a second thought, our boy leaps into the abyss, giving Skovan the signal to strike. The troops roar and surge forward, shoving the orcs over the ledge to their violent, messy end. Total victory. The soldiers collapse from exhaustion, but Skovan remains frozen, scanning for the young master. He spots him. Our boy is dangling over the edge, his blade jammed deep into the rock face. Facing death, he doesn't flinch. Instead, he shoots a cocky smirk right at his stunned commander. Skovan is caught off guard, but a wide, proud grin quickly spreads across his face. He reaches out, but he is just inches short. Suddenly, our hero's grip fails, and his sword slips. Gravity takes hold. He plummets, leaving the entire unit horrified by the sudden twist. Darkness consumes Ghislain as he drifts into a void filled with echoes of his sister's voice. Lost in the haze, he feels a familiar hand grasp, his pulling him violently back to reality. He bolts upright in a bed, his mind racing with one question: how am I still breathing? Every muscle screams as he tries to move, forcing him to collapse back in agonizing pain. The physical toll is massive. His body is shattered, but this agony is proof that he survived. Suddenly, a maid enters her face, lighting up with pure joy at the sight of her master awake. He immediately recognizes Belinda, even as she starts scolding him with worried frustration. Mid-lecture, Ghislain pulls her into a desperate, crushing hug, silencing her complaints instantly. She is totally baffled, but for him, this is a reunion decades in the making. Belinda was more than a maid. She had been his loyal shadow since childhood. She was his only ally during his darkest days, but she vanished when his family was destroyed. Seeing her again feels like a miracle. Overwhelmed, he decides it is time to drop a massive truth bomb. He warns her that an unspeakable disaster is about to wipe Perdium off the map. He confesses his death and rebirth, but Belinda naturally thinks he has just lost his mind. She blames his hallucinations on the orc attack, ignoring his desperate attempts to convince her. She keeps lecturing him about his safety until he gives up, then mentions the approaching festival. A vital detail easily overlooked due to his wounds. The mention of the festival catches our hero completely off guard. Noting his clueless expression, the maid clarifies that Lady Elena has been eagerly counting down the days to attend with him. It's the perfect opportunity for these estranged siblings to finally bridge the gap and reconnect. Ghislain recalls the annual festivities from his memories. Back in his previous timeline, however, trauma robbed him of the chance to enjoy them. He urgently inquires about the remaining time, until the gates open. She reveals he has exactly 7 days before the celebration begins. This isn't just some random party. It marks the anniversary of a horrific catastrophe that scarred his soul forever. On this very day, his sister Elena is destined to perish. Speak of the devil, Elena walks in, and our MC immediately lunges for a desperate embrace. The girl is completely blindsided by this sudden display of affection. Cheeks flushing crimson, she suspects a cruel prank, unaware that his protective love is now entirely genuine. When he refuses to let go, she forcefully shoves him back to gain some breathing room. Ghislain's frail frame staggers. Turns out his little sister packs some serious superhuman power. Their bond is clearly fractured, as she coldly claims she's only visiting because Belinda dragged her along. It's obvious these two have some major bad blood, and Elena hasn't forgotten his past cruelty. Ghislain, however, has zero memory of his transgressions, though it's sinking in that he was a grade-A jerk in his former life. Let's be real, he was absolute trash. He actually offers a sincere apology, leaving both women stunned. Seeing Ghislain take accountability, pure insanity. They're convinced those orcs must have rattled his brain and caused some serious mental glitching. He tries to play it cool, claiming he handled those monsters. But suddenly, a wave of agony ripples through his body. Elena seizes the moment to roast him, seeing clearly who actually lost that fight. Her biting words lack real malice. Instead, Ghislain feels a strange sense of comfort and beams. With relief seeing they're still the same people he knew, he begins questioning why his former self squandered so much time on petty nonsense. In the previous timeline, he'd coldly rejected Elena's invitation, blaming his foul mood on the raid squad's failure. That was the final time they ever spoke. Because soon after Elena and her guards were discovered, torn to bloody shreds, that guilt has haunted Ghislain's soul for years. Suddenly, a sharp rapping at the door breaks the tension. Her escort of knights has arrived. Meet Jamal, the brunette leader, followed closely by his subordinate Philip. Elena questions their intrusion since they had orders to wait. Jamal bows, explaining that the staff desperately need her to supervise the festival preparations. This request sends Ghislain into a spiral of confusion. Why would they burden Elena with chores? Belinda sighs, visibly annoyed by Ghislain's total lack of awareness. She reminds him that Perdium is facing a massive labor shortage, forcing even nobility to chip in. This is a total shock to Ghislain, who never gave a damn before, remaining blissfully ignorant. Now, however, he volunteers to help. His sister's jaw practically hits the floor, as both girls question if his brain is actually fried. Fast forward to the chaotic festival grounds where the townspeople are frantically setting up their booths before the grand opening. But a wave of unease hits the crowd when Ghislain offers to join in. Elena keeps trying to dismiss him, wondering how to handle this bizarre, helpful version of him. She bluntly tells him that the greatest help he can provide is staying far, far away from trouble. But Ghislain won't leave her side. In his memory, her remains were found in the slums, nowhere near the festivities. Either a lure or brute force took her there. To stop history from repeating, he must master the castle's layout immediately. Just then, an aging knight comes sprinting toward them, shouting Ghislain's name. It's the veteran old man Fergus. Gasping for air, the veteran doesn't even pause to recover. Tears stream down his face as he blubbers. about how terrified he was after that orc ambush. Elena jumps in, noting his bizarre behavior lately. She suggests Fergus escort him back immediately. It seems Ghislaine is forced to retreat for now. Ghislaine commands the veteran to escort him to the fortress's forgotten drill grounds. Puzzled, the elder questions his motives, but Ghislaine simply declares his intent to sharpen his steel. Though suspicious of the young lord's sudden change, the burly man remains silent and obeys. They arrive at the Sanctuary of Blades, where Ghislaine immediately scans the vast interior. To his surprise, the facility is pristine, providing the ultimate arena and high-tier gear. Even as a seasoned mercenary, he's never seen such tools. The elder notes their constant upkeep. They held on to hope that Ghislaine would eventually return to claim his warrior's birthright. Seeing the old man's unwavering loyalty despite his past instability, Ghislaine pauses in deep thought. He realizes he was blind to the elder's devotion, never grasping the depth of his support. Regret stings, but he masks it with a firm, appreciative hand on the veteran's shoulder. He mutters that death is a vibe he's over, leaving the old man completely floored. The elder is stunned by his morbid wisdom, but Ghislaine just shrugs it off nonchalantly. He straight up admits he died and came back, though the old man dismisses it as nonsense. Ghislaine begins his grind, sending the elder away while noting Fergus's newfound, profound respect. He recalls his past self seeing ghosts of his former toxic behavior toward everyone he knew. Cursing his past narrow-mindedness, he shifts focus back to the brutal task at hand. Memories of his past life burn. A rival lord was the puppet master behind Elena's end. That one spark ignited a war that reduced Perdium to ashes, starting with her blood. To save his lineage from extinction, he must first rebuild his weak body into a weapon. Time is a luxury he lacks, yet he's confident in mastering his mana before the storm. Mana is the key to ascending humanity's ceiling, though most find its absorption nearly impossible. While others struggle, Ghislaine mastered mana manipulation amidst the blood and screams of war. He weaves ambient particles together, spinning raw energy into a concentrated, lethal thread. For a veteran of countless wars, forging a mana core is child's play, barely a challenge. But he's aiming higher. He recalls a forbidden technique from an ancient tome he found. Exploiting his natural core, he begins manifesting a second and even a third engine of power. He links them in a deadly web, generating insane pressure that threatens to tear him apart. Crimson leaks from his pores as agony flares, signaling he's finally hit his physical limit. He once held 5 cores, a feat designed for sheer, unadulterated destruction in record time. This cheat code grants godlike power, but the mana consumption is absolutely monstrous. This fatal flaw led to his defeat against Eden and his legion of knights. Drained and cornered, he fell. In a true one-on-one, he would have decimated them. It's a volatile gamble, but with this young, fresh vessel, the potential is limitless. He'll perfect this art, hunt down Eden, and slaughter every snake backing House Delphine. They ruined his nation, and now he's coming for blood. 1 week later, the city awakens. The festival kicks off, and Ghislaine emerges fully geared, radiating the aura of a predator. Moving with icy confidence, he's suddenly intercepted by his sister, who looks absolutely stunned. She can't believe the brother who despised crowds is actually participating in the festivities. Between his bizarre personality shift and his non-stop training arc, she's beyond confused. He casually reminds her that, as a future knight sweating, blood is just part of the job. She claps back, reminding him of his deep-seated hatred for the lordship and their father. That rebellion fueled years of family drama, yet she departs with a genuine, hopeful smile. Seeing him step up brings her peace, but her words leave Ghislaine in deep reflection. Every move he makes is rewriting his reputation and altering the very fabric of fate. History is shifting. The future is no longer a script he can easily predict. Armed with future memories, Ghislaine meticulously fine-tunes every butterfly effect he has triggered. The weight of the timeline now rests on his shoulders, demanding perfection in every move. He is finally ready to hunt his sister's murderers, while keeping her under a watchful eye. Before long, Elena huffs in boredom, claiming this year's festival is a total snooze fest. To her, it is just more of the same, but Ghislaine's mind is racing as time slips. With no chaos in sight, he wonders if his protection successfully derailed the original tragedy. Suddenly, her guards appear out of thin air, suggesting they head to a more hype area. As they lead her off, the puzzle pieces in Ghislaine's head finally snap into place. He realizes these snakes are the true traitors. These supposed loyal knights, Jamal and Philip, were meant to be her lifelong protectors, the most decorated warriors in the Perdium family. History said they died heroic deaths, but Ghislaine smells a massive rat in their story. Sensing a deadly setup, he shadows them, certain these heroes are actually the villains. They reach a desolate alley, leaving Elena visibly annoyed and ready to complain about the vibe. As she rants, Ghislaine scans the area. To the untrained eye, it is just a quiet street. But the strategically placed debris tells a different story. This is a perfectly crafted kill zone. Elena suddenly yanks him forward, her grip surprisingly intense for someone so young. He jokingly asks if she is hitting the weights, but the mood instantly shifts to dark. Jamal blocks their path, his expression twisting into something cold and predatory. Terror grips Elena as she senses the shift. Jamal offers a fake, chilling apology. His gaze darkens further as he tells her to just sit tight for one moment. It is a simple request, he claims, while Elena's hope begins to completely vanish. Right on cue, a bespectacled man strolls out of the shadows with two thugs in tow. This is Frank, and he is grinning ear to ear at how perfectly Jamal set the trap. He eyes Ghislaine confused, since this loser was not supposed to be part of the deal. Jamal scoffs, promising to delete the brat for free since he walked into his own grave. After listening to their arrogance, Ghislaine finally breaks his silence with a cold question. He asks the scum how they plan to survive after stabbing the Perdium family in the back. The traitor just laughs, claiming he will just vanish to some distant land with his pockets full. He is done with this broke barbarian-ravaged wasteland, and knows others want out too. Before he can finish his excuse, Ghislaine shuts him up permanently. Blood sprays everywhere as the traitor is cleaved in two before he can even blink. Ghislaine looms over him, spitting that while people might leave, they never turn traitor. His rage is palpable as his murderous gaze locks onto the next target. The second guard panics, using Elena as a shield, but his fate is already sealed. A blade pierces his skull instantly, leaving him gasping for his final pathetic breaths. Frank's goons freeze, questioning if this monster is really the weak eldest son. The intel said he was a total amateur with zero real-world combat experience. Frank knows it is him, but he cannot fathom how this kid became an absolute beast. He effortlessly slaughtered two men using high-level mana, while Elena clung to him in shock. Ghislaine gently knocks her out for her safety, telling her to sleep through the nightmare. Frank actually thanks him, claiming he was going to dispose of those knights anyway. He is genuinely impressed by Ghislaine's god-tier skills, and demands to know his secret. Ghislaine is not here for small talk and tells them their time is officially up. He evaluates the trio, noting only the leader possesses any real threatening mana. Regardless of their power, Ghislaine is locked in and ready to end this trash quickly. Spill it, who hired you? Frank just smirks, claiming a corpse has no need for names. Ghislaine knows these dogs won't bark easily, but he's got ways to make them howl. A minion suggests decapitation, but Frank snaps. He wants the boy alive for the real fun. He envisions snapping every bone until his prey is a broken, helpless mess in the dirt. The goal is pure agonizing torment dragged out until every second feels like an eternity. Two thugs lunge forward. Ghislaine counters with a sudden blazing firecracker to their faces. The explosive flash freezes them. One idiot actually stops to wonder, why use a firework? That split-second lapse is fatal. In a blur of motion, Ghislaine closes the gap instantly. One goon drops dead. The next charges, but Ghislaine parries the strike like it's nothing. He strips the weapon from his foe's hands in one fluid, savage motion. He carves through the man effortlessly. Seeing his men fall, Frank strikes from the shadows. A coward's backstab, but Ghislaine's instincts are god-tier. He shifts and blocks the blade. Frank's jaw drops. His perfect ambush just turned into a humiliating, pathetic failure. No mercy now. Ghislaine retaliates with a strike so fast it defies the human eye. Steel bites deep into Frank's neck, sending his pipe clattering into the cold dirt. The villain stumbles back, swinging again, but Ghislaine shuts him down with total ease. Frank gasps, realizing only his mana saved him from a literal beheading. Ghislaine is intrigued. This snake focused every ounce of mana into his throat. A desperate yet impressive gambit. Frank stops playing. He grips his hilt until his knuckles turn white and launches himself. He dives in, but Ghislaine's cold smirk stops his heart for a terrifying heartbeat. It was a trap. Ghislaine overpowers the brute and buries a heel into his face. Frank sticks the landing with a cocky grin, trusting his mana shield to hold firm. That ego shatters the moment his lungs fill with thick, iron-tasting blood. Confusion clouds his eyes. How did his impenetrable defense just get bypassed so easily? Skill alone shredded his mana armor. Ghislaine's thoughts drift to his sister's cold grave. The truth is out. Now it's time for this monster to pay the ultimate price. He locks eyes with Frank. Prepare for a nightmare you won't wake up from. Ghislaine ignites his third core. Frank can only stare as the air begins to scream. He vanishes. The two collide in a hurricane of steel and blinding light. Frank fights for his life, but his speed is a joke compared to Ghislaine's. His arms go numb. His sword groans and begins to shatter under the pressure. He's never seen mana harnessed with such explosive surgical precision. It's simply impossible. Ghislaine isn't a boy anymore. He's an unstoppable force of divine vengeance. A devastating slash tears through Frank's flesh, but Ghislaine is just getting started. He drives his steel into the killer's gut, stopping just short of a lethal blow. Who ordered the hit on Elena? He snarls, his voice dripping with pure ice. Frank remains stubborn, refusing to cough up the name like the rat he is. He tries a desperate dagger toss, but invisible mana threads bind his hands tight. Ghislaine holds the strings. Last chance. Talk and maybe I won't end you right here. Frank's mind fractures. Those threads, they're made of pure, solidified mana. Ghislaine knows a man of this rank can heal, but that won't matter soon. He plans to turn the bastard's mana core into absolute nothingness. He pumps raw magic into the blade still buried deep in the bastard's stomach. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air as Frank's core shatters into dust. One slip-up, and the mana backflow nukes the entire area. High stakes, high reward. Ghislaine's move looks like a suicide mission, but don't be fooled, our man is a seasoned pro. He dominates the field effortlessly. Even that long-haired trash realizes Ghislaine isn't just talking big. Looking into Ghislaine's cold gaze, the realization hits he's staring death right in the face. Confronted by a literal god of death, Frank finally cracks and coughs up Count Desmond's name. The mastermind revealed, Frank confesses this bloody setup was a mere spark to ignite total war. Perdium and Degard are the targets. Ghislaine's eyes darken. He remembers this filth from his past life. Back then, these shadow operations were always puppeted by the high ducal houses. He's certain Duke Delphine is pulling the strings. But first, vengeance against this four-eyed assassin. This coward came for his sister's life, so Ghislaine prepares to settle an old blood-soaked debt. Frank stammers, hoping for mercy, but our hero merely recounts the list of the bastard's sins. This piece of trash has no right to beg when the predator finally becomes the prey. Suddenly, the dying man begins to cackle, a chilling sound as his life force begins to fade. He mocks Ghislaine, claiming his death changes nothing. The trap for the Degard family is already set. He sneers that the Perdium line is destined to burn in the coming fires of war. Ghislaine slams a hand over the villain's mouth, silencing his pathetic, arrogant barking. He whispers a chilling secret: he has returned from death to rewrite history. This time, fate belongs to him. Those were the final words Frank ever heard. Ghislaine shatters the villain's mana core. The resulting mana backflow erupts into the sky like a macabre firework. Gasping for air, Ghislaine surveys the carnage. The trash has finally been swept away. He turns toward his unconscious sister, Elena, who thankfully remains unharmed and deep in slumber. As he tries to catch his breath, he coughs up a spray of crimson. Agony tears through him. Exploding 3 cores was child's play for the mercenary king, but his current body is far too frail. Still, he refuses to falter. He limps toward a nearby house, searching for a specific corpse. In his first life, another body was discovered here alongside Elena, framing his family. According to Frank's intel, this victim is none other than the young son of Degard. Nearby lies his slaughtered escort knight. This was the perfect setup for a bloodthirsty feud. This staged massacre was the evidence that once drove the Perdium family into a senseless war. To prevent history from repeating, Ghislaine decides to erase every trace of this elaborate lie. He torches the structure, carrying his sister into the night as the flames consume the evidence. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious figure in the shadows watches his every move with predatory intent. Later, this spy reports the mission's failure to a council of shadowy puppet masters. The high-ranking nobles are furious. The hooded informant blames one man, Ghislaine Perdium. The name sparks confusion. How could the North's most useless loser foil such a master plan? Ghislaine is nothing but a degenerate drunk, one council member sneers in disbelief. They suspect the agent is simply using the boy as a scapegoat for his own incompetence. But the spy insists the Ghislaine he encountered was a terrifying monster, nothing like the rumors. His cold precision felt like a different soul entirely. He quickly shifts focus back to the Degard plot. He begs for one last chance to salvage the territorial war. But the council's patience has expired. This setback has thrown their grand designs into chaos, and the leaders are thirsting for blood. The verdict is unanimous: eliminate the variable. Ghislaine Perdium must be erased. The head of the council silences the room, asking the hooded man exactly how he'll kill the boy. The assassin smirks, planning to lure Ghislaine into a natural and fatal duel. Their chosen champion is a beast. The council leans in, curious about this secret weapon. His name is Cain Loges, a prodigy famous for his overwhelming and brutal swordsmanship. Despite his youth, Cain is the pinnacle of power. In the North, no one stands a chance. Can anyone actually challenge his raw strength? Plus, let's not forget Cain is Ghislaine's own flesh and blood. The hooded man is certain their encounter will look seamless. Total silence grips the room as they digest the risky proposal. The boss lays down the law: if this operation fails too, there won't be another shot. Shaking with dread, the hooded guy pledges to deliver major results. The scene then cuts to the Perdium Castle training grounds. Old Man Fergus arrives to let our main character know dinner is served. Right then, Fergus spots a whip of mana lashing toward him. It hooks the sword, resting right by his side, and the mana thread snaps back, dragging the weapon with it. After some solid reps, Ghislaine is hyped about his progress. He then notices the old man, who quickly bows, deeply apologizing for crashing the session. Yet the old man can't hide his burning curiosity, and asks how Ghislaine pulled that off. Ghislaine just shrugs, explaining it's mana threads, using energy like literal string. He used this move 24/7 in his past life, but now he'd need to detonate his core to use it at full power since he's low on juice. Still, by weaving just one thread to save energy, our hero is sure he can still dominate. Fergus has spent a lifetime honing his own mana, but he's never witnessed anything this insane. As the old man processes this, He remembers that Ghislaine couldn't even wield mana recently, let alone train with it. He can't wrap his head around how our boy invented such a wild technique. Anyway, Fergus refocuses on why he's actually there. He gives a respectful nod and expresses his deep thanks for saving the young lady. Ghislaine, however, doesn't want any gratitude. She's his sister. He'd protect her no matter what. A few days later, the festival is officially put on ice. Totally fair since a trusted knight literally tried to kidnap her. We then see Elena, who looks totally miserable. She's tilted because nobody believes her when she says Ghislaine is the one who saved her. She asks why he won't defend himself, but our guy just gives a zero-effort shrug. He literally doesn't care, and honestly, they wouldn't believe him anyway. Belinda's blood is boiling, realizing Jamal and Philly were the actual traitors who tried to take Elena down. Either way, Ghislaine is just hyped his sister is safe, and he stopped a massive war. But he knows those scumbags won't quit, and he can't carry this entire fight alone forever. It's time to build a real army. Right then, a maid walks in with some grub. As she serves him, Ghislaine is confused why he's getting dry bread instead of a gourmet meal. He questions Belinda, who explains that this is the fallout from the recent disaster. Suddenly, a loudmouthed noble starts screaming, demanding repayment for the losses from the cancelled festival. And it's not just one guy, a whole mob of merchants is protesting right outside the castle. They want their money back, plain and simple. Our boy glances out the window and asks about the riot. Belinda reminds him that this entire country is packed with merchants who survive solely on festival gold. Last year was a massive success, but since this one got axed after one day, their fury is expected. Ghislaine finally realizes just how trash the economy really is. If he doesn't settle their demands, things will get violent. So he tells Fergus to send the guards to chill the mob out, but the veteran casually admits they have no soldiers. He explains that the entire garrison was sent to the monster forest to rebuild after the orc raid. Damn, it looks like Ghislaine's situation is even more cooked than he thought. See, Perdium is basically stuck in a permanent war. Barbarians are always raiding the north, and on the opposite side lies the monster forest, where nightmares can crawl out at any moment. No cash means no troops, which is just adding to his massive headache. He pulls Belinda aside for a private chat, reminding her that since she's the one handling the bank, they've got to quiet the merchants somehow. But the lady gives him the cold truth: the treasury is bone dry. When he asks why, she says the Lord cut his allowance because he blew cash like a maniac. Being broke is disgusting to him, so he demands a loan. But the lady reveals she's flat broke too. It's like the universe is ganging up on him. No funds, no troops. What does he even have left to his name? Without a single coin in his pocket, all that legendary future knowledge is basically a useless cheat code. He desperately needs seed money to jumpstart his plans, but his thoughts are cut short as Ricardo sprints in like a madman. The guy is gasping for his literal life. Our MC immediately demands to know what kind of chaos has him this rattled. Ricardo is practically blowing his vocal cords out, screaming about massive trouble. Apparently, young Master Kane is demanding a chat. Hearing Kane's name catches Ghislaine completely off guard. That's when we see Skovan, the MC's commander, getting absolutely wrecked. Kane's monstrous physique and raw power are currently turning the poor knight's face into a literal crime scene. Every punch lands with the force of a sledgehammer, and it's terrifyingly clear that Kane isn't pulling any punches. One final blow sends the commander into total darkness. Ghislaine arrives just in time to see his man broken on the dirt. Looking at Ghislaine's expression, it's obvious our MC is beyond livid, seeing his loyal subordinate treated like total trash. Pure fury ignites in his eyes as he squares up against his cousin. This behemoth makes Ghislaine look like a defenseless kid. That giant smirk is pure nightmare fuel. And of course, he's got his elite escort squad backing up his bullying. Meet Kane Logus, the heir of the Logis family and a supposed ally to the Perdium clan. At this point in time, he was Ghislaine's only friend, and also his worst nightmare. The Titan looms over Ghislaine after brutalizing his knight, but our MC doesn't even flinch. With an icy calm, he asks Ricardo for the full rundown on how this disaster even started. Ricardo explains they were investigating a tavern brawl when they ran into Kane and his personal guard. That's when Kane started grilling Commander Skovan about the wild rumors surrounding young Master Ghislaine. Skovan defended our MC's honor with the truth, but Kane suddenly grabbed him by the throat in a blind rage. Kane claimed the commander was capping, and he wasn't about to let some lackey lie to the Logis heir's face. As Ricardo wraps up the flashback, Kane's personal knight decides to chime in with his own twisted version. Since Ricardo forgot some details, this guy wants to clarify things. According to him, the commander was delusional. Skovan claimed the untrained Ghislaine took down an orc solo and wiped out a group of traitorous knights single-handedly. To them, that sounded like a total fairy tale, so they gave Skovan a reality check with their fists. The knight smugly declares that this beating wouldn't have happened if Skovan wasn't such a blatant liar. Ghislaine keeps a straight face, but inside he's simmering with pure hatred. Kane used to be his subordinate, yet he always acted like a menace. He'd constantly trash Perdium, but because of the alliance, nobody had the guts to call him out. Everyone worshipped Kane's strength, while Ghislaine was always stuck in his shadow, drowning in insecurity. Kane's arrogant vibe was seen as leadership material, while our MC just got dragged through the mud by everyone. Now, let's flip the script and see what's going on inside Kane's twisted head. This meathead is actually shocked that Ghislaine is staying cool, since usually he'd have triggered a massive tantrum by now. Let's rewind a bit to a secret meeting back at the Logis estate. There, Kane was given a direct order to assassinate Ghislaine by that mysterious hooded creep who failed his last mission. The hooded guy promised that if Ghislaine dies, the higher-ups would make the Logis family legendary. Kane was all in confident he could easily crush Ghislaine since the kid was basically a wet paper bag to him. His only concern was the political fallout of deleting an heir on his own territory. The hooded snake suggested baiting Ghislaine into a duel, making the murder look like a tragic accident. It would just look like a heated spar between hot-headed cousins that went horribly wrong. The assassin even offered to go undercover as an escort to rig the fight, so there was zero risk. The thought of slaughtering his own blood gave Kane a sick thrill, and he took the deal instantly. Back in the present, Kane wonders why the bosses are so desperate to eliminate Gazelle. He suspects Gazelle might be hiding something new, but he's already committed to the hit. To spark the fuse, he mocks Gazelle for just standing there like a statue. He tells him to gear up, but Gazelle is playing it cool, acting like he doesn't know what's coming. Kane brings up the ruined festival and suggests they reignite the party with a little blood. He boasts about how they have always been perfectly in sync, yet Ghislaine remains completely unfazed by his words. He smugly asks if it is about the booze. This trash always made Ghislaine fetch drinks and girls every single visit. Ghislaine used to obey just to avoid a beating, but those days of playing the victim are officially over. Kane's constant demands bled him dry, causing his father to cut his allowance. But it seems Ghislaine finally tracked down the source of his financial ruin, and he knows Kane is the key to fixing it. Meanwhile, Kane keeps barking orders for the goods. Ghislaine decides to play along, telling the brute that he will deliver, but first he demands his money back. The hooded man feels a chilling shift in the air, radiating from Ghislaine. Kane turns serious, questioning what debts he means. Ghislaine just wears a sharp, polite smile, as he reminds the thug how he bankrolled every single one of Kane's expensive, dirty little requests. Now he is collecting 1,000 gold pieces minimum. The arrogant jerk is absolutely stunned by the massive bill. In his mind, those favors were not worth more than a measly 100 gold at most. Plus, Kane actually had the nerve to think Ghislaine was doing all this out of pure friendship. A friends with benefits deal? Hardly. Ghislaine knows he was nothing more than this scumbag's personal doormat. For far too long he has been used now. He is demanding payment if this jackass values his life. He is desperate for funds, and won't let this leech escape without paying every single cent he owes. Deadly silence fills the room. Even Ricardo Ghislaine's knight is sweating buckets over his master's insane audacity. The brute stands up in a blind fury. He absolutely hates that Ghislaine is suddenly acting so high and mighty. He is convinced those fake hero rumors have gone straight to Ghislaine's head, making him think he is actually important. To Kane, Ghislaine is still just a pathetic parasite. He balls his fist, ready to crush this leech forever. But even as that massive fist flies toward his face, Ghislaine does not even flinch, standing perfectly still. Just before impact, he casually tilts his head, letting the strike whistle harmlessly past his ear. The crowd is stunned. Kane swings again in a blind rage, but Ghislaine ducks low and delivers a sharp palm strike directly into the brute's gut. The impact is so devastating, it nearly makes Kane vomit blood. Our hero moves to follow up with another strike, but Kane manages to halt him. Even though Kane is not actually hurt, he puts on a dramatic show of pain. The hooded figure rushes over, frantically checking on him, but it is clear the giant is broken. His ego was far larger than his muscles. Now it is in pieces. Ghislaine nonchalantly tells him to stop whining, knowing that strike did not cause real damage. Yet Kane keeps milking the act. The tavern patrons are left speechless, unable to process the absolute insanity they witnessed. Ghislaine, the legendary weakling heir, just humiliated Kane Logas effortlessly. The entire room is now spiraling in confusion. Our protagonist sees right through the pathetic acting instantly, figuring out what Kane is trying to pull off here. The brute quickly whispers to his hooded knight, asking if his performance was believable. Of course, the hooded lackey praises the stellar acting. Kane has perfectly set the stage to make Ghislaine look like the villainous aggressor. In the eyes of the public, this is more than enough to justify a duel. Kane is ready to pounce. Helping the elites eliminate Ghislaine means gaining powerful political backing, a prize he has been dying to get his hands on. Plus, it is the perfect chance to sever ties with the Perdium house. He pulls out a glove, fueled by arrogance. He begins grandstanding to demand a duel, but before this trash can throw the glove in our hero's face, Ghislaine beats him to the punch, slapping his own glove across the jackass's face and initiating the challenge first. For insulting the Perdium heir publicly and assaulting his knight, our boy officially demands a duel to settle the score. A heavy silence falls over the brute's face, but that shock quickly shifts into a wicked, arrogant smirk. He thinks Ghislain has just signed his own death warrant. Naturally, the idiot accepts the challenge with delight. Meanwhile, a confident, sassy grin stays plastered on our hero's face as he calls out to his knight Ricardo. He orders him to gather all the merchants protesting at the castle gates. He wants them to know that Ghislain, the Perdium young master, is about to make them some serious bank. You see, the festival was suddenly cancelled. The hype crashed instantly, leaving a mountain of tourists stranded with nowhere to go and nothing to do. They are likely frustrated and itching for excitement, sitting on piles of cash they have not been able to spend yet. In this chaotic mess, a grand event was exactly what the crowd needed to lift their dampened spirits. Now, as our hero steps into the ring against that jerk, the arena explodes into absolute madness. People are flocking in from every corner, while the local vendors finally start raking in some serious cash. Targeting the tourists, that greedy merchant from the front of the protest has already set up his booth. He is taking bets on the fighters, and naturally, most of the sheep are dumping money on Kane. It is the safest play after all. Meanwhile, that massive brute is unsheathing his giant blade for battle. He is ready to kill, but fuming that Ghislain turned this serious bloodbath into a literal street market. Before they clash, he makes it clear his blade won't stop, even if our boy tries to surrender. Ghislain does not flinch, since he knows the bastard's only goal is murder. Finally, the show officially begins. But right as Ghislain calls for the start, a mysterious hooded figure interrupts to complain about the stakes. Everyone is totally lost as to what he means, so the fat merchant has to spill the tea. Turns out not a single person has placed a bet on young Master Ghislain. The crowd starts whispering. To them, the winner is obvious, and Ghislain is a goner. Kane finds it hilarious that nobody backs him. Since the odds are completely trashed, they try to shift the betting rules just to keep things fair. But that is exactly when Commander Scovan steps up and slams down a massive bag of cold cash. He bets it all on Ghislain. Then Lady Elena appears with her own fortune to support her brother. Scovan showing up was one thing, but Elena appearing has everyone, including our hero, completely shocked and bewildered. The crowd is stunned as she stares down the merchant, asking if this fortune is enough to wager. The merchant humbly agrees. With the bets finally settled, Kane decides to end this farce once and for all. He is clearly annoyed by the sudden support, but the duel starts and our boy remains perfectly calm. Ghislain actually offers Kane the first strike. Since Kane is younger, the big brother wants to be generous. The budget Hulk is confused, but our guy just draws his blade with a confident, lethal smirk. He dares the brute to take his best shot. A heavy silence falls as Kane takes the bait. He drops into a stance and charges like a rampaging bull, crashing down with his massive steel blade. Their swords collide with a deafening ring as the cheap Hulk pours every ounce of fury into it. Yet our boy doesn't move. The bastard swings blindly again, but Ghislain just dances out of the way. The brute tries a desperate jump kick, but his target is already gone, dodging with effortless grace. After that quick trade of blows, they both reset, while that creepy loser wears a sickening grin. Ghislain can see that Kane is drowning in his own ego. Meanwhile, Belinda is sweating bullets watching this. Seeing him clash with that behemoth has her panicking, begging the young lady to stop the madness. In the shadows, the hooded man is certain Ghislain is dead. He believes the hero fell for it. He thinks the second Ghislain crossed swords with Kane, the trap was sprung. Raw power will crush him. He expects Ghislain to realize he cannot counter and spend his entire life force just trying to survive. Once he is drained from evasion, an opening will appear, and that is when he will meet his end. That strategy has claimed many lives, but Kane's brute force is meeting its match in Ghislain's insane speed. He is slipping through every attack like a ghost. Even Kane has to admit he is incredibly slippery. Noticing the growth in his opponent's skills, the big bastard decides to crank his strength to the max. He literally grabs the sharp edge of his blade barehanded to swing with terrifying, soul-crushing momentum. Ghislain manages to parry the direct hit, but his weapon gets caught in the giant's massive crossguard. Using all his strength, Kane hurls our boy into the sky. The crowd watches with their jaws dropped. As Ghislain flies through the air, the hooded man finally smiles, certain that this is the end. But he is about to have his expectations shattered. Mid-air, Ghislain remains calm and gathers his mana. He surges power into his legs and sticks a perfect gravity-defying landing right on the solid ground. Truth be told, our hero was just playing with his food until now. The real battle is only just getting started. This punk officially overstepped, and our MC is about to serve him a reality check. He blitzes toward the arrogant noble. Moving like lightning, he flashes past his target. The hooded creep is stunned to see Ghislain stick the landing effortlessly. Channeling mana straight into his legs, Ghislain sneers at this knockoff. Powerhouse calling him a brainless hack. He knows this loser thought he was top tier, just because people flinched whenever he flexed a little muscle. But Ghislain is ready to humiliate him and prove that raw strength is absolutely nothing without skill. Feeling clowned on, the brute loses his cool and lunges again, screaming for a rematch. That is when our boy anchors his feet, vaults off the hilt of his blade, and takes flight. He rains down a barrage of strikes on the gorilla, who desperately swings back. Ghislaine weaves through the attacks. He literally dances over the enemy's blade. With his opponent wide open, Ghislaine seizes the moment. His sword carves through the air, drawing blood. After a lethal display of swordsmanship, he freezes while the brute begins to spray. Ghislaine's blade found its mark in several spots. The crowd is speechless before erupting. In total shock, they finally see that our boy has leveled up massively. Now they're sweating, wondering if an upset is actually happening. Elena just smirks, telling Belinda her panic was totally unnecessary. Commander Scovan beams at the stellar performance, but the only one shivering in fear is the hooded snake. He notices the wounds are intentional surface scratches, even though Ghislaine could have easily gutted him. He realizes our MC is just toying with his prey. Meanwhile, the big guy feels utterly disrespected by the hero's god-tier blade work. Ghislaine locks eyes with the defeated loser and tosses his sword aside, choosing to finish this unarmed. He basically tells him the skill gap is so massive that using a weapon is just overkill. This ultimate disrespect sends the brute into a frenzy. Ghislaine is ready to school Kane properly, and he's going to beat those lessons in with his bare knuckles. He knows this thick-headed idiot is light years behind him. To make it fair, he picks a handicap and enters a fistfight, Kane's supposed specialty. Our guy doubles down, betting 2,000 gold, twice what he initially demanded from the punk. The audience goes wild over the 2,000 gold stakes and the shift to a brutal street fight. The hooded guy is a nervous wreck, drenched in sweat seeing Ghislaine challenge Kane to a brawl. He never imagined this scenario, but a small part of him hopes Kane's raw power might still pull a miracle. Suddenly, the merchant bellows for everyone to up their stakes, declaring the duel is now a no-holds-barred fistfight. The tide shifts instantly as the crowd starts dumping their money on Ghislaine. They finally get that meathead energy doesn't win wars, and they're betting big on our MC. The fake Hulk is still delusional and accepts the bet, but the coward refuses to drop, his sword planning to use it anyway. Belinda screams in terror, begging the young master to arm himself, but the arrogant titan is already swinging for the kill. Ghislaine doesn't even blink, ready to knock some sense into this wall of meat. As the blade whistles down, Ghislaine slips under, moving so fast his afterimage lingers. He buries a heavy punch into the sucker's thigh before launching a brutal uppercut. Kane's face instantly turns into a fountain of red. That single strike scrambled his circuits, forcing his knee to the dirt. It was peak cinema. Kane couldn't even track the movement. The spectators are losing their minds, loving every second of this absolute beatdown. Ghislaine stands tall, exuding main character energy, saying he's just warming up. He wants more. This destroys the brute's ego, making him snarl as he charges, blindly. But our boy just shadows his movements effortlessly. This choreography is literally insane. Honestly, even I can't keep up with these god-tier frames. No matter what the brute throws, he gets countered and crushed. He's met with one devastating impact after another, as Kane finally starts to question his entire existence. He recalls the days when Ghislaine was the one trembling, unable to meet Kane's gaze while bowing in submission. Tables have turned. Now the heavy-set bully is nothing more than a target for our hero's relentless fists. He's morphed into the ultimate human punching bag, his skin becoming a canvas of dark, painful welts. His features are so mangled and swollen that his own mother would likely mistake him for a total stranger. Gripping the coward by his hair, Ghislaine stares into those stubborn eyes, feeling a surge of pity for his lineage. Count Logos had been the Perdium family's shield, pouring resources into their house even as it crumbled toward ruin. A bond of pure brotherhood fueled that loyalty. Yet Ghislaine sees zero trace of that noble spirit in Kane. The memory shifts back years ago, echoing with Kane's venomous shouts toward his father's blind generosity. He's livid, claiming his father is burning gold by throwing it into a wasteland that's already dead and gone. Logos hadn't even unpacked from his journey before gearing up to march back and aid the Perdium territory once more. Kane pleads with him to stop, disgusted by what he sees as a pathetic waste of their family's future. Yet his father only offers a calm, sincere smile, explaining that true friendship doesn't need a balance sheet. There is no hidden agenda. Back in reality, Ghislaine tightens his grip, drawing back a heavy final fist. But the expected knockout never comes. Instead, our boy opens his hand, offering an unexpected olive branch. It's a twist that leaves the crowd breathless, and shockingly, even Kane finds the strength to accept the gesture. He throws in the towel. The arena goes silent as the bully concedes, and the ref declares Ghislaine the winner. The Perdium loyalists erupt in cheers for their master, while Eliana's face finally lights up with pure radiance. She's beaming with pride at her brother's triumph. Just as a mysterious hooded figure storms toward the broken Kane, he starts spitting venom, mocking Kane for folding the moment the tide turned slightly against him. Kane doesn't even flinch. He just looks away, declaring that he's done being a pawn in their dirty games. With his puppet failing to crush Ghislaine, the hooded snake realizes he has no excuse for his shadowy superiors. That's when our hero strolls over, deciding it's time to play a little psychological warfare with this clown. The hooded man is baffled, but Ghislaine's plan becomes clear as his voice thunders across the entire square. Attention everyone, this generous soul here is buying meat and drinks for the whole city today. While the villain's brain short-circuits, the crowd goes absolutely wild at the prospect of a free feast. Panicked, the hooded guy tries to backtrack, barking that he never agreed to such a ridiculous expense. But Gillen just claps a heavy hand on his shoulder, reminding him this is the loser's tax for the duel. He's not done yet. He casually adds another 2,000 gold to their original high-stakes wager. That makes it 3,000 total. One wrong move and the price for running will be paid in blood. The cold steel in Ghislaine's eyes tells the bastard everything. This isn't just a hollow threat. Fast forward to the next morning and Ghislaine is staring at a mountain of shimmering gold in his chambers. It's a fortune big enough to mobilize a small army of elite mercenaries if he plays his cards right. However, building an empire takes time, and the vultures circling his life aren't going to wait for him. His window of opportunity is shrinking, meaning he needs to launch his business master plan immediately. Suddenly, Belinda and his sister stroll in sporting smiles that definitely scream, "We want something." The way they're eyeballing his new hoard makes it obvious they've already spent half of it in their heads. He asks what's up, and his sister playfully probes about where all that shiny new gold is going. Knowing her game, Ghislaine asks if she's looking for a cut, but she just plays coy with a shrug. Belinda chimes in, claiming she already knows exactly what his first big purchase will be. She's convinced he's going to go all out for Lady Amelia's upcoming birthday to prove his devotion. She assumes he's buying a legendary gift for his fiancée, but our boy's mind is a total blank. The word fiancé hits Ghislaine like a freight train. He's completely forgotten he was even engaged to someone. The maid giggles, assuming his stunned silence is just the typical bashfulness of a young man in love. But seeing her brother's genuinely lost expression, Eliana steps in to refresh his failing memory. They're talking about the one and only Amelia from the prestigious Rayfold County. That name finally strikes a chord in Ghislaine's mind, but the memories are anything but sweet. Amelia Rayfold is the ultimate blueprint for nobility, adored for her saintly kindness and selfless heart. She commands total loyalty from everyone, high-born or low, yet Ghislaine knows a darker truth. In his eyes, she's no celebrated icon, she's a snake. Why? Because the legendary Amelia Rayfold, once the crown jewel of the elite, eventually ignites a brutal rebellion. She becomes infamously feared, as the Witch of the North teaming with the Delphine Duchy to crush Perdium once and for all. To Ghislaine, she's no loving fiancé, she's the traitor who destroyed his family's entire world. He questions Belinda about his father's return, and she tentatively guesses it'll be another week. That's plenty of time. With 7 days to spare, Ghislaine prepares to head straight for Rayfold County. Belinda's baffled by his sudden departure before her birthday, but he's simply focused on securing funds. Finally, we meet the infamous Amelia Rayfold. She carries a haunted, vacant look in her eyes, though her stunning presence is undeniable. She's currently in the village, helping a poor girl with shoes. Unbelievably, Amelia is handing over the very sandals from her own feet. The child wavers eyes wide with uncertainty until Amelia's soothing words wash away her fear. If anyone bleeds from walking barefoot here, it should be her. She then snaps orders to her guard. Provide food and shelter immediately. The soldiers spring to life as Amelia sweeps away with her elite retinue. Grateful cheers echo behind her. Soon we're at the Rayfold estate where a mysterious man haunts the gardens. He bathes her feet with criminal devotion. He's practically glowing over her latest political triumph. Meet Bernaf, Amelia's shadow knight. She muses that while her father demanded absolute cold submission. Total obedience from the masses, but the poor always follow the hand that keeps them warm, the one who fills their bellies. Bernaf smirks, noting she's claimed their hearts and loyalty. This clout is a massive W for the succession war. However, Amelia clearly isn't vibing. She suddenly plants her heel directly onto his face like a true villainess. Savage behavior. She grills him on the duel against the North's top blade. Bernaf lowers his gaze, offering a humble apology. He admits he threw the match to duck the spotlight. Victory would have invited far too much scrutiny. It's too early to reveal her hidden claws. He presses a fervent kiss to her feet, swearing fealty. He swears his life to her. She accepts this as her due, having built him from nothing. She's poured way too much into him to let him be a weakling. Now she grills him on the merchants. Bernaf guarantees the Arctium Guild is moving exactly as planned. There is zero cause for concern. Every brick for the Forest of Beasts outpost, scorched by that recent orc invasion, is flowing through them. Every supply for Perdium is purchased through her Shadow Guild, keeping their pockets lined. Essentially, her guild is siphoning back every gold coin her father sends to Perdium annually. He's also poaching elite knights and battle-hardened soldiers, ditching the sinking ship of Perdium. These are veterans from tribal wars. Her plan to bleed Perdium dry is a massive success. The lady's smile is razor-sharp. She reminds him to keep the ordinary merchant act flawless. One slip and their cover is blown. Their true identity must stay buried until their power is absolute. That's when the butler arrives. Bernaf's eyes flash with irritation at the sudden unannounced intrusion. He crashes the garden without permission, but he's carrying a high-stakes report from the castle gates. Apparently, young Lord Ghislain Perdium has arrived. Even though they're engaged, she looks absolutely disgusted. Mentioning his name kills the mood instantly. She demands to know why he's bothering her. The butler breaks a nervous sweat before revealing that Ghislain is here to discuss the Merchant Guild. Amelia and Bernaf share a look of pure shock. This was not part of the script. Cut to the visitors' lounge. Our boy is chilling on the couch, greeting her with peak main character energy. His tone is laid back, but Amelia responds with a look of pure, unadulterated disdain. She's livid. He crashed her gates without warning. Apparently, he's still failing at basic social etiquette. Ghislain shrugs, saying he brought an early birthday present. He slides a single flower onto the table. He claims he snagged it from a nearby guild. The scent is fire, and he's planning to shop there. He drops the name Arctium. Amelia knows exactly what's up, but she locks in her poker face. She knows where this is going, but she plays the dumb blonde card perfectly. She claims total ignorance and moves to make a swift, icy exit from the room. But Ghislain's voice stops her cold. His gaze turns lethal as he calls her name. "Sit down," he commands. Amelia instantly feels the terrifying pressure radiating from him. What scares her is this crushing, ominous aura. It's coming from the guy who used to tremble. He used to be a stuttering mess. Now he skips the small talk and demands 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold coins. Amelia is not vibing with this audacity at all. Showing up unannounced and demanding a fortune from your fiancé, that's some villain energy. She asks if his father sent him. Ghislain clears it up. The old man has zero clue. Plus, he knows their engagement is a sham. He's betting everything she's aiming for the total lordship. Sensing her hidden moves, Ghislain drops a heavy hint if Rayfold hears about her secret army, it is game over. Her claim to the throne would vanish instantly. Amelia's eyes turn into icy daggers, radiating pure, murderous intent. "Don't you dare joke about that," she hisses, her voice trembling with rage. But our boy just smirks. He promises to stay quiet for now. But if he walks out of those doors empty-handed, all bets are off. Total silence. Yet Amelia does not flinch. She has already calculated exactly how to erase this nuisance named Ghislain forever. She snaps her fingers for Bernaf, her loyal hound who strides in instantly. This knight never misses a beat. He bows deeply to Ghislain, keeping it professional. But Ghislain's internal alarm is screaming as he reads the man's aura. Bernaf has been Amelia's shadow forever, a master swordsman, whose lethality rivals the legendary titans of the north. A true apex predator. Ghislain calmly warns her spill his blood here, and she will trigger a total bloodbath. Is she really ready for a full-scale war? Especially with the succession ceremony looming just around the corner. Amelia is already 3 steps ahead. Her cover story, a random thug broke in, caused chaos, and got neutralized. Dead at the hands of her heroic knight. That is the truth the public will swallow. With the trap set, she gives the cold command, "Execute the brat." Bernaf's eyes gleam. He has been itching for a reason to kill. His blade sings as it leaves the scabbard. But Ghislain is not just going to stand there and take it. If she wants to play dirty, fine. It is time to show them why he should not be messed with. It is an absolute clash of titans. Get your snacks ready because this duel is about to go nuclear. Hold on tight. We were expecting a fair, honorable showdown between warriors, but life is never that simple. This shady knight has a filthy trick up his sleeve. Suddenly, Ghislain senses a faint shimmer behind him. An assassin erupts from a suit of armor, driving a blade straight through the sofa where Ghislain just sat. He intended to skewer our hero, but he is dealing with a ghost. Ghislain effortlessly rolls away, dodging the strike. He delivers a bone-shattering kick, sending the rat flying through the glass. Amelia and Bernaf are absolutely stunned. They never imagined he would move with such godly speed. Ghislain just scoffs, sickened by her pathetic low-tier tactics. Acting all high and mighty while using assassins. Pathetic. Then he explodes forward, crashing into Bernaf's defense. Steel clashes against steel. Ghislain mocks the knight, asking if Rayfold's version of honor is just backstabbing people. Bernaf shrugs it off. In his eyes, Ghislain lost his right to respect the moment he barged in uninvited. Threatening his lady was a death sentence. The two warriors trade blows, each strike aiming for a lethal opening. One wrong move and it is over. But Ghislain's reflexes are insane. He is moving like a blur of shadow. He floors the knight with a brutal Spartan kick. Bernaf clearly thought Ghislain was just some loud-mouthed amateur. He pegged him for a fake. Now he is getting a front-row seat to Ghislain's terrifying reality. Lesson learned. This is no amateur. Watching her invincible knight struggle is making Amelia's blood boil with absolute fury. "Stop playing around," she shrieks. "Rip his head off and bring it to me right now." His pride as a knight is on the line. Bernaf's aura shifts. He is officially done holding back. Failure is not an option when his mistress is watching. His eyes turn cold, locking onto Ghislain with predatory focus. "Bring it on," he goads. Ghislain just wears that trademark smirk, laughing at a mere bodyguard's desperate bravado. Since Bernaf has a death wish, Ghislain is more than happy to oblige. Time to deliver some serious pain. The dance of death resumes. This time, Bernaf is swinging with enough force to shatter mountain stone. A silver flash draws blood. Ghislaine's cheek is sliced open. They are moving at speeds the human eye cannot track. Only afterimages remain in their wake. Amelia watches her teeth gritting as the fight drags on and on. Her composure is crumbling. How can this useless punk hold his own against her top-tier champion? They are perfectly matched. The intensity is off the charts. If you blink for even a second, you will miss it. Total deadlock. Every strike Ghislaine throws is parried, and every thrust from Burnoff meets only empty air. It is a relentless chess match of steel. Ghislaine attempts to repeat his winning move from earlier. Big mistake. Burnoff reads him like a book and slams him into the floor with crushing force. Burnoff lunges for the kill, but Ghislaine defies gravity, flipping through the air with insane feline agility. He sticks the landing perfectly. Ghislaine realizes Burnoff is tanking hits using raw mana. Meanwhile, the knight is realizing the rumors were wrong. This kid is a monster in human skin. His swordsmanship lacks any formal polish. It is completely unrefined and wild. This style was clearly forged in the fires of actual life-or-death combat. The knight wonders if Ghislaine spent too much time brawling with savages naturally mimicking their feral movements. He admits such brutality might work in a messy war zone, but vows it ends here. The knight promises a final strike. Ghislaine realizes this is no easy win. Those sharp surgical lunges aimed right for his skull are shattering his sense of timing. Up close, the knight's sheer size makes technical counters nearly impossible. Truthfully, this elite warrior is an opponent Ghislaine should have avoided for now. It is like challenging a legendary final boss while wearing level 1 starter gear. But time was a luxury he lacked, so he decides to crank up the heat. He weaves a mana string that whistles past the knight's ear. While the knight is still processing the trick, our boy draws a second blade and cracks him across the skull. Ghislaine immediately hammers a kick into his face. Burnoff staggers, his vision blurring from the double impact, leaving the spider mistress in total shock. Our hero lunges from above, but the knight explosively repels him with a massive burst of physical aura. Burnoff barks at his lady to flee immediately, because he can no longer protect her. He is about to unleash everything, warning that the fallout will be lethal. Ghislaine's blood is pumping now. It has been ages since he faced such a thrilling rival. Meanwhile, Amelia is sprinting down the hall, clutching her cat in a panic. She is absolutely fuming. How could this brat subject her to such a disgrace? She racks her brain, trying to figure out who snitched on the Merchant Guild's secrets. There is no way he knew those details. Without an inside source, the tales of him butchering orcs and shielding his sister from professional killers, even crushing the lodge's heir. Looking at his trashy reputation, she assumed those stories were just dumb luck or massive exaggerations. But now she has to admit he has truly awakened. She suddenly notices the hallway is empty of guards, fueling her rage. However, she soon finds them, all unconscious on the floor, and their captor is none other than Belinda. Amelia freezes at the sight of the Perdium maid, and before she can even scream, Belinda jams a dagger against her throat. In that tense silence, Belinda spots the tiny spider crawling on the lady's face. She plucks the critter up, expressing her utter disgust. Belinda reminds this elitist woman of the engagement day where she secretly heard a conversation between Count Rayfold and the Perdium Lord. Apparently, Amelia's own siblings bullied her for her creepy spider obsession, so she bred them in secret for her revenge. Belinda wonders if this was a way to heal deep trauma, or just a pathetic cry for attention. She mockingly apologizes before telling Amelia this look does not suit her. With a cold gaze, she crushes the spider under her heel. After that brutal display, Belinda demands that the woman play along with her plan. But before the details are revealed, the scene shifts back to the clash of the titans. The knight is radiating a terrifying, suffocating pressure. The air vibrates as an insane amount of mana begins to rattle our hero's nerves. The knight is beyond insulted that our boy called him entertaining as if this were a game. To him, that sounds like the trashy talk of a common mercenary. He loathes the fact that a lowly brat dares to claim noble status and stand as an equal to Lady Amelia. Well, our boy actually is a noble, and he points out an escort knight has no right to lecture him. Burnoff lunges and their blades scream as they collide. The man is absolutely consumed by rage, believing Ghislaine is spitting on the nobility. He rains down a barrage of strikes. Our hero is stunned by the sheer ferocity of the assault, but he has had enough. He fires back with savage, unrelenting steel. This time, the knight is playing for keeps. A massive swing sends our boy flying before a follow-up strike, aims for the kill. Time seems to crawl as the lethal blade descends, and crimson sprays as the steel bites deep into our hero's shoulder. Burnoff, however, is completely paralyzed with shock that this man intentionally took the hit to deflect the fatal blow. Our boy instantly strikes back, shoving the stunned knight away as the tide begins to turn. The knight lashes out with a brutal kick, sneering that a mere brat playing soldier could never match a true master of the blade. The impact sends Ghislaine reeling backward, but he refuses to stay down, gritting his teeth through the sharp pain. Burnaf treats the duel like a twisted game, raining down a barrage of lightning-fast strikes to keep the pressure on. He dictates every move effortlessly, crushing any attempt at a counterattack as their weapons collide in a thunderous stalemate. Their blades lock tight, and the knight smirks, certain Ghislaine lacks the mana reserves to break this deadly deadlock. Though physically outmatched, Ghislaine is just biding his time, waiting to unleash the hidden trump card Burnaf never saw coming. Deep within, he begins channeling his secret weapon, the high-level mana cultivation technique unique to him alone. In a heartbeat, Ghislaine ignites his third core, causing the atmosphere to tremble as the tides of battle suddenly turn. One explosive blow shatters the knight's defense, sending his sword flying and leaving him standing there in total shock. Burnaf's mind goes blank, unable to process how a mere kid could possess such terrifyingly volatile mana in the heat of battle. With the knight completely exposed, Ghislaine levels his blade at his throat, locking him in a cold, paralyzing gaze. Just then, Belinda hauls a trembling Amelia into view, her previous arrogance replaced by a face streaked with pathetic tears. She desperately folds, promising the 10,000 gold just so they'll disappear. Ghislaine has the prize, but he's far from satisfied. He's honestly annoyed it took a near-death experience for her to listen. This whole mess could have been avoided with common sense. Sheathing his blade, he approaches the weeping noble with a cold smile. For the trouble, the price just doubled to 20,000 gold. Later back at the manor, Amelia is having a total meltdown, trashing her room in a fit of pure, unadulterated rage. To lose her pride and 20,000 gold in one day is unbearable. Burnaf tries to bow an apology for his failure. He confesses that the boy's power far exceeded any of the rumors they'd heard, admitting he was a true monster in disguise. The knight takes the heat, blaming his own arrogance for failing to properly scout the target before the confrontation began. Ghislaine's mana output was beyond even an advanced tier knight, a fact that makes Amelia's blood boil with frustration and fear. When the knight suggests reporting the incident to the Duchess, Amelia snaps, delivering a sharp, stinging slap across his face. She seizes his collar, her eyes wide with terror. Reporting this isn't an option because Duke Delphine's shadow looms heavy over her. If the Duke learns of this humiliating defeat, she's a dead woman. Her secret pact with him is a dangerous tightrope walk. Behind her father's back, she struck a dark bargain. The Duke backs her coup in exchange for Perdium's total destruction. If her siblings catch wind of this treason, they'll have her head. And if Ghislaine knows about her shady merchant dealings, she's terrified he might already have proof of her alliance with the Duke. He's a loose end that needs to be tied. He knows too much, and Amelia is ready to burn everything down just to see that bastard's corpse in the dirt. Burnaf nods solemnly. When she asks about the boy's condition, he confirms he landed several shallow cuts across Ghislaine's body. One deep wound on the shoulder stands out. More importantly, after that massive mana burst, Ghislaine will be completely drained and vulnerable. He won't be at full strength for a while. To ensure no one tracks this back to them, local knights are off limits. They need ghosts to do the dirty work. Amelia already has a plan in motion, involving assets even her own men don't know. She's been secretly cultivating a shadow force for moments exactly like this, a unit so elite even Burnaf was kept in the dark. She reveals the existence of the Wild Cats, a ruthless pack of war orphans and stateless outcasts with nothing left to lose. They are natural-born killers, the absolute elite of the underworld specialists in the art of silent, efficient murder. Ordering her knight to a secret location, she tells him to mobilize these wildcat traffickers for a lethal hunt. She wants a dozen mana-wielding assassins ready for blood. The ambush point she's chosen is strategically perfect for a slaughter. It's a narrow ravine, the only bottleneck between Rayfold and Perdium. Once inside, there is absolutely no escape for our hero. The isolated, jagged terrain makes it a perfect graveyard. Burnaf wastes no time heading out to set the trap. Amelia watches him go, her eyes burning with a vengeful promise to make Ghislaine pay for every ounce of her humiliation. Meanwhile, far from the palace, Ghislaine sits in his carriage quietly tending to his wounds as the adrenaline finally fades. He wraps his injuries in silence with Fergus and Belinda watching over him, their faces etched with deep concern. When they ask if he can keep going, he gives a tired smirk, insisting the wounds look much worse than they actually are. He pushed his body to the absolute limit, but the payoff was worth the pain. Ghislaine's mind is already on the future. That 20,000 gold haul is the literal lifeline they needed to kickstart the reconstruction of their ruined territory. This massive fortune just shaved years off their recovery plan, a golden opportunity he wasn't about to let slip away. Taking Amelia's life was tempting, but the threat of all-out war stayed his hand. Risking his people's safety for a grudge simply wasn't an option. He wouldn't gamble his future on a petty impulse. With Perdium already drowning in barbarian raids, a quiet retreat was the only logical move. Slipping away without a trace was essential. Besides, holding the Arctium Merchant Guild's darkest secrets was a much more lethal weapon. That leverage alone would haunt Amelia forever. Belinda's gaze mirrored her internal worry as she questioned if his grand design was still on track. She hadn't forgotten his ruthless orders. Her task was simple: neutralize every guard the moment the sounds of combat erupted from within. Once the clash began, she was to seize Lady Amelia as a high-stakes hostage the second she stepped out. Ghislaine gave a grim nod, confirming the plan. Suddenly, agony ripped through his chest, forcing him to cough up a spray of crimson. Shattering his third core came with a brutal price. Yet compared to his previous breakthrough, this soul-crushing recoil was almost manageable. Constantly enduring this torment every time he tapped into his true strength was getting old. He needed a permanent fix. Rapidly expanding his mana pool was now a survival necessity. Sensing the chaos within him, Belinda snatched his hand, her eyes widening. His internal energy was a chaotic storm. Without wasting a second, she plunged a needle into his skin with surgical precision. Her movements were a blur of god-tier speed. To his surprise, the stinging pain felt strangely healing as she worked her magic. A thick cloud of impurities escaped his lungs, followed by an instant wave of calm. The knotted pathways of his mana finally began to unravel. His energy circuits were finally breathing again. But this level of mastery, it required a profound, almost legendary understanding of mana flow. It made sense for his mother's hand-picked protege to have skills, but this went way beyond the duties of a typical servant. Even though his mother introduced her to the palace, a chilling question lingered. What was Belinda's true identity? Ghislaine had no clue why a powerhouse like her would settle for being a headmaid in some backwater territory. Regardless, having an elite asset in his corner was a massive win. The minor villains he had faced so far were just warm-up acts. The real monsters were still lurking. Seeing his resolve, Belinda vowed her absolute loyalty, promising to be his blade in the coming shadows. Her trust was unshakable, but she demanded answers. Why did he fleece Lady Amelia for such an astronomical fortune? Ghislaine simply shrugged, claiming he had bills to pay. Since Amelia was the only walking bank, he knew he decided to play the extortion card. His crew was absolutely floored by his audacity. They couldn't wrap their heads around his chaotic logic or his total lack of hesitation. Destroying a high-profile engagement just for a quick payday seemed insane. This stunt was definitely going to trigger a massive fallout. Count Rayfold was going to lose his mind when he heard the news. Instead of worrying, Ghislaine just let a smug grin play on his lips. He challenged her loyalty once more, sparking a flicker of irritation in Belinda's eyes. She had already given him her word, hadn't she? If her trust was real, then he owed her the truth. What exactly was he planning to do with that mountain of gold? Ghislaine's response was cold and brief, the forest of beasts. The name alone struck her dumb with pure, unadulterated shock. Our main man wasn't joking. He intended to use every single coin to tame that cursed, untamed wilderness once and for all. Fergus nearly had a heart attack. He reminded the young lord that countless ancestors had tried to conquer that land and failed miserably. For generations, progress had been non-existent. But Ghislaine didn't care about history. He only cared about the specific man he had asked Fergus to find. The realization hit Fergus hard. He knew exactly who Ghislaine meant, yet the old knight hesitated, his voice caught in his throat. Finally, he confessed. The target was exactly where Ghislaine suspected, hidden away in a place most people would never dare to tread. Fergus was visibly uneasy about the meeting, but Ghislaine's resolve was steel. He was going to face this man no matter the risk. Belinda tried to shut it down, insisting they retreat. In his battered state, wandering into further danger was nothing short of suicidal. He shouldn't even be standing, let alone traveling. But Ghislaine dropped a heavy dose of reality on her that she couldn't ignore. Did she really think Amelia would just let them walk away after being humiliated? He knew her twisted heart better than that. She would definitely send assassins to bury him and her alliance with Duke Delphine forever. Dead men tell no secrets after all. Belinda struck a confident pose, trying to look intimidating. She promised her young master that she would flatten anyone who dared to cross their path. With her skills and Fergus's sword, she felt they were invincible. But while Ghislaine trusted her strength, he had a different role in mind. She was reliable, sure, but she wasn't the vanguard he needed for this mission. They were already on their way to recruit him. Their journey led them to a solitary, dilapidated shack. The driver gave a hesitant knock, but the silence following it was deafening. It looked like a ghost house forgotten by time. Yet Fergus insisted this rundown hovel was exactly where the legend was hiding. Just as they were about to give up, the hinges groaned. A massive figure emerged from the shadows of the doorway. The man was practically more beard than human, his eyes sharp and suspicious. He barked a demand, wanting to know who dared disturb his peace. While the others were visibly shaken by the man's wild energy, Ghislaine remained cold as ice. Belinda even questioned if this hermit was actually their target. Searching for this weakling, she's convinced he couldn't throw a punch to save his life. Surviving tomorrow, no shot. Yet Ghislaine smirks, doubling down that this man is their absolute target. The old man glares, barking at the young master to quit playing games and beat it. That's when Ghislaine drops the bomb, addressing him as Gillian, the legendary ex-captain of the Regressed Mercenaries. Hearing his title, the veteran freezes. As he turns, Ghislaine offers a warm, welcoming handshake. When the invite drops, the driver and old man are paralyzed. That name carries terrifying weight. Ratatosk was an elite squad, a mythic tier only weapon masters could even dream of joining. They're extinct now, but their lethal reputation still echoes through every knight's barracks across the continent. Every warrior knows the legend. And Gillian, he was the beast leading them. That's Ghislaine's man. Suddenly, the old man hurls his axe. Our MC barely tilts his head as steel whistles past. Chaos erupts. The guards instantly draw steel, circling their master in a lethal defensive formation. They're ready for war, but Gillian remains cold. He isn't here for these childish skirmishes. He demands Ghislaine's business. Belinda snaps forward, convinced this hermit is just another psycho. Ghislaine doesn't flinch. He utters 2 words: eternal punishment. Then he claims he has the cure. He's offering a miracle for the girl's terminal illness. Now he's got the captain's full attention. The symptoms are brutal: raging fevers, vomiting blood, and petal-shaped rashes blooming across the skin. Looking at her, she resembles a prisoner on a torture rack, hence the name Eternal Punishment. Inside, the girl's agonized screams shatter the silence. The pain is clearly reaching its limit. The mercenary bolts inside the shack to cradle Rachel. Ghislaine knows death hasn't claimed her yet. In his past life, Ghislaine failed to recruit him. Back then, Gillian took his own life. He couldn't handle his daughter's death. Looking around, the captain has pawned everything for her. Only his weapons remain. The poor girl sobs, begging her father to make the agony stop. She's at her breaking point. Ghislaine senses the urgency and prepares to initiate the treatment immediately. Belinda blocks his path, stunned. She has no clue what kind of crazy stunt he's pulling. Muscle won't fix this. This plague is a death sentence that even the holiest priests couldn't break. It's literally called a divine curse. She's terrified that Ghislaine is just selling false hope. Our guy brushes her off, asserting he can save her. He reminds Belinda of her promise. If she trusts him, she needs to back off and let him cook. Belinda goes silent. He shoves a herb list into her hands, ordering her to fetch the supplies post-haste. The ingredients leave her breathless. Ghislaine only knows this because for a mercenary, knowledge is life. In the wild, knowing your herbs means surviving. Today, it's incurable. Tomorrow, it's just a recipe. A future discovery made this disease a joke because the actual solution was surprisingly basic. Ghislaine has it memorized. The only hurdle: these ingredients cost a literal king's ransom. One is the fairy's blessing. Rare. Expensive. He begins precisely dicing the herbs with surgical focus. He jams them into a vial, drowns them in distilled spirit, and gives it a violent shake. After letting the mixture infuse, he adds the final catalysts, completing the legendary potion. The remedy is ready. He hands the vial to Gillian, commanding him to dose his daughter. Desperate, Gillian doesn't hesitate. He carefully tilts the medicine into the dying girl's mouth. It hits her system like lightning. Instantly, those bruised red marks begin to fade away. The room goes dead silent. Pure disbelief. Not even Gillian expected this miracle to actually work. Ghislaine, however, doesn't blink. Gillian stares at him, demanding how he outdid the gods themselves. Even divine light failed. Ghislaine scoffs, priests just boost vitality. They don't actually kill the infection. Divine power is just a band-aid. It helps the body fight, but it isn't the cure. The captain's hands shake as he reaches out. He's looking for hope, not a lecture. Will she live? Ghislaine gives the broken father the one word he's been praying for. Yes. Ghislaine promises a full recovery, though the road to healing will take 2 long months. The giant's eyes bulge in shock. Despite his hulking frame, he drops to his knees in submission. Voice trembling, he asks what price Ghislaine demands for traveling such a distance to help them. Surely there is a catch, but the old warrior confesses he has nothing left to his name. Only his broken body remains. If Ghislaine wants a loyal hound, he'll obey every order without question. He offers himself as a slave, but Ghislaine immediately shuts that down. He has no use for servants. He wants Gillian, the legendary captain of the Regressed Mercenaries. The old man looks up, completely floored. Meeting those familiar ambitious eyes, Gillian rises. He grabs his massive axe and cuts his long ponytail loose. He stands transformed, a literal titan, radiating an overwhelming aura of sheer strength and absolute confidence. He questions if they were followed. Ghislaine assures him that only his small circle made the trip, just Ghislaine and 3 allies. The warrior then asks if anyone is currently hunting the young master. With a smirk, Ghislaine admits the list of enemies is long and only getting longer. Suddenly, the giant seizes his harpoon. He coats it in mana and hurls it with godlike velocity. The weapon shreds through the shack, vanishing into the tree line. Seconds later, he yanks the tether back. The harpoon returns with a grisly prize, a man skewered on the barbs. Gillian snatches the hidden intruder. Clamping down with a vice-like grip, the giant bellows, demanding to know who ordered this infiltration. Terrified, the spy can only gasp, wondering how on earth Gillian detected his presence in the shadows. Gillian looks to Ghislaine for the final verdict. The young master remains chillingly calm in response. He is well aware of the culprit, but he'd rather not get blood on his hands today. As Ghislaine prepares to strike, Gillian steps in, preventing him from drawing his own blade. He volunteers to handle the trash. Without another word, Gillian crushes the life out of the spy. The rat's final screams pierce the air. Task finished, the mercenary bows deeply to his new lord. Belinda watches in horror, completely rattled by how casually and ruthlessly the giant ended a life. She is genuinely terrified, unable to comprehend why her master would hire such a cold-blooded monster. Meanwhile, the behemoth kneels, swearing a blood oath that his life now belongs solely to Ghislaine. Ghislaine flashes a satisfied grin. Cut to a desolate shack hidden deep within a murky swamp. Inside the Wildcat, traffickers are panicking as they realize their scouting party has completely vanished. News of the wiped-out recon unit hits the group, prompting their leader to finally break his silence. He demands silence from the room. Meet Virgo, the ruthless captain in charge of this operation. Virgo notes that according to Burnoff's reports, Ghislaine never should have pinpointed their location. Killing them was impossible. He questions if his men were pathetic, or if the information was garbage. The messenger drops a bombshell. Gillian is now Ghislaine's subordinate. Virgo instantly explodes with pure rage. He seizes the scout's throat, snarling for confirmation. The terrified man struggles to choke out a yes. He swears he saw the legend himself. Suddenly, a twisted fascination replaces Virgo's anger. He never thought that beast would return to the battlefield. Turns out Virgo was also a Ratatosk member. Back with the main group, the massive Gillian has taken over the role of carriage driver. Inside the cramped cabin, Belinda feels claustrophobic, surrounded by a mountain of deadly weapons. She complains about the excessive gear, wondering why a couple of swords wouldn't have been enough. She jokes he is an arms dealer, while Fergus and Ricardo maintain a tight perimeter behind them. Ghislaine defends the giant, assuring Belinda that every single blade will soon be put to work. She needs to endure the clutter, as their top priority is escaping this dangerous rift alive. Belinda mentions the captured spy, convinced that Amelia is the one pulling the strings from the shadows. The spy's mask is the true concern. It is the unmistakable mark of the notorious Wildcat traffickers. This Rayfold guild is pure filth, specializing in high-end assassinations, illegal smuggling, and human slavery. They are bottom feeders who thrive on misery. Ghislaine is shocked by Belinda's intel, wondering how a simple castle maid knows such dark secrets. She brushes it off, claiming she overheard stories before her service began. Regardless, she warns him that these vultures never give up, urging him to stay alert. Ghislaine is touched by her genuine worry, realizing just how much she truly cares about his survival. Ghislaine promises safety with Gillian on guard. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently beneath their feet. Assassins lunge from the shadows flanking the carriage. Without warning, the trap is finally sprung. They burst from the dunes, aiming for Gillian's throat. But our absolute unit dual-wields a sword and axe instantly. He parries both blades with god-tier reflexes. Then he executes a brutal counter-twist with his steel. The force shreds the attacker's limbs clean off. Without missing a beat, Gillian moves to finish them. He carves through the fodder like butter. More hostiles materialize, triggering a lethal barrage of hidden traps. Massive logs plummet toward the carriage. Reacting instantly, Gillian seizes the reins to evade the crush. He hauls the horses back, stopping just in time. Now freakish killers crawl from every corner. Their hands are fused with wicked blades. Virgo steps out, identifying Gillian as the legendary ex-commander. He mocks Gillian's cowardice for choosing his daughter over their elite mercenary group, Ratatosk. Gillian remains unfazed by this random trash talker. Virgo sneers, fueled by years of pent-up resentment. He claims the group's collapse forced him into a pathetic existence. He demands Gillian face his past. Don't play the senile old man, Virgo hisses. Gillian genuinely doesn't recognize this creepy stranger, though. Virgo assumes it's just a facade to escape guilt. He's itching to trigger Gillian's dormant warrior memories. He signals his goons to swarm the wagon. Ghislaine offers to join the fray, sensing the danger. Gillian declines, stating these clowns have a personal grudge. He tells Ghislaine to stay back and watch. As the blades close in for the kill, our powerhouse warrior readies his heavy artillery. He dices them like cheap groceries. When reinforcements charge, Gillian coolly prepares his next devastating arc. The lead attacker is sliced instantly. The second loses his hands in a spray of crimson. Virgo expected this. After all, you don't become a Ratatosk captain by being a total pushover. Realizing head-on attacks are suicide, Virgo orders a pincer maneuver to overwhelm the beast. Gillian counters by mounting his horse axe, ready to harvest some souls. He charges the mob. A single colossal swing obliterates the front line. No one can breach his iron defense. Desperate, they target the mount. But Gillian turns his axe into a meat grinder, shredding everything. He carves a path through the carnage, leaving only a blood-soaked trail behind. Finally, Virgo enters. Gillian raises his shield just as Virgo's rage boils over. He refuses to let Gillian ruin his schemes. Die, old man, Virgo screams. He slaughters the horse, but Gillian leaps clear with perfect grace. Virgo lunges with a lethal strike. Gillian's axe meets the blade, sparks flying in the desert heat. During the clash, Gillian reminds the traitor that his days as a mercenary captain are over. A heavy blow from our hero sends the villain reeling in agony. The power gap is undeniable. Gillian tosses him aside like a rag doll. Virgo coughs up blood, his pride shattered by one hit. "Who's the captain now?" he wheezes. Gillian ignites his mana, declaring he's buried his bloody past. He's now just Ghislain's loyal subordinate. This revelation breaks Virgo's brain. He charges in a blind fury. He can't stand Gillian's calm attitude after everything. Steel rings out as they exchange high-speed blows. Both warriors push their limits, but Virgo's movements are sloppy, driven by pure, unadulterated saltiness. He screams about the group's downfall. Because of Gillian's departure, Virgo's world came crashing down. He lost status and crawled through filth to survive. The old man remained silent, focused on battle. Gillian's strikes are relentless, a tidal wave of steel. Eventually, Virgo shatters the old man's shield. With a savage kick, Virgo vents his obsession with making Ratatosk the world's greatest legion. Instead, his idol became a lowly pawn for a noble. The betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. Forgiveness isn't an option. Virgo hurls lethal daggers, but Gillian's axe creates an impenetrable whirlwind. 3 blades are parried. Virgo closes the gap with a hidden knife, their duel reaching a fever pitch. Virgo bets on Gillian's age, slowing him down. He's sure the old captain has lost his edge. While Gillian focused on his family, Virgo forged himself in 1,000 bloody wars. He's certain this watered-down legend won't survive the night against his superior battle-hardened strength. Ghislain's out of the league. Virgo snatches 3 blades and hurls them straight at Gillian's heart. But the absolute unit, Gillian swats them away like flies. As Virgo lunges forward once more, Gillian's axe whistles through the air. Virgo barely dodges the blade, grazing past his scalp. Gillian coats his palm in mana, catching a dagger mid-flight. He stares Virgo down, questioning his weak resolve. Virgo freezes. Seeing Gillian burn mana just to flex on a projectile is terrifying. He finally clocks it. The giant has been holding back this entire time. Before he can blink, Gillian's axe slams into his jaw, launching him into a tree. The veteran steps closer, voice cold. He demands to know why Virgo waited so long if vengeance was his only goal. Virgo spits blood, admitting he visited the old hideout. But the legendary Ratatosk captain was gone. He only found a pathetic geezer, not even worth the effort of a kill. His idol was dead, and it stung. Seeing Virgo's lingering warrior spirit, Gillian makes a move. He flings a sword to his foe and draws his own steel, a reminder of their chains. For this final dance, he'll grant his old brother-in-arms the ultimate warrior's respect. The Ratatosk captain is back. Virgo's eyes light up. This is the duel he craved. He grips the hilt. He dives in. Metal screams against metal as they trade blows with world-shaking intensity. They're a blur of sparks and steel. It's a deadlock until Gillian finds the fatal opening. He drives his blade deep into Virgo's ribs. Even with blood pouring, the warrior won't quit. One last desperate strike, but it's useless. Gillian's blade is already hovering at his throat. Gillian leans in. A solemn vow echoes he will never forget the man standing before him. You die as the 5th unit commander of the Ratatosk Virgo Villanos. Recognition from his captain. It's all he ever wanted. Pure pride washes over his dying heart. A final grin, then cold steel ends the legend. The dust settles as the warrior falls. Gillian retrieves the fallen dagger. Ghislain and Belinda step out, greeted by a scene of absolute carnage. Severed limbs and corpses litter the road. Belinda's first thought, this is a total goldmine. Time to loot. Gillian bows, apologizing for the holdup, but Ghislain just waves it off. No sweat, big guy. Ghislain realizes Gillian is a much bigger deal than he first imagined. Back in Ghislain's past life, when he was just a rookie starting his mercenary journey, tales of Gillian's exploits were the blueprint that built the future mercenary king. He's winning. Securing such a legendary ally was a pro move. Then he spots the dagger. You knew him, Ghislain asks. Gillian nods solemnly, his eyes reflecting a lifetime of shared battles. An old brother in arms. Those words hit home, making Ghislain think of his own lost crew. Where are they now? In this timeline, their paths haven't even crossed yet. They're out there somewhere. And he's going to hunt every single one of them down for his squad. Business first. With the threat neutralized, it's time to follow Belinda's lead and strip the dead. Loot everything. Belinda gleefully barks orders at Gillian to start the cleanup. I'm not your servant, he grunts. Fast forward 2 days and they finally cross into Perdium. The endless carriage ride is over. This is the place, Gillian asks. Ghislain nods. Peering through the window, a wave of nostalgia hits. It feels good to be home. He thought leaving would be easy. Returning, he never realized how much he'd missed this dirt. He looks at Gillian, asking for his vibe on the land. The warrior is stunned by the question. It's fine, he stammers. But Ghislain knows better. This place is a total dump. It's tragic. Gillian can't even lie. The buildings are crumbling, and the vibe is beyond depressing. No repairs, no crops, just barren wasteland, where the green used to be. The farmers are all off at war, leaving the soil to rot in silence. Rumor says Perdium is a war-torn hellscape thanks to the North. Seeing it now, it's worse. This mess is far grimmer than Ghislain ever imagined. He admits this is just one of many fires to extinguish. That's exactly why he needs the raw, overwhelming power of the Ratatosk mercenary captain on his side. He knows a brutal war looms, a mission to purge Duke Delphine's rot and reclaim their stolen peace. No matter the cost, our boy is determined to breathe life back into this dying territory. As they step onto the castle grounds, Belinda freezes in absolute shock at the sight before her. Standing there is none other than our boy's father, the man who's been MIA since this story began. Over at Pertium Castle, a tense scene unfolds. Advisors debate the Count, who shockingly suggests slashing their military numbers to save gold. One official protests, arguing that gutting their forces will leave the front lines completely defenseless. Another advisor urges the Count to squeeze the Rayfold family for more financial backing immediately. But the general administrator reveals the truth: the Rayfolds are actually the ones cutting the funding. He adds that they're currently hoarding food and mobilizing their own troops, shocking every knight present. They desperately need gold to repair the Beast Forest garrison after that brutal orc invasion. According to him, shrinking the Knight Order's ranks is a desperate play just to survive. He notes that reducing their numbers is a massive gamble with terrifyingly high risks. Ghislain remains silent, observing the chaotic bickering like it's just another Tuesday for him. He sizes up the room. There's the arrogant Knight Captain Randolph standing front and center. Then there's Albert, the bearded treasurer, and Homer, the stern general administrator. Our MC realizes it's been ages since he stood before his father as the young heir. In this world it's been months, but for him decades have passed as the mercenary king. Ghislain offers a warm welcome, but the Count looks at him like he's lost his mind. Zwalter Pertium was always a cold, strict father that the old Ghislain absolutely loathed. But now, Ghislain sees the truth, a man drowning under the crushing weight of his duties. He finally respects the immense burden that comes with ruling this struggling, chaotic land. Taking a slow sip of tea, Zwalter notes that his son vanished for an entire week. Ghislain casually mentions his trip to the Rayfolds, prompting his dad to ask about any trouble. The treasurer chimes in, having heard rumors of Ghislain crushing Kane in a high-stakes duel. He finds the news impossible to swallow, eyeing our boy with deep, judgmental suspicion. Albert asks if he just went there to gamble, making Ghislain's blood boil with pure annoyance. Ghislain fires back that he had actual business with Amelia, but Homer isn't buying it. The administrator warns him to move carefully, reminding him he's the sole future of this house. Our boy brushes it off, telling him to chill, which only tilts Homer even more. Seeing his advice ignored, Homer's anxiety spikes, until the Count finally sets down his cup. Zwalter silences the bickering, admitting he heard his son actually caused some useful trouble for once. Ghislain blinks in confusion as Zwalter brings up the execution of Jamal and Philip. He asks if Ghislain really took them out for trying to sell Elena into slavery. Ghislain realizes he's talking about those two pieces of trash knights he deleted earlier. Randolph scoffs, insisting there's no way the weak Ghislain could take down two seasoned knights. He assumes they just killed each other, and Ghislain simply showed up to take the credit. Ghislain sees right through Randolph's bruised ego. The captain hates that his men were traitors. To keep the peace, Ghislain decides to roll with the captain's delusional fairy tale. He gives a smug nod, letting Randolph believe his own lie to avoid further drama. Surprisingly, the Count praises him, relieved that Elena returned home safe and sound. It's the first win Ghislain's ever had, but Randolph immediately brings up his messy past. Randolph reminds the room how he sold off provisions, torched the main gate to grill a horse, and melted valuable armor for a junk sword. Ghislain stood silent, unable to retort. Even with a fractured memory, he felt the heavy weight of his past actions. Eventually, he approached the Count, seeking formal approval. His father squinted, demanding to know what required such high-level clearance. Our protagonist dropped a bombshell: he planned to conquer the Forest of Beasts. The announcement left the men absolutely floored. Ghislain flashed a smug grin. Cut to his bedroom, where that same look of absolute confidence remained plastered on his face. He admitted the Count shut him down hard. Apparently, the old man totally lost it, screaming his lungs out in a panic. Belinda wasn't even shocked. She'd seen this coming, reminding her master that the place was a death trap crawling with monsters. She warned Ghislain that hunting those beasts was a zero-reward suicide mission with no real upside. Ghislain checked if Julian was in the loop yet. The man nodded, confirming he'd heard the wild rumors from Belinda. He confirmed the plan: use Amelia's massive payout to fund a full-scale expedition into those forbidden, beast-infested woods. Jillian warned that the forest was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Nobody, and I mean nobody, ever makes it back alive. Its map is a total blank, a legendary cursed zone that even neighboring regions are terrified to mention. Smirking, Ghislain assured his guard that he was well aware of the forest's deadly reputation. He conceded that on the surface it's a worthless venture. Then he stood up and headed straight for the exit. He told Jillian it was showtime. Belinda quickly chimed in, reminding him that the Count had officially forbidden the whole thing. "Are you really going rogue?" she asked. Ghislain glanced back, casually explaining that permission was never actually a requirement for him. He'd only asked to be polite, but the mission was non-negotiable. Belinda couldn't fathom why he was being so incredibly stubborn. She begged to know what treasure could possibly justify this obsession. Ghislain simply promised to spill the tea later. Spilling the secret now would trigger a total disaster if word leaked out to the wrong ears. If he conquers that forest, he'll be swimming in gold. A massive, untouched vein of runestones is buried deep within. When mana-rich ore crystallizes, it forms a runestone. These are ultra-rare gems that make mages go absolutely feral. From barriers and magic circles to alchemy and high-level research, these stones are the ultimate power source for everything magical. If it runs on mana, it needs a runestone. In his past life, Duke Deline was the one who struck gold. This time, Ghislain holds the ultimate cheat code. Belinda, meanwhile, was still completely lost regarding her master's true endgame. She eventually backed off, trusting his vision. Jillian stood firm, pledging to follow his master's lead into the unknown. Ghislain sent Belinda to the local guild with a tall order recruit, 200 mercenaries immediately. Belinda was floored. Her master was blowing his hard-earned life-risking cash like it was nothing. Jillian questioned the move, warning that mercenaries are a chaotic, unruly bunch that are notoriously hard to handle. He warned that a massive crowd of these thugs could easily spiral out of control if gathered together. They might just backstab their boss and loot everything. Ghislain nodded, fully aware of the risk. He planned to handpick the elite few himself. Jillian looked confused, asking for the lowdown on this recruitment strategy. Our hero revealed they were targeting the most lethal small-scale mercenary outfit in the entire northern region. Beads of sweat formed on Jillian's face. Wait, are you talking about the crazy dogs? He warned that while the crazy dogs are elite, they'll slit their employer's throat the second things get messy. Officially known as the Siberius Mercenaries, Ghislain just smirked, saying it was time to put a leash on them. Cut to the trail where Gillian led his master's steed up a steep, winding hillside. The Siberius gang was camped outside Zwalter territory, when a lookout spotted Ghislain and Jillian approaching from the distance. Targets arrived, he alerted his partner. The man responded with a sinister mocking chuckle. Calling Ghislain a poor soul, he joked that the boy had no idea what kind of nightmare he was entering. Squinting, he realized Ghislain was a noble, meaning a massive, easy payday was practically falling into their laps. While he peered through his glass, a hand gripped him tightly, making him shriek in pure agony. The camp erupted in confusion at the scream. Jillian stood there, hoisting the man up by his head like a trophy. The thug spat insults, demanding to know what Jillian was doing before getting launched with terrifying force. He ended up buried waist-deep in the dirt. The other mercenaries growled, infuriated by the absolute disrespect shown to their comrade. They swarmed Jillian, screaming threats and asking if he'd lost his mind. Then one mercenary stepped forward. He warned Jillian that acting this reckless in their territory would be his final mistake, all because of his noble birth. The sellsword toyed with his hooked chain, a wicked smirk plastered across his face. He sneered at Jillian, promising him a one-way trip to the afterlife. Too bad for him, though. This clown had zero clue who he was messing with. Suddenly, a new presence entered the camp as Ghislain arrived on horseback. Our boy told him to pipe down and fetch the captain. The man just laughed, spinning his deadly chain like a maniac. He claimed the noble brat had officially lost it. It was time he told Ghislain to learn the heavy price of responsibility. With a roar, he launched the spiked ball straight at him. But before it could make contact, an iron defense slammed it to a halt. It was Gillian intercepting the strike with nothing but a single dagger. He wedged his blade perfectly between the links. The mercenary's jaw dropped, stunned by Jillian's insane precision and strength. The heavy weapon crashed into the dirt. Ghislain just smirked. He knew words were useless against these thugs anyway. He ordered Jillian to handle them, just try not to leave any corpses. Jillian shifted his stance, gripping the chain. As you wish, master. With a violent jerk, he pulled. The mercenary was dragged forward like a helpless ragdoll. The moment the thug got close, Jillian swung the man's own spiked ball right back, burying it in his gut. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the camp. The other mercenaries saw Red cursing Jillian out as a traitorous bastard. They swore the noble's protection wouldn't save him now. With weapons drawn, the whole pack charged at once. Jillian expertly twisted his blade, hoisting the injured man into the air. He then launched him straight into the charging mob. The human projectile sent them flying like bowling pins. As the mercenaries recoiled in shock, Jillian's cold glare paralyzed them. Pure terror washed over the thugs. Ghislain finally dismounted, casually asking the group how much longer they planned on wasting his time. He demanded they bring out their captain immediately. Suddenly, a voice complained about being woken up. A man emerged, asking what all the damn noise was about. The mercenaries instantly cleared a path, standing at attention the moment they saw him. A red-haired warrior stepped forward. Meet Kier, the leader of the Regressed Mercenaries. He looked the duo up and down, wondering why they were bothering him. Ghislain found the question hilarious. There is really only one reason anyone ever visits a den of sellswords. He stated he had a high-stakes request. Kier was taken aback, narrowing his eyes at the young lord. He asked why a client was busy folding his subordinates. Manners, he suggested, should be a noble's strong suit. Ghislain didn't lose his cool. With a sharp grin, he told the captain this was just his way of saying hello. It was the quickest way to tame a wild dog after all. Kier chuckled, wondering what a second greeting would look like. Cut to Kier's tent, where the air was thick with tension. The elite mercenaries stood guard behind their leader. Kier got straight to the point, asking what kind of job was worth this mess. Our boy didn't blink. He revealed his plan: hire them to conquer the forest of beasts. The mercenaries behind Kier nearly choked. They couldn't believe this kid wanted to send them into that death trap. That forest was a nightmare, bordering perdium. Kier leaned in with a mocking smile. He wanted to know what kind of madman would even think of disturbing such a cursed place. That's when our boy dropped the reveal. He is the young lord of Persium. The room exploded into laughter. They couldn't believe they were staring at the infamous, insane young lord. Based on the rumors, they were now certain he had completely lost his marbles. Kier shook his head. He told Ghislain he was clearly a greenhouse flower who had no idea what the real world looked like. That forest was no place for a pampered rookie. The captain made his decision clear. He was done listening to Ghislain's delusions. With a cold signal, he declared the negotiations dead. Weapons were raised in a heartbeat. Gillian readied his axe, but Ghislain just looked at Kier. "Are you scared?" The room went silent. Kier's eyes flared with shock, but he forced a smile. "Actually, I am just disappointed," Ghislain cut in. "I heard Kabiris was elite, but clearly the rumors were just a massive hoax." Kier kicked his boots onto the table, his patience wearing thin. He reminded the kid they only care about the bag. No profit, no mission. Simple. Ghislain scoffed, noting that weaklings always have the best excuses. That was the final straw. Kier growled that the vibe was ruined, tired of the brat's empty provocations. He called Ghislain a clueless child, who was not even worth the effort of killing. He promised to let them walk away. All they had to do was pay the stupid tax and get lost. Ghislain's expression hardened as he dropped a total bombshell. He demanded a ritual, a Morana's recognition against the Cerberus captain. The mercenaries froze in pure disbelief. Carr questioned if this kid even knew the stakes. With a smug grin, Ghislain confirmed he did. This wasn't just a bet. It was a brutal mercenary tradition. 2 souls, 1 lethal gamble. They fight with a single blade, completely stripped of mana. Their arms are bound together, locking them in. Stepping outside the tiny ring means instant defeat. It's a claustrophobic dance with death itself. In this meat grinder, the loser dies, and often the winner follows them to the grave. Ghislain laid it out. The loser surrenders their pride and obeys the winner's every whim. Basically, you become a loyal hound. He dared Carr to take the bait. Gillian couldn't believe it. How did a highborn noble learn such a gritty underground tradition? In their world, dodging a Morana's challenge is basically social suicide. You either fight or forfeit your honor. Carr lost it laughing like a maniac. He mocked the bold little lord trying to play mercenary. He told his crew to humiliate the brat. The mercenaries erupted in mocking laughter. Tension peaked as they moved outside. Their wrists were shackled and cold steel was drawn. Carr tossed his coat aside. His men howled for blood, itching to see the noble silenced forever. The captain assumed Ghislain was just acting tough, relying on some half-baked rumors. "No running now," he sneered, yanking Ghislain close with terrifying confidence. He bragged about surviving 5 of these duels, but Ghislain didn't flinch, standing his ground. Ghislain pulled back, his eyes cold and superior. He'd survived this hell over 100 times. Carr froze, his jaw hitting the floor. Then the signal dropped. They charged like predators. Daggers hissed through the air. Steel flashed as they danced on the edge of a blade. Death missed by a fraction of an inch. Ghislain pivoted with raw power, but Carr held firm. The captain dragged him forward, aiming a lethal strike at his spine. Ghislain parried every blow. Blind to the blade, he sensed the danger, ducking just in time to launch a counter-assault. Carr slipped away, delivering a bone-shattering kick to Ghislain's leg. The impact was massive. Not bad for a noble, Carr admitted. But he still didn't buy the 100 duel story. Most legends don't even survive 1 Morana's recognition. 100 pure fiction. Carr lunged again, telling him to make his lies more believable. He smothered Ghislain with attacks, leaving 0 room to breathe. The Cerberus crew loved the show. They screamed for the kill. Gillian's eyes burned with rage at their bloodlust. The crowd went silent under his gaze. But Gillian knew the math wasn't adding up. The arena was a coffin-sized circle. No mana meant pure, unadulterated physical violence. Carr had the reach and the bulk. Bound together, every movement was a desperate struggle. Ghislain was barely keeping his head above water, struggling to deflect the captain's relentless pressure. Carr was dominating the flow. Seeing his master sink, Gillian gripped his axe, ready to snap. If things went south, he'd end it. Suddenly, Carr pinned Ghislain's arm, swinging for the heart. Ghislain leaped, flipping to safety. But as his boots hit the dirt, reality set in. His leg was screaming. That earlier block was starting to take its toll. Without mana to shield him, the damage was piling up fast. Carr caught the flicker of pain. Turning pale already, he taunted, sensing the end. His strikes became a blur of violence. To Carr, Ghislain looked like a wounded animal, desperately clinging to life. He hated the kid, but he couldn't deny one thing. This noble had more spine than any blue blood he'd ever met. Still, Carr was sure he'd won. He figured Ghislain was just trying to tank the damage and wait for an opening. But in a mana-free zone, your body can only take so much punishment. Every blow was a ticking time bomb. Carr could see the fatigue finally wrecking Ghislain's legs. It was written all over his face. The captain smirked, savoring every second of Ghislain's desperate struggle. This was the only way he could truly enjoy the hunt. He spun his blade and lunged forward. Carr closed the distance and aimed a lethal strike at his throat. Ghislain narrowly dipped to survive. He countered from below, but Carr parried the blow, pinning him down with overwhelming weight. Ghislain blocked with his shattered leg, his face contorting in agony. Carr was certain victory was his. He raised his blade to end it. His crew roared in excitement while Jillian reached for his axe. He had to save him. But Ghislain just smiled, vanishing into a low crouch that left Carr shocked. From that impossible angle, Ghislain launched himself forward, slicing deep into the captain's ribs. The arena went silent. The mercenaries and Jillian stood frozen, unable to process what they just saw. Blinded by fury, Carr charged again. Ghislain skillfully slipped under his guard, carving another wound across his chest. The mercenaries were reeling. How was their invincible captain getting dismantled by this kid? Just moments ago, Carr was throwing him around like a rag doll. They screamed for him to get serious. Jillian watched in awe of his master's movements. Carr swung a desperate heavy blow at Ghislain's head. Ghislain ducked again, then exploded upward, slamming his shoulder directly into the captain's jaw. He tightened his fist and unloaded a barrage of brutal strikes onto Carr's face. Ghislain reversed his grip and drove the dagger through Carr's hand. The captain didn't even make a sound. He just attacked with more ferocity, but Ghislain dodged effortlessly. Carr couldn't understand his own failure. He was sure Ghislain was barely hanging on just a few seconds ago. Jillian finally saw the truth. Relying on raw power makes the muscles stiff and the body rigid. By trying to crush Ghislain with pure pressure, Carr had completely sacrificed his own flexibility. Ghislain didn't fight the force. He relaxed and let the captain's momentum create his own flow. Jillian never expected his master to conquer such a massive size gap. He lowered his weapon. Carr was wheezing for air. His men jeered, telling him to stop playing around and finish it. Ghislain actually praised the man's resolve. Most would have cheated and used mana by now. Carr chuckled. This noble talked like a veteran who had survived 100 bloody wars. That grit is how I became captain, Carr replied. He knew exactly what it took to survive. Mercenaries who break the code don't last long. Ghislain smiled, clearly respecting the man's spirit. I like your style, he said. Carr admitted a head-on clash was no longer an option. With a grimace, he reminded Ghislain that raw power wasn't the only path to a win. Under Marana's rules, a single foot stepping outside the circle meant an automatic defeat. Carr suddenly lunged, grabbing Ghislain and hoisting him up to hurl him from the ring. He was sure this toss would end the duel. But before Ghislain's feet could touch the dirt, he clamped onto Carr's arm like a vice, using his knees to kill the momentum. He used the captain's own massive frame for leverage, pulling the giant toward the edge. Carr never saw it coming. Ghislain scaled his body and locked his arm around his throat. The moment he took his back, he slammed Carr's head directly into the ground outside the line. Carr fumed at his defeat. Ghislain gave a gentle smile, declaring his victory as the captain turned. He demanded to know who Ghislain really was. No ordinary noble could possess such lethal skill. With an ice-cold gaze, Ghislain told him to fix his attitude. He was talking to his master. Ghislain hauled him up. The dazed captain asked what more he could possibly want. He claimed the fight was over, but Ghislain disagreed. He hadn't left the circle yet. Carr froze in confusion. Ghislain balled his fist, stating it was time to discipline his new subordinate. A massive punch exploded against the captain's face, flooring him. Carr begged him to wait. He argued that the match ended at the line, but Ghislain just answered with another heavy fist. Are you really preaching battlefield ethics to me right now, he spat, calling the man a total bastard. With a piercing glare, he barked that such dishonorable behavior was beneath a true noble. Shut your mouth when speaking to your superior, Ghislain growled, silencing Carr's insults with a brutal right hook. Relentless Ghislain rained down blows until his knuckles were stained crimson with the captain's blood. The mercenaries fumed. They expected the MC to honor the bet and release their captain after winning. As Carr whimpered for mercy, Ghislain hauled him up, his eyes colder than ice. We're not done. You're still inside the circle, he hissed, leaving the mangled, swollen-faced Carr trembling in terror. Desperate Carr shrieked at his men to intervene and slaughter Ghislain on the spot. Blades hissed from sheaths, but before the crowd froze instantly. Jillian's voice dropped to a chilling, lethal edge. Any soul interfering with his master's justice would be erased. He wasn't bluffing. Kair stood paralyzed by the carnage. Shaking like a leaf, he faced his new lord. Finished, Ghislain asked. Before Kair could blink, a fist eclipsed his vision. He'd royally screwed up. The impact sent him reeling. Every noble he'd known was a pathetic loser. Just arrogant, narcissistic pigs who only cared about themselves. Cheap threats usually worked. Fleecing those silver-spooned idiots was Kair's favorite pastime. That ruthlessness earned him the Mad Dog moniker. But today, this Mad Dog was getting humbled by a brat he'd underestimated. His crew watched in horror. Their captain was broken, but nobody dared move. Ghislaine coldly inspected the damage. Was that enough? Quit staring, he barked, demanding water bandages and a towel. The mercs blinked in confusion. Ghislaine warned that their captain's life was fading fast. Move or he dies. Panicked, the men scrambled to obey his command. Jillian observed silently. The wild mercenaries were actually following his master's lead. In their world, strength is law. Ghislaine was carving his authority into their souls. He used the only language they understood, pure dominance. He was the boss. Later, a bandaged Kayer sat slumped. Ghislaine slapped a contract onto the table. Sign it. Kayer locked eyes with Ghislaine, realizing resistance was utterly futile now. He scribbled his name and handed it over. But Ghislaine's gaze remained terrifyingly cold. Come again, Ghislaine pressured. The captain's bravado vanished as he stammered a response. He vowed his loyalty. When Ghislaine reached out, Kayer flinched, fearing another blow. We're family now, Ghislaine smiled. Let's make this partnership work, shall we? Days later, a fresh batch of mercenaries gathered on Perdium's rugged outskirts. A bored merc yawned, questioning why they'd been summoned at such an ungodly hour. A shield-bearing tank whispered rumors about their mysterious new employer. It was the young lord himself. Just a silver-spooned brat, one man scoffed. He figured Ghislaine couldn't lead a parade. This seemed like easy money. A massive, shirtless brute clapped his hands, demanding the attention of the group. We need a leader to keep that brat in check, the giant roared. Meet Gordon the Muscle. He grinned, savoring the chance to flex his influence. Exactly, he said. He'd watched them all, scheming for high pay and low effort. If we don't present a united front, we're getting nothing, he warned them. The mercs nodded. They remembered how one rogue idiot's greed once ruined everything. Gordon stepped up. It's all about leverage, he explained with a sly, knowing smirk. He rattled a bag of gold. He planned to squeeze the employer for every penny. Pay your rep, he demanded. The mercs agreed. Gordon was the perfect intimidating frontman. His massive frame was built for extortion. Nobody would dare say no to him. Unexpectedly smart for a meathead, they joked, impressed by his predatory business sense. As the gold piled up, a scout hissed incoming someone's approaching the camp. Necks craned. Ghislaine was galloping toward them, a lone figure against the horizon. Riding solo. Poor kid's gonna bolt once he sees Gordon's gains, someone laughed. Gather round, Gordon grinned. Let's give our little lord a terrifying welcome. It was time for a reality check. But before Gordon could make his move, he froze. Ghislaine wasn't alone. Jillian and the legendary Siberius crew were there. Those helmets, a merc gasped. That's the Siberius unit. We're in deep trouble. Gordon stood frozen, his mind racing. How on earth did Ghislaine tame those savage, crazy dogs? As Ghislaine approached, the mercenaries instinctively recoiled. He locked eyes with Gordon, asking if he was the leader. Trembling slightly, Gordon nodded. When Ghislaine pressed for a name, the man blurted out Gordon the Muscle. Ghislaine chuckled at the unique title. He gave Gordon a friendly chest tap, praising his badass name. Formally introducing himself as Perdium's young lord, Ghislaine's gaze turned icy as he ordered the mercenaries to assemble. He declared the start of the Forest of Beasts expedition while Belinda meticulously strapped on his battle armor. The stage was set. With the base established and resources gathered, the mission was finally ready to launch. With the troops secured, Ghislaine turned to Belinda, practically pleading for one final, precise headcount. Complying, the maid confirmed 148 mercenaries were recruited through official channels. Adding the 41 Siberius warriors he brought, their combined force reached 192 men. Praising her efficiency, Ghislaine checked if Skovan was in the loop. Belinda confirmed the message was delivered. She'd expected Skovan to protest, but instead the knight provided cover to ensure they moved undetected. As the post commander, he knew silence was vital for their stealthy entry into the deadly woods. Assuring Ghislaine he could trust the knight, Belinda's words brought a confident smirk to her master's face. Feeling revitalized, Ghislaine stepped forward, commanding the mercenaries to fall into a perfect formation. Gesturing toward the horizon, he addressed the rumors surrounding the untamed territory that lay before them. He warned of the forest's lethal reputation, crawling with grotesque monsters and invisible lurking horrors. Despite the unimaginable nightmares hidden within Ghislaine's resolve to conquer the woods, remained unshakable. His declaration sent a wave of sheer terror through the mercenaries. The Forest of Beasts was suicide. Murmurs of dissent broke out. No one told them they were heading into a literal death trap. Belinda silenced the chatter instantly. Ghislaine then offered a final chance for any cowards to leave now. He dropped a bombshell: triple pay for everyone if they successfully claimed the forest. Jaws dropped. The massive payday was intoxicating. Panicked, Belinda leaned in close to her master. "Have you lost your mind?" she hissed, reminding him that their coffers were already bone dry from prep. Every penny was gone. Yet Ghislaine just winked, calling it the ultimate tactic for boosting morale. He knew the mission's success would yield enough gold to pay them and still build an empire. He asked Belinda for her trust. Sighing, the maid admitted she was already too deep to turn back. She had no choice. Nearby, Carr muttered to Gillian that their master had officially lost his marbles. Questioning how he'd deliver, Carr couldn't help but admire the kid's absolute audacity. Gillian countered, insisting Ghislain always had an ace hidden. Ghislain then officially dubbed them the Expedition Team. "Move out," he barked. Soon the rhythmic thud of axes echoed as they began carving through the woods. Everyone swung away, Ghislain included. After felling a massive trunk, he wiped his brow and glanced upward. A sense of relief washed over him, as golden sunlight finally pierced through the dense, gloomy canopy. Raising a hand, he directed the men to push forward, carving a path through the overgrown wild. He ordered them to process the timber into logs and load them onto the awaiting carriages immediately. Idle hands were put to work digging out stubborn stumps to clear a smooth road ahead. Armed with knowledge from his past life's journals, Ghislain knew this forest was an endless green labyrinth. He envisioned a future where the monsters were purged, and these vast resources belonged to him. But dreams could wait. He needed cold hard cash now. The priority was finding the fastest path. Locating the runestone vein was crucial. That wealth was his only weapon against the looming conspiracy. Perdium's fate hung in the balance. Carr watched baffled by their noble employer's hands-on approach. A mercenary scoffed, claiming the kid was just performing a noble's act of dignity. A helmeted soldier sneered, calling it a charade. He predicted Ghislain would quit within the hour. "Shut it and work," Belinda barked, causing the men to scramble back to their labor instantly. Fuming at their disrespect, the loyal maid hurried to her master's side. Belinda questioned why he'd endure the hassle of hiring mercenaries, only to handle the grueling labor himself. She warned that his men were losing respect because he was acting like a common laborer. Ghislain brushed it off, insisting that extra hands meant the exhausting work would finish much faster. Lingering here was dangerous, so Belinda reluctantly accepted her master's grim logical explanation. "You speak as if the future is already written," she whispered, while Carr watched them with a smirk. He scoffed at his employer's luck having a lady worry while he marched straight into a living hell. Ghislain silenced him with a heavy log. Carr snarled, asking if he actually wanted to fight right now. After seizing the throne, the Delane Duchy launched a massive expansion into the cursed forest of beasts. Our protagonist still couldn't fathom why the Duke targeted this god-forsaken wilderness for development. Luckily, he'd secured a secret journal detailing every resource and lethal predator lurking in the shadows. Armed with that forbidden knowledge, Ghislain felt somewhat ready for the nightmare ahead. The sellswords questioned the 100 oil lamps, thinking cheap torches were enough for the night. The eerie silence chilled Ghislain's blood. Reading about this horror was nothing compared to living it. "Keep your guard up," he barked, sensing the forest's suffocating grip tighten as they pushed deeper. As the axes swung, one man shivered, wondering why pitch-black darkness had swallowed them so early. "Still no monsters," another mercenary joked, a cocky grin plastered across his face. Despite the legends, his partner agreed, laughing off the forest's deadly reputation as a mere rumor. They boasted that the mission was a breeze, even without Gordon lifting a single finger. One sellsword even felt guilty for pocketing triple pay for such a simple, easy stroll. Mid-laugh, a bald brute slammed Gordon's back, while the poor guy struggled with a massive log. "Refund my money," he demanded. But Gordon froze, sensing a shift in the stagnant air. He reminded them of the clear path they'd carved. "Then why," Gordon whispered, "is the way back blocked?" The mercenaries froze in terror. Ghislain's voice cut through the fog like a sharp blade. "Watch yourselves," he roared. Instantly, the veterans drew their steel, the atmosphere turning icy cold. The laughter died instantly. Panic surged as they realized the forest itself had begun to change. Ghislain locked eyes with Gordon. "Retreat slowly, or you're a dead man," he commanded. Gordon obeyed, but as he backed away, he slammed into a trunk and hit the dirt. The group braced for an attack, cursing his clumsiness. Gordon scrambled up, looking for the threat, but nothing happened. The forest remained still, leaving the mercenaries baffled and on edge. The bald man sneered, mocking Ghislain's paranoia. "Relax, our boss is just seeing ghosts." He insisted the blocked path was just a trick of the repetitive, dense scenery. "Forest of beasts," he laughed. "It's just a bunch of overgrown weeds and scary fairy tales." Ghislain didn't blink. "Get back here now," he ordered with cold intensity, "unless you want to die." Annoyed, the man scoffed, accusing our hero of trying to manufacture a cheap, scary atmosphere. He claimed it was all just an intimidation tactic. Then emerald vines lunged from the gloom. Before he could react, the man was snatched and hauled into the canopy above. High above, a jagged maw waited. With a sickening crunch, the monster swallowed him whole. This predator had zero presence, a silent killer that struck without a single hint of movement. Suddenly, the massive tree opened a single ancient eye. Ghislain gasped. A Darasant. Dozens of Darasants emerged surrounding the camp. The mercenaries' bravado shattered as they turned to flee. Terror took over. But before they could escape, the monsters unleashed a storm of vines. Men were snatched into hungry maws, but Gordon desperately clung to a nearby tree trunk. He shrieked for help. A comrade rushed over, axe raised high. "Hang on tight." The blade struck the vine with full force, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Instead, the steel began to shatter. The man stared in horror at his ruined weapon. Just as the beast snatched Gordon, the giant let out a blood-curdling scream. Before he was hoisted up, Ghislain, intercepted from above, cloaking his blade in mana, he struck the vine, severing it with one clean blow. Mid-air, he pivoted, slashing directly across the monster's eye. A violent fountain of dark blood erupted. The mercenaries stood frozen, shocked to see their employer actually wound the forest nightmare. It seemed the Darascent's eyes were their true Achilles' heel. Ghislain took a sharp, steadying breath. Roaring over the chaos, he commanded the paralyzed mercenaries to snap out of it. His voice cut through their fear. He warned that scattering would only turn them into easy prey. Shields up, tighten the formation, he barked, ensuring no more vines could snatch his men away. He ordered them to hold their defense until his next command. The squad immediately snapped into position. "I'm not dying in this hellhole," one soldier growled. Meanwhile, Ghislain rushed toward the carriage. He checked with Kyle about the oil lamps. The captain confirmed they were ready. "Light them up," Ghislain ordered. "Toss them and burn these things to ash." Kyle finally realized why his master brought so many lamps. "They're targeting us," a scout yelled. Ghislain didn't hesitate. "Launch the lamps now." Kyle and his team began hurling the firebombs. However, the monsters weren't going down that easily. Their whip-like vines intercepted the lamps mid-air, smashing them before they could even ignite. Kyle gasped as the lamps were swatted aside like flies. His subordinate realized fire wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, a vine lunged at them, but before it hit, Jillian leaped into the fray, blocking the strike. His axe shredded the wood. Nearby, Belinda unleashed a flurry of knives directly at the beast's eyes. Ghislain tasked Gillian and Belinda with guarding the mercenaries while prepping the remaining fire supply. Raising his blade, our hero stepped forward. "I'll be the bait," he declared. Instantly, the Darascent lashed out at him. Belinda screamed out in terror for her master. "Watch out," she cried. Ghislain's blade danced, slicing the vines into kindling as more joined the assault. He dodged the barrage like a shadow. Suddenly, a massive wooden leg loomed over to crush him. The mercenaries were stunned. These weren't just trees, they had functional monstrous limbs. They braced for his death, but Ghislain's mana-infused blade carved straight through the creature's leg instead. He vaulted up, plunging his steel into its eye. Every monster now locked their sights onto him. "Now, throw, everything," Belinda shrieked. The Cerberus unit didn't hesitate this time. Fire rained down. The lamps shattered, and the Darascents let out blood-curdling screeches of pure agony. As the flames took hold, the men cheered. "Don't stop, keep 'em coming," Ghislain commanded. "Incinerate them all," he shouted. Fire began to consume the monster's massive wooden frames. The soldiers watched in disbelief. They were actually winning against these legendary forest titans. "We're gonna torch the whole woods," someone joked. Gordon scoffed, though his hands were still shaking. "Told ya, fire beats wood," Gordon blustered. Ghislain narrowed his eyes. "Don't get cocky yet. It's not over," he warned. The group froze as his expression turned deadly serious. "Behold their true form," he whispered. Suddenly, thick plumes of steam hissed into the surroundings. Confusion spread through the ranks. Was the fire already dying out? Belinda and Jillian rushed to Ghislain's side. "Master, what's happening?" she asked urgently. "The bark burns easily," he explained, "but the moist core inside is a different story. The fire is hitting the wet flesh, creating that intense, blinding steam." The mist cleared, revealing something far more terrifying. The Darascents shrieked a haunting war cry. The squad's jaws dropped. These things were still alive after that total inferno. Ghislain raised his blade high. "Ready yourselves, it's time for close-quarters combat." "Charge," he roared, leading the suicidal assault straight into the heart of the monsters. The mercenaries watched in horror as Ghislain sprinted toward the giants. Was he insane? Melee combat against those behemoths. It sounded like a guaranteed death sentence. Crush them into the dirt. While Gordon's crew hesitated, the Cerberus mercenaries and their captain lunged into the fray. They'd been itching for a fight. Pure adrenaline fueled the squad as Belinda rushed to her master's side. Jillian turned to Gordon, demanding to know why they were stalling. With a cold gaze, he reminded them of Ghislain's absolute command. He urged the sellswords to put their faith in our MC. Right then, Ghislain's blade sliced through a Daruscent. Jillian's words hit them hard. Stunned but resolute, they chose to back their boss, betting everything on the hope that Ghislain had a master plan. Gordon rallied his team, shouting for them to trust the man in charge. In unison, they hoisted their steel and roared into battle. Ghislain leveled his blade at the beastly horde, announcing a crucial secret. Their armor was scorched away, meaning even physical strikes could kill them. "Don't back down," he commanded fiercely. These Daruscents were now just oversized practice targets. Without missing a beat, the mercenaries swarmed the monsters following his lead. Carr was absolutely vibing in the carnage, while Belinda and Jillian tore through the ranks. The squad was relentless, hacking down every beast that dared to close in on them. Ghislain knew that doubt meant a death sentence. His job was to purge every ounce of fear from his men's hearts. In a flash, he drove his steel deep into a Darascent's throat, ripping it open in one brutal motion. Our MC needed to prove that the impossible was just a challenge. He was forging them into an elite unit. As his kill slammed into the dirt, the mercenaries finally took a breath and scanned the area. Silence fell. Every monster was dead. They couldn't believe they'd survived. Ghislain immediately barked for them to fall in. They snapped to attention instantly. Our boy gestured at the carnage, showing them the brutal truth of the forest, of beasts. They were only at the gates, yet the air was already thick with the stench of death. They were surrounded by monsters. Fear began to creep in, but Ghislain shut it down with a calm assurance. "I'll be your shield at the front." He locked eyes with them, demanding their total trust and loyalty. No boss had ever stood for them like this. Deeply moved, they swore to follow him into hell itself. The trek continued through a gauntlet of beasts. Carr was having the absolute time of his life. From savage orcs to bizarre crystal moles, they fought them all, while Belinda stayed glued to her master's side. Ancient avian terrors swooped down, but deeper in the woods, a massive, grotesque rat blocked their path. Panic flared among the ranks. This endless wave of monsters was draining their energy and crushing their spirits. Carr and Jillian stepped up. With a feral grin, Carr hacked off the rat's leg, making it shriek in agony. The beast collapsed with its jaws agape. As the massive corpse threatened to crush them, the mercenaries stood frozen. Jillian blurred into motion, slamming his shield into the beast's mouth. While it thrashed wildly on the forest floor, Gillian mounted the creature and ended it with a skull-piercing strike. "Anyone hurt?" Ghislain asked as the dust settled. The squad reported 0 casualties. They crowded around their leader, realizing that staying close to him was their only hope. "Survival means staying by your side," they muttered. Gillian noted to his master that the unit's formation was finally hardening. Carr chimed in, saying nothing beats the forge of real combat. "We've only just started," Ghislain reminded them, his eyes fixed on the treacherous path ahead. He ordered them to hack through the thicket. One exhausted mercenary watched his comrades work with a hollow gaze. Wheezing for air, he cursed under his breath. "This is madness," he whispered, convinced they'd all gone insane. Night in this forest was a nightmare. Finally, they reached a shimmering lake, and the men cheered at the sight. They bolted toward the shore, stunned by the crystal-clear water. But while they relaxed, Belinda remained on high alert. "Something's lurking under that surface," she warned Ghislain, her hand gripping her weapon. He knew their navigation was spot on. This lake was the vital landmark needed to find the runist. "Mine. Camp here," he commanded. "We rest tonight." The weary mercenaries didn't need to be told twice. Later that night, a few soldiers huddled together. "What are we even doing here?" one of them hissed. He couldn't wrap his head around the monster count at the gates. If the entrance was this bad, he dreaded what awaited them in the dark heart of the forest. Another mercenary nodded grimly, noting they were lucky to have survived the last 48 hours. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner, that same panicked soldier was whispering to Gordon's crew. "Let's bounce," he urged. "We need to desert now." A mercenary demanded an explanation from Maze, but the man simply turned to the crowd, insisting they stop risking their necks for mere gold. Just then, Gordon stepped in, reminding them how deep they'd ventured into the abyss. He pointed out that Ghislain had promised the goal was close. He assured the weary crew they were nearly there. Maze sneered at Gordon's blind faith, mocking him for trusting Perdium's most notorious villain. He claimed Ghislain was merely using them as pawns for his own glory. A scarred mercenary cut in, noting they'd already pocketed the coin. Orders were orders, for a professional. Besides, Gordon added, Ghislain had literally snatched them from death's door. Maze conceded that their leader could swing a sword, but chalked their survival up to luck. He warned that even heroes bleed, his lips curling into a sick, twisted grin. He hissed that Ghislain would toss them to the wolves once things got ugly. "Nobles are all the same," he spat, watching with glee as the men's resolve crumbled. Retreating solo was a death sentence given the beasts lurking in the shadows. He needed human bait. Eyepatch narrowed his eyes, asking if they'd even be alive without Ghislain's protection. Maze flinched as the veteran gestured toward the young master. "Look closely," he commanded. Ghislain was personally treating a wounded soldier with rare salve. "Keep it dry," Ghislain warned, "or infection will set in and rot the limb." The soldier thanked him profusely, just as Belinda whispered a concerned question to her master. She fretted over the cost, urging him to save the precious elixir for himself. "Healing is the only purpose of medicine," he replied, stunning Maze with his selflessness. Eyepatch scoffed at the traitor, pointing out that those potions were worth a fortune. Would a man waste such gold on mere meat shields? He challenged the coward. The crew nodded. Their leader was different. He would never leave a man behind. Fuming, Maze turned away. His plan to incite a mutiny was being utterly dismantled. That damn veteran made things impossible. Ghislain approached, silencing the murmurs of the group. "Save the talk and get some sleep," he ordered before pulling his inner circle aside. He needed a private word. Kay questioned if letting a snake like Maze roam free was a mistake, claiming he would have severed the man's lying tongue long ago. "Don't sweat it," Ghislain countered. "The surrounding monsters keep that coward on a tight leash. More pressing matters required his attention as the group moved to a secluded spot. Safely alone, Belinda pressed her master for the truth behind his strange request. Why count the lamps? Kay reported 24 remaining, but the numbers didn't add up. Lamps were vanishing. Ghislaine noted the relentless monster attacks had suddenly ceased entirely. For 48 hours, the woods had been eerily silent. Something was very wrong. Belinda's eyes widened in realization. Jillian stepped in to explain the terrifying truth. They had invaded the domain of a nocturnal apex predator that ruled these woods. Exactly, Ghislaine whispered, staring into the dark. The real nightmare has finally arrived. Later, Gordon settled against some timber, desperate for a few moments of shut-eye. A sudden glare jolted him awake. Bizarrely, his lantern was hovering in mid-air. Confused and terrified, he scrambled back as the laws of physics seemed to break. Suddenly, a multi-eyed horror lunged from the void, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Screams tore through the camp. Gordon swung his mace wildly, fighting off an invisible foe. His comrades rushed over but saw nothing. To them, he was swinging at thin air. "It was right here," he roared, but the mercenaries exchanged looks of pure confusion. The clearing was empty. Gordon stared into the void, his heart hammering in disbelief. The squad brushes off Gordon's panic as a bad dream, teasing him about his creepy sleepwalking habits. They're convinced that constant monster raids are just messing with his head. Gordon tries to defend himself, but no one's buying it yet. Suddenly, a Regressed Mercenary shuts them down. He claims he didn't just wake up from a dream, he felt something chillingly wrong. He watched a lamp vanish into thin air right before his eyes, and other mercs quickly back him up. Eerie laughter had echoed in the dark, and others witnessed the same impossible theft. One soldier steps forward, his face turning deathly serious as he demands to know what the hell is actually going on. He's certain something is lurking nearby. That's when Ghislaine speaks up, asking if the man truly saw past the monster's veil. Stunned to see our protagonist, the mercenary, listens as Ghislaine commands a full briefing. The scene transitions to the squad, huddling outside Ghislaine's tent. Both Gordon and the Regressed soldier are invited in to join the high-stakes council. Gordon's heart sinks when he learns they're already surrounded. The hooded man warns Ghislaine that these beasts are completely invisible to the human eye. Ghislaine calmly reveals that this terrifying invisibility is exactly what makes these creatures so deadly. They've been stalked ever since they hit the lakeside. These predators are the true night lords of this forest, the ultimate hunters who thrive in the absolute absence of light. Meet the Fallers. They literally fuse with the shadows, becoming one with the dark, to stay hidden from sight. Steel means nothing to them. Hundreds of these specters shadow their prey, systematically extinguishing every spark of light. Their game is simple: drag their victims into the pitch-black void before finishing them off for good. Panic flares. As the men realize hundreds of Fallers are closing in, Belinda finally connects the dots about why their lanterns have been vanishing one by one throughout the night. Ayer is visibly pissed, wondering if these freaks are just playing with their food before the final slaughter. He wants to go on the offensive immediately, urging our boy to strike before they're completely toyed with. But Ghislaine holds him back, insisting they must wait for the monsters to make the first move. That's when the counterstrike will be most lethal. Belinda interjects, pointing out they've already lost half their lights. Waiting feels like suicide, but Ghislaine warns that a reckless charge only fuels the Fallers' sadistic nature. They'll just retreat and come back even more aggressive later. If they mess this up, they lose their only shot at a total wipeout. Jillian is skeptical. How do you even kill hundreds of enemies you cannot even see? He questions how to fight an invisible army, but our boy just smirks, claiming he's got a plan. He checks with Belinda about the magic scrolls, and she confirms every mercenary is already armed with one. As Ghislaine begins outlining the battle strategy, the squad watches in stunned silence, ready for orders. Sketching a map in the dirt, he shows how a massive swarm of Fallers has them pinned from 3 sides. They're snatching lamps to slowly suffocate the camp and tighten the noose. Facing such overwhelming numbers makes a standard defense impossible, especially against these non-human threats. Ghislaine warns that they'll be crushed from the flanks if they try to fight a traditional head-on war. Jillian notes that having the lake at their backs at least prevents a total encirclement. By positioning themselves with water behind them, they've forced the monsters into a predictable path. Exactly. It looks like they're trapped, but Ghislaine assures them they actually hold the upper hand. They have the initiative. To pull this off, he orders them to split into 3 specialized tactical units. The frontline defenders will tank the hits, while the crossbowmen pin them down for the elite assault team. Ghislaine will lead the assault to finish the job. The main force will bunch up in the center to bait the monsters, allowing the assault unit to blitz them from the left flank with everything they've got. If they trap the swarm against the center, the battle is as good as won. Jillian sees the genius. Gordon is still doubtful, but Carr believes it can work if the center line holds the pressure. Suddenly, Belinda cuts in, bringing everyone back to the most terrifying reality of the situation. She reminds them that Ghislaine himself said these Fallers are completely immune to physical strikes. If they're just intangible shadows, how on earth are they supposed to actually kill them? All eyes locked onto Ghislaine. Kerr guessed mana was the key, but Ghislain told her not to sweat it. Flashing a confident smirk, he revealed their secret weapon magic scrolls. Night fell, as the defense squad formed a steel wall shields braced against the approaching nightmare. "Hold the line," one shouted, reminding the crew of their employer's strict orders. Panic flared as the final lamp died. The followers were here, and something worse followed. According to the Delane Chronicles, these shadow-dwelling followers shared one fatal weakness: pure light. Blinding radiance would strip away their camouflage. As that realization hit, Ghislain made his move. Ghislain hoisted his scroll and ripped it open, signaling the team to follow suit. Belinda and the crew obeyed. Dozens of First Circle Light scrolls were unleashed, launching pillars of pure energy into the heavens. An artificial sun ignited above them. The followers shrieked in agony as the brilliance burned them. The mercs watched in awe as the oppressive gloom vanished, revealing the horrors within the shadows. Nobody expected their stalkers to be these hideous eel-like abominations writhing in the glare. Exposed and desperate, the pack of followers suddenly lunged forward with primitive fury. As the monsters swarmed, the crossbowmen leveled their bolts, desperate to halt the incoming tide. "Hold the line at all costs," they cried, unleashing a rain of iron. Meanwhile, Ghislain unsheathed his blade. "Now you see them for what they are," he roared, coating his steel in blue mana before striking. Pointing his glowing blade at the foe, he ordered the assault squad to blitz. They charged like a thunderbolt. Steel met flesh as they shredded the monsters. Ghislain's heavy arc carved a path through the writhing mass. They were masters of shadow, but their physical forms were fragile. Ghislain knew he could butcher them easily. Leading the charge, he commanded his unit to harvest as many monster heads as possible. The squad surged past him. Jillian acted as the ultimate tank, soaking up every blow to keep aggro. While Kerr shattered their ranks, Belinda went for the kill, her knives whistling toward their skulls. With a shout to her master, she signaled the opening. Ghislain leaped his sword, tracing a deadly arc. Upon landing, his massive blade mowed down a dozen followers in a single devastating impact. This was the Praetorium's finest at work. While Ghislain cleared the front, his team moved with precision. The crossbowmen kept firing, but their bolts barely hindered the relentless, writhing swarm of eels. Numbers were against them. Fear gripped the archers as their quivers finally began to run dry. Where was the backup? Panic set in as the shadows closed in on their position. The followers were inches away from breaking the line when salvation finally arrived. The assault squad smashed into the flank. Ghislain nodded to the exhausted defenders, praising their grit. Gordon and his mercs breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing their employer meant they'd survive the night. Ghislain barked orders to expand the formation, trapping the followers in a lethal pincer movement. "Now the hunters become the prey," he declared. The mercenaries surged forward with newfound fury. A piercing shriek rang out as one follower signaled the others. Suddenly, the entire pack turned tail. The mercs froze in confusion. Ghislain hadn't expected these beasts to flee before the trap was set. These things were smarter than they looked. Ghislain immediately tasked Belinda with locating their commander. "Find the one with the horn," he commanded. "That's the signal caller." The hunt was officially on. Kerr questioned the chase, while Belinda suggested it might be safer to let them slink away. But Ghislain knew better. These followers were obsessive. A retreat now was just a temporary pause. They'd be back to haunt them tomorrow. Ghislain refused to give the monsters a second chance. A war of attrition would break them. He insisted they end this nightmare once and for all. "Kill the leader, and the pack crumbles," he explained. "Wipe out every single one of them." Belinda's eyes widened, then softened into a smile. Her master was growing into a true leader. Ready for action, she hooked a high branch with her rope, preparing for a tactical reposition. Vaulting into the canopy, she scanned the battlefield from above, searching for their elusive horned target. Belinda locked eyes with the Alpha, lashing her rope to bind the beast instantly. "Master, the target is secured." Mana exploded around Ghislain as he charged the beast, his blade flashing with lethal intent. A blur of godlike speed, he carved a bloody path through the horde toward his mark. He buried his steel in the leader's chest. As it thrashed, he coldly whispered, "Game over." He ripped the fowler apart, declaring the boss dead, before commanding his men to finish the slaughter. The mercs swarmed in, shouting that these monsters would regret ever hunting them in the shadows. Sir barked orders to strike, desperate not to be outshined by Jillian. Dawn finally breaks. Jillian slays the final beast, praising his squad for a hard-fought win. "Victory is ours." Blades held high, the men roared in triumph, barely believing they'd survived that hellish clash. Belinda rushed to Ghislain's side, checking for wounds, while Gillian nodded in respect to his master. "Good work, everyone," Ghislain said, tasking Belinda with a head count, while Kerr rallied the troops. He ordered a detail to help him and Jillian scatter the fowler carcasses around the perimeter. A confused Kerr questioned the plan's purpose, prompting Ghislain to drop some survival logic. The stench of these alpha predators would act as a warning to keep other beasts away. Standing at the food chain's peak, these corpses would turn the camp into a fortress. Clearly triggered, Sir squared up, challenging Jillian to settle their score right then and there. 10 days deep into the forest of beasts, the threat of the fowlers was finally extinguished. All lethal threats had been neutralized, leaving their planned route wide open for the expedition. Their objective was now in sight. It was finally time to harvest the runestones. Scanning the jagged peaks, Ghislain couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. Belinda delivered the report. 42 survivors from Seabarris remained ready for action. 126 contract mercs stood tall, though 3 souls had been lost to the woods. When Ghislain noted Seabarris's 0 casualties, Kerr smirked, reminding everyone why he's the captain. Ghislain questioned if the fallen were all from the contract group, but Belinda looked troubled. She couldn't be certain as the bodies of the missing trio were nowhere to be found. Sensing something was off, Gordon asked about Myas, only to be told he likely perished. With no corpse in sight, the man with the eye patch scoffed that Myas simply deserted them. Cut to the deserters. Myas and his 2 cowards were sprinting away from the camp's chaos. "Hear that? We would have been slaughtered if we stayed," one whispered, trembling from the distant echoes. As they tried to catch their breath, Myas snapped at them, calling them absolute idiots. "Focus, we need to vanish while those fools are busy dying," he hissed, eyes darting around. He urged them forward, but suddenly his companions froze, like statues paralyzed by sheer terror. Angrily, he demanded if they were deaf, only to see them pointing upward with shaking hands. Myas turned face to face with a nightmare so horrific, his brain couldn't even process the sight. A colossal serpent coiled atop the runestones, reigning over a massive mountain of bleached bones. The beast unhinged, its jaw spitting the mangled remains of Myas and his crew onto the pile. Back at the trail, the mercs were hacking through the brush, desperate to reach the end. Dreams of town kept them moving, working with a relentless drive that even Sir found impressive. They weren't even waiting for orders. These lazy bums had finally transformed into real warriors. Jillian threw some shade while Kerr asked Ghislain if he really planned on letting this talent go. Discarding them after one job seemed like a waste, but Ghislain told him not to sweat it. Toppling a massive tree, Ghislain revealed his true aim. These men were becoming his private army. Sure, mercs lacked discipline for war, but these men had evolved into something much more dangerous. The horrors of the forest had forged them, pushing their limits far beyond any average hired blade. To Ghislain, they were the perfect foundation for his rising empire. A masked scout reported to his captain that they'd successfully scattered the fallen remains. As they marched, Kerr gave Gazelle a solid nod for his hard work. Turning to Ghislain, he noted that their morbid trail was working like a charm. Not a single beast had crossed their path since leaving camp. Even lone stragglers were nowhere to be seen. But as Ghislain scanned the dense tree line, an icy chill crawled up his spine. He prayed his instincts were wrong. Suddenly, Belinda dropped from the canopy and hailed him. Ghislain asked for a status report. With a playful grin, Belinda confirmed she'd found it. The news hit Ghislain like a bolt. He immediately ordered his men to double their pace. The squad moved out instantly. Soon, a brilliant glow began piercing through the thick foliage. As they broke through the brush, the mercenaries stopped dead in their tracks. Their jaws hit the floor. Ghislain smirked, declaring this was the ultimate goal of their journey. They had finally reached it, the legendary high-grade runestone mine. Misty fog swirled around the site. Sayre gaped, unable to believe this forest hid such a fortune. Julian reminded him that his master never moves without a master plan. Belinda hugged our hero. She teased him about his secret intel. The crew stared, mesmerized by the glowing runestones before them. Most hunters wouldn't see this much wealth in a lifetime. They were going to be filthy rich. But as they dreamed of gold, a ghostly figure staggered out from the thick mist. He croaked that no one was leaving alive. Ghislain's internal alarms flared. It was Manas. "It's over," the dying man wheezed before collapsing. The mercenaries rushed forward to help their comrade. Ghislain blocked them with his blade, sensing a trap. He took a stance and unleashed a massive swing. The shockwave cleared the fog, revealing a gruesome graveyard of monster and human bones. The sheer scale of the carnage was terrifying. Kerr, Belinda, and Julian instantly drew their steel. They looked to our boy for a plan. Ghislain realized these runestones came with a deadly price. Judging by the bone piles, they had just walked into a high-tier predator's nest. Fresh corpses meant the killer was still lurking. The toxic rot had been masked by the mist. Ghislain cursed their luck. This situation was spiraling out of control faster than he liked. No records ever mentioned this mine being guarded. He turned back, screaming for everyone to get ready. Suddenly, a massive shadow shifted over the stones. A monstrous python revealed itself. The beast lunged. Ghislain ordered a full scatter before diving headfirst into the monster's snapping jaws. He vaulted over its head, slashing deep. Landing on its back, he flooded his blade with mana. He drove the shimmering steel into its skull, but the blade barely scratched its scales. Julian and Sayre watched in horror. Not even Ghislain's mana-enhanced strike could pierce that hide. Sayre had never seen armor this thick. The python thrashed, trying to crush Ghislain under its weight. Our hero leaped clear, but the snake immediately spat a stream of lethal venom mid-air. Ghislain sensed the deadly acidity. He spun using his cloak to tank the hit. The fabric melted instantly. Before he could recover, the python's tail whipped around like a thunderclap. Ghislain braced his sword, trying to parry the massive force. But the beast was on another level. It slammed him into the dirt. Belinda screamed his name as the snake began coiling around them. It was trying to crush the entire squad. Luckily, the three elites managed to pull the men back. They scrambled to regroup frantically, calling out for Ghislain through the chaos. Our boy stood amidst the bones, his senses finally clear. The bad feeling was gone, replaced by reality. He was staring at the undisputed king of this runestone mine, the blood python, a legendary monster he thought was impossible to encounter on this route. It should have been deeper in the forest. Now the odds of survival were looking grim. Fighting was suicide. Ghislain knew their only real option was a desperate retreat. Retreat wasn't an option. Our hero refused to back down, knowing every struggle thus far would be wasted if he gave up now. A blinding light erupted from his chest as he took a battle stance. The real fight was just beginning. He warned the beast to step aside, the weight of his world resting on his shoulders. Ghislain finally unleashed his third core. The blood python lunged with lethal intent. Ghislain intercepted the strike, carving a jagged wound into the monster's massive head. Before the serpent could recover, he sliced deep into its eye. Screaming in agony, the blood python lashed out. Its massive tail swung like a wrecking ball. Ghislain braced his sword, barely holding back the crushing weight of the beast. He shoved the tail back with raw strength. But the predator didn't stop launching a relentless barrage of savage strikes. The tail whipped around with terrifying speed. Ghislain parried every blow. Even when the odds are zero, some battles are mandatory. This was the true meaning of duty. Belinda and Julian watched breathlessly as their master fought for their very survival. Ghislain leaped, slashing the python's maw. He knew this was the ultimate test of his responsibility as a leader. He landed and took a stabilizing breath, locking eyes with the monster. The beast wasn't slowing down at all. The blood python showed no signs of weakness. This was a critical problem for our protagonist's dwindling mana. Keeping the third core active was a massive gamble. Ghislain realized his energy would hit zero before the beast fell. Just as despair set in, his team rushed forward to cover him. They formed a human wall against the monster. Belinda begged him to fall back to safety. She promised that they would hold the line against the serpent. Ghislain shocked them all by ordering a full retreat. Gordon stood frozen, unable to believe the command he just heard. Julian questioned his master's sanity, but Ghislain knew he couldn't guarantee their survival against such a colossal nightmare. He couldn't afford to lose them here. Belinda demanded his plan, but our hero was locked in on the kill. He declared he would end the monster himself. Belinda was baffled. She'd seen his power, but this was pure suicide. She couldn't understand why he was pushing himself to the brink. Suddenly, the python spat a torrent of lethal venom. Ghislain screamed for them to run. The mercenaries bolted, but they weren't running away, they were moving to protect him. They raised their shields, tanking the danger for their employer. Our boy was stunned by their sudden display of loyalty. The men begged him to let them fight. Their leader explained they'd never met a boss worth dying for until now. Gordon reminded him of how many times he'd saved their skins. They weren't about to leave him behind now. Seer joked about the treasure waiting for them. Belinda drew her blades, declaring that leaving him was absolutely impossible. She brandished her daggers with deadly intent. Julian promised to bait the python, creating a golden opportunity for Ghislain. Our hero was genuinely touched. With a smirk, Julian told Ghislain to trust them, just as they had trusted him. Ghislain warned them about the beast's armor-like scales and neurotoxins. Normal mana-infused blades would simply bounce off that crimson hide. One hit would be fatal. Belinda trembled, but Ghislain pointed out the weakness: the serpent's wounded eye and open gashes. He raised his blade, commanding the expedition team to make it back alive. The men roared their fierce agreement. The blood python charged. Ghislain struck the front, while Belinda and Carr executed a perfect pincer attack from the sides. Carr drove his weapon into the beast's open wound. The monster let out a bone-chilling shriek of pure agony. While it screamed, Julian slammed his axe onto its tail, pinning it down. Ghislain lunged, blinding the serpent's remaining eye. Our boy realized foresight wasn't a cheat code. Knowing the future didn't mean things would be easy, only action mattered. He refused to let tragedy strike. Julian and the mercenaries continued hammering the tail, keeping the monster grounded. The python hissed in pain, but the team didn't let up. They swarmed the beast, stabbing deep into its injuries. The serpent shook them off with a violent thrash, but Ghislain was already midair. He aimed for a lethal headshot. Somehow the monster sensed the threat. It opened its massive maw and swallowed our hero whole in one gulp. The team watched in absolute horror. But before the python could celebrate, a blade erupted through its skull. Ghislain sliced the monster's head wide open from the inside. He emerged from the maw drenched in venomous gore. He looked like a nightmare as he stood over the corpse. He declared himself the true future of Perdium. The scene shifts to the royal halls of Perdium Castle. We see Albert and Homer deep in conversation with Zwalter. Before the serpent could flinch, a blade pierced its skull. Ghislain's edge tore the monster's head apart with savage precision. Emerging from the snake's throat, he stood soaked in lethal venom. The team watched in total disbelief as he stepped forward. Declaring himself the heir of Perdium's legacy, we transition to the capital. There Albert and Homer confer with the powerful Zwalter. Albert's hand collided with the table, a thunderous crack echoing as he branded Ghislain a criminal before the Lord. It was unthinkable. The young heir had defied a direct paternal command just to vanish into those forbidden woods. Homer tried to de-escalate, but Albert snapped back, claiming Ghislain's wild nature was a disaster waiting to happen. He hissed that during the Count's long absence, the boy started acting like he already wore the crown. Homer urged restraint, noting that 2 entire weeks had slipped by since the initial incident occurred. They would have intercepted him long ago if Scovan hadn't sabotaged them with a pack of blatant lies. The administrator was baffled. Why would Scovan risk his entire career and status to shield a reckless rebel? Albert insisted the Count couldn't tolerate this defiance anymore. The boy needed a brutal lesson in discipline. Zwalter's patience was wearing thin, but the tension exploded when the knight captain suddenly stormed into the chamber. "You need to see this immediately," the captain urged, prompting a sharp, concerned glare from Zwalter. The words "Ghislain is back" sent a shockwave through the room as we cut to the main gates. Clad in commoner's threads, Ghislain strode toward the castle before the scene transitioned to the tense office meeting. A suffocating silence filled the room as every official, even his own father, burned him with icy, judgmental stares. "I'm back," Ghislain stated simply, only for the Count to bark that he never authorized those forest expeditions. After a hollow apology, the boy claimed it was a necessity, driving Homer's irritation through the roof. Randolph snarled that he had blatantly spat on his father's direct authority. He lectured that entering the Forest of Beasts was a death sentence and a high-tier felony against the crown. One wrong move could have triggered a monster stampede into their lands, yet Ghislain just coolly shrugged it off. "The borders are safe," he noted, his casual tone, making Homer and Randolph's blood boil with frustration. Stunned by his audacity, Albert barked at the boy, asking if he found their dire situation amusing. He conceded the forest stunt could be ignored since no catastrophe followed, but he wasn't finished yet. Slapping a document onto the desk, he challenged Ghislain to explain away the evidence laid before him. Seeing Count Rayfold's seal sent a chill down his spine, while Albert's face twisted with deep-seated unease. Word reached them that he'd blackmailed Amelia, shaking her down for 20,000 gold pieces through sheer intimidation. Those were Perdium's lifeblood funds, and now the Count was absolutely livid over the scandalous theft. Rayfold was severing all financial ties and terminating the engagement effective immediately as a direct consequence. The treasurer warned this would cripple the land, leaving Ghislain genuinely stunned by the letter's contents. Despite their rocky relationship, the letter looked terrifyingly authentic, proving Rayfold wasn't bluffing this time. He realized Amelia likely whispered poison into the Count's ear, orchestrating this entire political nightmare herself. The shocker, Amelia was actually desperate enough to shake hands with the devil just to take him down. Her petty revenge proved she was a true predator who would burn everything down to achieve her goals. He sensed that those assassins were just the appetizer for the chaos Amelia was cooking up next. Sadly, his leverage had evaporated. Leaking her secret pact with the Duke would achieve nothing now. Even outing her merchant guild Shadow Empire would likely be dismissed as the desperate ramblings of a fool. It dawned on him that a few minutes' delay would have left him permanently trapped within these walls. Time was a luxury he couldn't afford. Albert snapped at him, demanding an immediate response to the crisis. Homer stressed the urgency of their plight, insisting that every last gold coin had to be recovered immediately. Randolph pointed out that 20,000 gold could fund their entire night order for months of operations. Ghislain dropped a bombshell. He had already blown the entire fortune on developing that monster-infested forest. Dead silence gripped the room before Albert roared, asking if he'd truly squandered a fortune on a wasteland. With a curt apology, he admitted he had zero defense regarding the mess with the Rayfold family. Randolph seized Ghislain's collar, screaming that as the heir, he was behaving like an utterly brainless brat. He couldn't fathom how the boy had traded their future for dirt. Homer's voice turned dangerously cold. "You're no lord, just a common criminal," Homer spat, ordering Randolph to drag him to the dungeons. "Relax," Ghislain smirked, promising that not only would he provide the funds, but he'd throw in a bonus. "Explain the 20,000 gold," the Count demanded. Our boy just smirked and called for Belinda. Belinda entered, clutching a mysterious wooden chest. Ghislain coolly stated he wouldn't even begin development without bringing back a massive haul. Belinda flipped the lid, revealing glowing runes to the stunned officials. "Behold S-rank runestones," Ghislain declared. Albert's jaw hit the floor as he stared at the shimmering gems. Homer gripped a stone, trembling. "Where on earth did you find something this legendary?" he stammered. Randolph guessed the gold went into these stones. But Ghislain was about to drop a truth bomb. "We harvested these from the Forest of Beasts," he revealed. Albert knew they were worth a fortune. "Even this won't save our economy," Albert sighed. Ghislain just grinned. "Oh, we're just getting started." He led the high-ranking officials straight to his base camp at the edge of the deadly forest. There it was, the massive blood python carcass, surrounded by mountains of runestones and a hustling mercenary crew. The men worked with surgical precision, protecting every gem while systematically dismantling the monster remains. Homer stood frozen. He couldn't wrap his head around how Gislin's team pulled this off so fast. This haul in just 2 weeks. Homer, tell me I'm not hallucinating right now, Randolph whispered. Is this really all from one trip? The Count asked, dazed. Belinda gave a sharp, proud nod. Gislin commanded the entire raid, she confirmed. We even secured the rare inner hide, he added coolly. He listed off high-tier Python loot, then pointed to the piles. And these stones, just a fraction. This is nothing compared to the mine's potential, he explained. My goal was simple, save our land. Every coin earned goes back into Perdium. Albert turned to the Count, his eyes wide with realization. With this loot, our financial crisis is history. We don't need outside help anymore, Albert gasped. And that's a conservative guess, he added. Homer and Randolph stood there completely shell-shocked by the wealth. They clapped Gislin on the back. Incredible work, Kid Randolph praised. You must be absolutely exhausted. Anything you need, just ask, Homer offered. But Gislin already had a master plan in motion. I have conditions for this funding, Gislin stated. Randolph blinked, taken aback by the sudden shift. First, free Scovan and Ricardo. They were only executing my commands, he demanded with authority. Second, keep the Forest of Beasts strictly off-limits to civilians, he ordered, his voice dead serious. Loose lips sink ships, and we don't need drama, he warned. Homer nodded, finding it perfectly logical. Finally, I handle all military recruitment and management personally, Gislin declared, setting his final terms. Red tape slows me down. I need total autonomy over troop movements to be effective, he explained. A private army, are you insane? The administrator barked. Randolph was immediately ready to shut it down. We can't trust your motives, they hissed. But Albert stepped in, sensing a massive misunderstanding. Listen, kid, you're supposed to be asking for mercy, not making demands, Albert reminded him sharply. You're acting like you own the place and we're just in your way, he added, eyes narrowing. You've got it wrong, Gislin countered calmly. I'm just setting the stage for Perdium's total revival. He was replacing Rayfold's backing with his own massive wealth, and that required absolute control. Petty bureaucracy will only bleed our profits dry, he argued. Efficiency is the key to our survival. Are you in or out? He asked the treasurer. Albert pivoted to the Count, begging for intervention. We're gambling with our territory's future here, Albert cried. The Count remained silent, observing the chaos. Suddenly, Keir and Jillian stepped forward, their presence commanding respect, as they approached their leader. Shipment's nearly ready, boss, Gillian reported. Just give us the green light and we move out. We're on standby, he added. Keir confirmed the monster hides were secured and ready for transport. No preservatives yet, Keir noted. What's the play for the blood python carcass, Captain? Strip it down, Gislin commanded. Separate the venom, blood, and meat before they lose their potency. Preserve every scrap to prevent rot, he ordered. Keir gave a sharp salute. Understood. The Count pulled Randolph aside. These warriors, each one of them is a walking powerhouse, Randolph whispered. Their aura was suffocating, an elite squad unlike anything he'd seen. How did he tame these monsters? Zwalter approached his son, beaming. Commanding such savage warriors so loyally. You've truly surpassed my expectations, son. Gislin's sheer grind finally paid off, with Zwalter admitting the mission would have tanked without him. Upon hearing this, the Count pivoted, ordering his officials back to the fortress immediately. Before departing, Zwalter gave Gislin a final warning, granting him a rare pass for this defiance. He told the boy to prepare for the fallout if he ever crossed the line again. Gislin offered a tense smile, while his father reminded him of his heavy burden as heir. Zwalter noted that his son finally possessed the fierce spirit of the legendary Northern Wolf. That title belonged to Zwalter himself, the lone shield guarding the brutal Lithania frontier. He ruled a penniless territory with a crumbling army trapped in a cycle of endless war. The Count sacrificed everything, family and comfort, just to keep the border from collapsing into ruin. In another timeline, he died, unmourned and forgotten, but now Belinda rushed to Gislin's side. She asked if they were heading home, but Gislin wasn't ready to play it safe yet. He ordered her to pack everything for an immediate departure, leaving Belinda completely stunned. She begged him to stop, insisting his overworked body was at its absolute breaking point. Surviving that python was a miracle, and she'd barely managed to purge the lethal venom. Gislin just nudged her shoulder, his eyes pleading with her to follow his lead. He knew the secret of the runestones would leak soon and the vultures would follow. Enemies were already circling, so he needed to stockpile power before the real storm hit. His goal was to reach a level where no one would ever dare challenge his authority. But suddenly, reality caught up. Gislin's vision blurred, and he collapsed, sending everyone into a panic. Elsewhere, a messenger dove reached a dark throne, carrying a scroll sealed with dangerous secrets. The man read the report, confirming that the deadly Forest of Beasts was finally being conquered. The order was clear: provoke the Dard family, and wipe Perdium off the map forever. The ducal house was finally making their move, demanding the total annihilation of their rivals. His advisors whispered that it was time to leave Perdium leaderless and ripe for the taking. They believed the High Duke would soon appoint a puppet ruler once the dust settled. The man on the throne leaned forward, demanding a status report on their internal spies. A subordinate reported that 2 moles and 1 elite knight were still embedded within Perdium. He ordered the retainers to the Dard lands, using the young lord's death as the perfect pretext. With a gaze as cold as ice, the Count prepared to ignite a devastating war. He appointed Victor as the lead commander, a move that left the entire room speechless. Victor was their ultimate trump card, and no one expected him to be played so early. They grumbled that if Frank hadn't fumbled the bag, Perdium would already be under their boots. Others worried that Victor was overkill, fearing they were revealing their hand way too soon. They'd played the long game with caution, so this sudden escalation felt dangerously reckless. It was suspicious that the secretive ducal house was suddenly stepping into the light for Perdium. The Count revealed it was all because of the forest, silencing the room's mounting doubts. These were Duke Delane's direct orders, and questioning them was essentially a death wish. Meet Count Harold Desmond, the man currently orchestrating the downfall of an entire region. Lord Desmond stood up, demanding his men identify anyone else who knew their secret plan. Meanwhile, Amelia was losing it, her screams echoing as she clung to Bernoff for support. She was fuming because Ghislain had snatched a runestone mine using her own 20,000 gold. The Wildcats failed to kill him, and even her pleas to her father had backfired. She felt like a total clown after groveling for nothing, while Perdium grew even stronger. Bernoff tried to ground her, noting she was letting her emotions cloud her usual killer instinct. Amelia took a jagged breath and chilled, realizing that what's done is done. Bernoff stood ready, awaiting her command. Amelia stepped toward the map, her eyes fixed on Perdium. Their debt is history now that they've secured that runestone, Bernoff noted, suggesting a victory celebration was in order. But Amelia shut him down. It was far too soon for cheers when the real hurdle remained. Those stones haven't hit the market yet. As Bernoff's jaw dropped, Amelia dropped a bombshell about her secret intel. They grabbed the loot just 2 days ago. There's no way they've built a solid supply chain that fast. We'll strike right at that gap, she smirked. Her target was obvious, and Bernoff finally saw his lady's lethal intent. She'd intercept the deal before a single coin changed hands. When he asked for the location, Amelia pointed it out. Only one buyer in the north fits Ghislain's greed. She knew exactly where our protagonist was headed. He's gunning for the legendary Crimson Magic Tower, ruled by a formidable 7th Circle Archmage. It's the North's absolute peak. To these mages, runestones are pure fuel for research. They're desperate to lock down every supply line. Amelia pinned the map, ordering Bernoff to prep the Wildcats for a bloody ambush. They'd haunt the main roads to the tower. But Ghislain isn't the mark this time. They're hunting the transporters. A lightning-fast hit-and-run would leave the cargo stranded and isolated from help. The deal dies here, and the stones become ours. Bernoff, however, had one lingering doubt. He reminded her of the Flame Magic Tower, another major player lurking in the frozen north. That tower sits in Brian's domain. Was it really smart to bet everything on the Crimson Tower? That's old news, Amelia scoffed. The Flame Tower has been rotting away, a mere shadow of its former self. They choked on their own pride and lost their throne. A money-hungry fox like Ghislain knows better. He won't settle for scraps at the Flame Tower when the Crimson deal offers a massive fortune. Her expression turned cold as she vowed to strip Ghislain of everything. Meanwhile, back at Perdium Castle, we find Ghislain battered and broken, buried under. We flash back to the nightmare. Ghislain is trapped within the crushing maw of the monstrous blood python. Apex predators like this beast don't wait. Digestion begins the instant its massive jaws snap shut. Corrosive venom floods the chamber, liquefying the prey to make the feast easier to swallow. Suddenly, Ghislain's third core erupts. His mana incinerates the acid before it can melt his flesh. Yet the air turns into a poison cloud. One breath means instant death or eternal slumber for any victim. Clinging to consciousness, Ghislain refuses to let his journey end in this disgusting gut. His men, his legacy, and the very future he is building, everything will vanish if he fails now. Trapped and dying, our hero makes a gamble. If he cannot escape the poison, he will consume it. He channels the lethal toxins into his core, hoping his mana's rotation can neutralize the rot. Focusing with razor-sharp precision, he manipulates the energy, a feat reserved only for those beyond human limits. Ghislain isn't just surviving. He is refining the venom into a high-octane fuel to supercharge his strength. Ready for a mana-shattering blast, he strikes. Suddenly, our boy's eyes snap open in the present. Waking up, he feels surprisingly light. Elena is right there, her face a mix of relief and worry. Surprise, Elena dives into a bone-crushing hug, crying that he has been unconscious for 2 whole days. She scolds him for vanishing without a word, only to return and collapse like a ghost. Stunned by the affection, Ghislain watches as Elena dashes off to find Belinda, her voice echoing. 2 days. He barely remembers staggering out of the python's carcass, with nothing but basic first aid. He planned to push through until the runestone was sold, but his youthful body reached its breaking point. Pushing himself off the mattress, he is shocked. Despite the suicidal overwork, he feels absolutely incredible. 48 hours should not be enough to heal those lethal wounds. Something feels very different. He rips off the bandages to find a hardened physique. His resilience and mana pool have spiked. Peering into his core, our boy realizes the very essence of his mana has completely mutated. Did the python's venomous essence fuse with his mana during that desperate neutralization process? This is uncharted territory. Even in his previous life, he never knew mana could evolve this way. Though he did not mean to gamble with death, the payoff is massive. But verification is needed. Growth is accelerating. Gislan grabs a fresh shirt knowing the runestone sale is now the top priority. With 2 days lost, rumors of the artifact have likely already spread like wildfire through the city. He heads for the mercenaries, but a sudden knock at the door halts him in his tracks. "Come in," he says. Belinda enters, but she isn't alone. His father is standing right behind her. The Count's presence hits like a ton of bricks. "Are you all right?" his father asks, scanning for injury. Zwalter knows everything. He heard how his son literally dove into the jaws of a blood python. Belinda spilled the beans. The Count asks again, his voice tight with an emotion Gislan cannot place. The Count exhales in relief. Meanwhile, Belinda rushes over, cupping his face with trembling hands. "You scared us to death when you collapsed," she cries, checking him for even a single scratch. Zwalter clears his throat. He has a request, something serious that requires a private conversation. Cut to the training grounds. Father and son stand face to face under the open afternoon sky. Zwalter has ditched his heavy armor. For Gislan, this rare one-on-one time feels incredibly surreal. In his previous life, he avoided the Count like the plague, terrified of his father's thunderous temper. "Sorry for dragging you out here so soon," the Count mutters. Gislan just nods, keeping his cool. "I am fully recharged after that 2-day nap," Gislan replies. "So what is this favor you need?" Zwalter fires a sharp glare at his son, then quickly shifts his gaze, looking uncharacteristically awkward. Gislan's mind flashes back to a secret his mother shared with him when he was younger. She whispered that the great Count Zwalter was actually incapable of showing his true feelings. Young Gislan had wondered why. Why did his father always wear such a cold, unyielding mask? "He believes he must be an unbreakable wall for our people," she explained. "He puts others first." She noted he'd never revealed his true heart, except for that one moment Zwalter confessed his deep love. The mother urged her son to tolerate his father, admitting the Count was simply terrible at expressing himself. Back in the now, the Count ordered Gislan to draw steel. Father and son immediately fell into opposing stances. Zwalter lunged first in a blur of motion. Gislan parried, but the Count stepped deep, adding crushing physical pressure. He nearly overpowered Gislan, but our hero surged back with a counterstrike that Zwalter intercepted with chilling ease. Another heavy blow rained down on Gislan. He blocked it, but the impact sent him skidding across the dirt. Gislan realized his father's blade felt impossibly heavy. Zwalter pressed the attack again, a relentless storm of cold steel. Driven back, he realized these strikes possessed enough raw power to crush the savage northern barbarians into total submission. Yet beneath the force lay a tempered grace. Suddenly, Zwalter closed the distance, initiating a final high-speed exchange. Gislan parried downward, twisting for a side strike, but the Count's blade blocked him like an immovable stone wall. The duel froze as both blades reached each other's throats simultaneously, leaving Zwalter visibly stunned by the unexpected standoff. He praised his son's incredible growth, acknowledging his newfound mastery. Gislan accepted the rare compliment with humble gratitude. Zwalter advised him to soften his grip during a blade lock, sharing a tactical secret known only to veterans. He noted Gislan had the raw power to slay massive beasts, but warned his killing intent was too obvious. A seasoned foe would read his next move like an open book, a revelation that caught Gislan completely off guard. Gislan typically relied on raw battle flow, but he suddenly realized he'd never actually had a true master's guidance. His skills were purely instinctual, forged in blood and survival, rather than formal halls of legendary knightly training. He finally saw the glaring gaps in his style, the subtle techniques he'd missed while fighting like a wild animal. Zwalter's sharp eyes dissected his flaws, shattering Gislan's belief that he had to survive every struggle entirely alone. The weight of solitude lifted as he realized that receiving guidance wasn't a weakness, but a powerful tactical advantage. After Gislan offered his thanks, the Count dropped a bombshell he'd actually intended to give him a harsh scolding. Gislan blinked in shock as Zwalter explained that even legendary achievements couldn't excuse his blatant disregard for rules. He warned that if everyone ignored the law for glory, the entire social order would collapse into total chaos. Anarchy would be the only result. However, Zwalter admitted he saw a profound change in his son's spirit. Instead of his old reckless thirst for merit, Gislan was finally focusing on a much bigger, more selfless picture. He was evolving. The Count urged him to maintain this vision and prioritize Perdium's future above everything else. Protecting his people was his true duty as heir. With those final, weighty words, the Count prepared to leave. As Zwalter turned to go, Gislan's mind raced with his new burdens until a sudden realization stopped him cold. He called out, reminding his father about the mysterious request he'd mentioned earlier, but never actually revealed. Zwalter froze. Looking uncharacteristically awkward, the mighty Count sheepishly asked if his son could spare some extra cash. Cut to the Forest of Beasts outpost, where Ghislaine's loyal unit was already lined up, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Ghislaine beamed at his comrades, checking in on them, only to be met with a deafening roar of loyalty. They shouted their wellness as Gillian and Care fussed over him, relieved to see their master looking healthy again. Ghislaine apologized for the long delay before quickly shifting focus to ask Gillian about Rachel's current recovery progress. Gillian bowed low, his voice trembling as he admitted he never dreamed he'd see her walking on her own. Crediting Ghislaine for the miracle, the man's gratitude warmed our hero's heart before he gathered the team for news. His expression turned deadly serious. As he dropped the ultimate bombshell, their very homeland was facing an imminent deadly threat. Stunned silence fell before they retreated into a tent, where Ghislaine began unraveling the entire dark political conspiracy. He detailed the brutal ambush on Elena, and how he'd stepped in to prevent her cold-blooded tragic assassination. He'd blocked them from using her blood to ignite war, then revealed his discovery of the Dard's heir's corpse. He warned of shadowy figures lusting after Perdium, explaining that these enemies were likely surveilling them right now. These infiltrators had been operating for ages, leaving the team with zero time and very few remaining resources. An assault was coming. Belinda finally realized why her master had been pushing them so relentlessly during their training. She'd hoped for a break after the runestones, but they'd gone straight from beast hunting into a full-scale war. With war on the horizon, she looked for orders as Ghislaine studied the map, plotting their next desperate defense. Sior smirked, noting this chaotic land never lacks excitement. Gillian leaned in, whispering that their window for a lethal strike was finally open. Perdium was a desolate wasteland infamous for its pathetic army and starving peasants, but a hidden runestone vein, a literal goldmine of power, could rewrite their destiny. Ghislaine nodded, confirming his allies' sharp intuition. He warned that their rivals wouldn't stay idle. Belinda snapped, frustrated he hadn't dropped this bombshell news sooner. She urged him to alert his father and the council immediately. Ghislaine shook his head. The time wasn't right. He revealed that Elena's own guards had turned. If they were compromised, the vassals likely harbored snakes too. With zero way to sniff out the rats, silence was their only shield. Belinda realized his cold logic was flawless. He'd bought them breathing room by keeping Elena alive. However, this runestone discovery changed the entire game. Their foes wouldn't hesitate now. With eyes like ice, Ghislaine warned them a brutal storm was heading their way. Silence fell like a heavy shroud. Sior broke it, offering his blade and admitting life with Ghislaine was never dull. Gillian reaffirmed his blood oath. He pledged to ride with his master until the bitter, bloody end of the road. Belinda teased that he'd be helpless without her protection. A rare, genuine smile tugged at Ghislaine's lips. Their true nemesis was Duke Delin, pulling the strings of puppets like Count Desmond and the treacherous Amelia. Ghislaine vowed to shatter their schemes. He gave the command their next destination was the legendary Flame Magic Tower. Sior beamed at the prospect of finally cashing in. Visions of unimaginable wealth danced in the mercenary's head. A skeptical Belinda questioned the choice. She pointed out that the Crimson Magic Tower was far more accessible. They'd offer a fatter purse too. But Ghislaine knew better. The Flame Tower meant far fewer headaches and unwanted heat. Gillian agreed. Flashy cargo like theirs was a magnet for every bloodthirsty bandit and rival mage in the realm. With a wagon full of runestones, outsmarting their hunters was the only way to keep their heads attached. Belinda shivered, remembering their last near-fatal ambush. Ever since, Delmoth of the Crimson Tower reached god-tier status, as a legendary 7th Circle Archmage, the rival Flame Magic Tower had been circling the drain. Logic dictated selling to the Crimson Giants for max profit. They were the undisputed kings of the North. While the Flame Tower struggled to reclaim its glory, the climb back to the top looked nearly impossible. Their golden age was long gone. Yet against all common sense, Ghislaine set his sights on the underdogs. He had a secret agenda, a specific person he needed to find. Meanwhile, we cut to the Flame Tower's heart. Despite its decline, the architecture remained breathtaking. Deep inside, a young girl trembled amidst mountains of ancient scrolls. She whispered for Professor Ronaldo, desperately wondering when the light he promised would finally save her from darkness. Fast forward to Brionne territory, where Ghislaine's crew finally arrived. A colossal spire dominated the entire horizon. Sior's jaw dropped at the sheer scale. The eye-patched mercenary admitted he'd only heard legends of this massive monolith. Seeing it in person was a different beast. One glance told the crew this place was dripping with wealth. This wasn't the gutter of Perdium. Majestic estates and gilded carriages lined the pristine, bustling streets. Magic scrolls were as common as dirt here. They even spotted mages using high-tier spells for basic roadwork. Such casual use of power left the mercenaries stunned. But the mages scoffed, irritated by the peasants' gawking. With a flick of their wrists, they wove a veil of concealment, vanishing completely from the naked eye. The crew stood frozen. Seeing elite casters blink out of existence in broad daylight was pure insanity. Ghislaine noted it was just a basic cloaking charm. Clearly the local magic users weren't rolling out the red carpet. Sior barked at his men to stop acting like tourists. Even Belinda couldn't hide her awe at the spire. They might have lost their crown, but the tower still radiated an aura of ancient absolute power. Jillian whispered that they were walking through the kingdom's wealthiest, most influential hub of arcane knowledge. Ghislain saw the beauty, but his future sight warned him this shining beacon was destined to become a graveyard. Reaching the massive threshold, Sior craned his neck, unable to even glimpse the tower's summit through the clouds. As they stood in its shadow, Belinda frowned, noticing a strange lack of actual guards at the entrance. Empty suits of armor were strewn about like scrap. Suddenly, a figure high above signaled with a sharp gesture. A voice thundered for them to halt. Instantly, the empty steel began to rattle and rise, fueled by mana. The Hollow Knights took a lethal combat stance. Massive axes gleamed in the hands of enchanted armors. A mage barked that the tower was strictly off-limits. He demanded their names and purpose. Belinda watched, stunned, as the mage manipulated the armors like mindless puppets. Ghislain scoffed at the mage's lack of hospitality. Dismounting his steed, Jillian stepped forward to settle the dispute. He announced his master as Perdium's young lord, demanding their trade officer inspect the rare treasures they carried. Wearing a sneer of pure arrogance, the mage flatly refused, claiming they weren't interested in buying anything. Irritation flared in Belinda. She snapped back, pointing out he hadn't even glanced at their merchandise yet. He mocked Perdium as a northern wasteland of beggars, dismissing their goods as low-tier junk and monster scraps. Whether trash potions or useless materials, he claimed dealing with them was a complete waste of his time. The mages commanded their puppets to level their axes. "Get lost," the man spat, threatening the entire group. Fuming, Belinda dared him to climb down and face her. Jillian glanced at the boy, awaiting his next move. Ghislain smirked, asking if they truly wished for them to depart. He flashed a single shimmering runestone as bait. The mage's eyes bulged as he peered closer. His jaw dropped. The boy was actually holding a genuine runestone. Reality set in those carts were packed with treasure. Grinning, Ghislain asked if his offer was still being rejected. Inside the tower, the tables had turned. Both the trade officer and the mage now bowed in submission. Begging forgiveness for their earlier insolence, Sane introduced himself and eagerly offered his assistance to the group. Ghislain revealed their massive stockpile of runestones. He demanded an official capable of handling a deal this significant. "Bring me the Tower Master," he commanded. Sane flinched in surprise, but scrambled to fulfill the request immediately. After promising to notify, the Master Sane barked orders at a guard to escort the guests to reception. As the guard obeyed, Belinda tossed a final jab, remarking that this respect was long overdue from them. The humbled mage remained silent. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the halls as they walked toward reception. Ghislain questioned the disturbance, but the guide brushed it off, urging them to ignore the chaotic sounds. He claimed it was just standard research. Meanwhile, across the hall, 3 mages kicked open a heavy door. Thick smoke billowed out, revealing a girl collapsed on the floor. The mage's leader towered over her menacingly. He reminded her of his ban from the lab, his face twisting into a cruel, mocking smile. He sneered that a magicless failure like her was merely wasting precious space in his prestigious laboratory. Tired of living, he mocked. He bragged about being a third circle mage and the tower's future rightful master. Alfoy's lackeys questioned why she was even brought here. The blonde boy demanded she show some pathetic gratitude. He claimed the master was being charitable. Defiantly, the girl argued she had every right to use the lab. "Fine, I'll treat you like a mage," Alfoy snarled, channeling lethal flames into the tip of his wand. He challenged her to block his basic attack, mockingly, suggesting a defense spell would be easy for her. With a wicked grin, he unleashed his fire sling spell, sending a deadly projectile screaming toward the girl. The spell roared forward. Desperate, she raised her hand and shrieked for a defensive shield that never came. As she braced for impact, a shadow flickered. Out of thin air, Ghislain intercepted the lethal magical blast. His blade sliced through the fire with ease. The mages froze, stunned by the stranger's sudden and violent intervention. Ghislain glared at the fool, asking if bullying was what passed for research in this pathetic magic tower. Cut to the inner sanctum, where we meet Hubert, the current master of the Flame Magic Tower. He informed the council that their runestone reserves were depleted, questioning how their situation had become so dire. Fearing the Crimson Tower would surpass them, he desperately urged the elders to secure more high-quality runestones immediately. He demanded to know what they had been doing. Suddenly, an elder in a yellow hat recalled a crucial detail. He remembered that Hubert himself had blocked every attempt they made to establish new supply lines for materials. A red-hatted elder noted Hubert's obsession with squandering their funds on useless trinkets and expensive luxury goods. Hubert hid his greed behind noble networking, but the elders had finally reached their absolute breaking point. A green-hatted elder dropped a bombshell. Their rival in the Crimson Tower had finally ascended to the 7th Circle. He pointed out Hubert was still stuck at Circle 6. Enraged, Hubert ordered them to stop mentioning his rival. He claimed 7 Circle power was within reach, if only he had more runestones. Hubert refused to accept his failure. Delmont had already ascended to the 7th Circle. He suspected Delmont was snatching up every available runestone. Personally, the skyrocketing prices of these stones frustrated him. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Sahin burst into the room, demanding attention. Hubert snapped, calling the man's sudden entrance incredibly disrespectful. He demanded to know why Sahin hadn't knocked during their meeting. Sahin offered a hasty apology. He insisted this was urgent. A massive, unprecedented haul of runestones had just been delivered. Shock rippled through Hubert and the elders. Meanwhile, Alfoy unleashed a relentless barrage of spells at Ghislain. Our hero effortlessly parried with his blade. Alfoy hurled a massive fireball, but Ghislain sliced right through it. Onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. Alfoy gaped, unable to process how Ghislain had cleaved his magic apart. He never imagined such a feat was possible. Before his next move, a magical rope lashed around him. Belinda tightened her grip, forcing the fool to his knees. She growled at his audacity to strike her master. Stunned, Alfoy stammered, demanding their identities. But before Belinda could finish him off, a voice commanded them to halt. It was Hubert. He stepped forward, demanding an explanation for the chaos. Vanessa trembled, recognizing the Tower Master. Upon hearing his title, Ghislain gave a quick command. He signaled Belinda to release the fool. The maid obeyed. Alfoy scrambled up and rushed to his mentor's arms. Hubert demanded to know the truth. Alfoy pointed frantically, labeling Ghislain and Belinda as dangerous intruders. He claimed he was merely safeguarding the lab from Vanessa, yet the duo had brutally attacked him. Shivering like a leaf, Alfoy lied, insisting he only wanted to keep Vanessa away for her own safety. He argued that since she possessed 0 mana, the laboratory was far too dangerous for her. Belinda scoffed, mocking the boy for crying like a literal child. Alfoy's face turned red with rage. He shouted that he was a man. Meanwhile, Vanessa timidly explained she only wished to use the lab. Ghislain's eyes widened. She was definitely his target. The future legend known as the Red Nightmare. Our protagonist was baffled. This fragile girl would eventually become a world-shaking terror. Hubert brandished his wand, summoning blistering flames. He was livid that anyone dared harm his disciple. He threatened to incinerate the intruders for trespassing. Belinda glanced at her master, sensing the rising danger. She noted the man's lethal aura. Ghislain calmly stepped forward, introducing himself as the Perdium heir. He revealed his business selling runestones. Hubert froze, realization hitting him like a ton of bricks. Alfoy gaped at the mention of runestones. Ghislain nonchalantly informed them the cargo was waiting outside. He invited the master to verify. Hubert and the elders hurried out, discovering rows of loaded carts. They stood paralyzed by the sheer volume of Ghislain's haul. One elder adjusted his hat in disbelief. He questioned the source of such treasure. Another elder counted over 10 carts, seeking Hubert's command. Hubert remained silent, his mind racing with the possibilities. Internally, he was screaming with joy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime windfall he never saw coming. With these, he could finally demolish the Crimson Magic Tower. Inside, he was doing a victory dance. Masking his excitement, he regained his composure and coldly told Ghislain the quality seemed subpar. Ghislain's temper flared. He gripped his blade, insulted by the old man's obvious lie. He couldn't believe this man was playing games. Vanessa, however, was genuinely stunned by the bounty. She blurted out that 1 card alone could last weeks. Hubert's eyes flashed with irritation. He snapped that she lacked any real knowledge and banished her back inside the tower. Watching her leave, he silently cursed Renato for dumping such an airheaded girl on him. He grumbled that she should at least read the room, even if she lacked talent. He turned back, winking subtly at the elders. He mockingly asked if they agreed with Vanessa. The elders caught the hint. The green-hatted elder inspected a stone, declaring it total trash. The yellow-hatted elder chimed in, suggesting stones from such a backwater territory were likely fakes. Belinda's blood boiled. She barked at the old fossils, asking if they realized the effort spent. The elder shrugged coldly, stating that their hard work meant absolutely nothing to him. "Hey Belinda, you realize how many low-life scammers are out there these days?" The green-hatted elder scoffed, insisting they shouldn't trust a single word out of a seller's mouth. Ghislain saw right through their act. "I get it, you guys aren't interested in buying," he remarked, leaving the elders stunned as he turned to leave. He declared that since the Flame Magic Tower didn't need his goods, he'd just sell elsewhere. Hubert completely panicked. He frantically begged them to wait, signaling the elders to fix the situation immediately. The blue-hatted elder quickly flipped the script, claiming they'd graciously take the carts since Hubert went through so much trouble. He pretended to pity Ghislain, acting like he didn't want him leaving empty-handed. He practically begged Hubert for mercy. Seizing the moment, the Tower Master played the saint. He told the elder he'd agree, since everyone was on board. With a fake oily smile, he told Ghislain he'd buy the whole lot, purely out of generosity. Then came the lowball offer way below market price. Ghislain just chuckled, telling him he was dead wrong about the deal. With a sharp smirk, our boy told the mercenary they only ever planned on selling 1 single cart. Hubert and the elders were floored. Kay flashed a wicked grin and offered a totally fake apology to Ghislain. "My bad, I totally forgot the plan," Kay laughed, ordering his men to haul the rest of the carts away. Hubert scrambled over to Ghislain, demanding to know what the hell he was doing. Our boy just shrugged innocently. He claimed his crew made a mistake and brought way too much stock for their real destination, the Crimson Tower. We just needed some quick travel cash, he added. Hearing their rival's name made Hubert's blood boil instantly. He forced a smile, claiming his previous lowball offer was just a little joke to lighten the mood. He tried to play it cool, inviting our boy inside the tower for a more civilized negotiation. The elders groaned as Hubert's bluff totally collapsed. Ghislain just smiled, agreeing that a meeting was a great idea. The scene shifts to the meeting room, where the real high-stakes psychological warfare was about to begin. Hubert flexed his power, introducing the old men as prestigious fifth circle mages of the tower. Impressive, Ghislain mused. Exactly what I'd expect from the second strongest tower in the north. Hubert's eye twitched. Those rumors are total cap, Hubert snapped, trying to defend his tower's fading reputation. He insisted the flame magic tower was still number one, but Ghislain just brushed it off like it was nothing. Belinda watched in awe, wondering if her master was intentionally trying to trigger Hubert. Kay was loving every second. Galleon assured her that their master definitely had a master plan. Finally, Hubert cut to the chase regarding the price. He warned Ghislain that he wouldn't find a better deal anywhere else in the entire northern region. Ghislain didn't blink. He raised his hand and coolly demanded double the current market price. The room went dead silent. The elders were convinced this kid was just a naive brat who didn't understand reality. Hubert tried to lecture him, explaining that real negotiations require both sides to make a compromise. You can't just make one-sided demands, he scolded. But our boy didn't move an inch from his position. He doubled down, stating he specifically needed double the price from the flame tower. The elders were losing it. They barked at him to stop joking, asking if he was intentionally mocking their prestige. Ghislain stayed stone-faced. Hubert's expression turned dangerous. He told Ghislain to watch his mouth, claiming he hated clueless brats who overstepped. He chalked it up to youthful ignorance, acting like he was being the bigger person, by showing some mercy. I'll give you one last chance to be serious, he growled, trying to regain control of the room. He offered a tiny bit over the market price, practically begging Ghislain to just sign the deal and leave. Instead, Ghislain stood up. Hubert's jaw dropped. What are you doing now? He demanded, totally confused. You clearly aren't interested, Ghislain shrugged. Actually, double was the homie discount. Now the price is going up. He threatened to take the goods straight to the Crimson Magic Tower and turned his back on them. Hubert folded instantly. He scrambled to stop him, claiming he was just a little stressed out earlier. He begged our boy to sit back down, forced to respect the absolute guts this kid was showing. Fine, we'll pay double, he conceded, claiming it was because they were the first stop on the trip. Ghislain flashed a winning smile and agreed. Hubert exhaled in relief, thinking he'd finally secured the runes. But then Ghislain dropped the ultimate bombshell that double price was only for one single cart. Ghislain laid his cards on the table, demanding a staggering triple the market rate for his remaining haul of runestones. This calculated move ensured the Crimson Magic Tower could save face by claiming they only paid double. Hubert was visibly irritated by the boy's audacity, his patience wearing thin as the Tower Master growled at Ghislain. There's a limit to these jokes, Hubert barked, but Ghislain simply stood up ready to walk out on the deal. Seeing his leverage slip away, the Tower Master panicked and immediately caved to the boy's insane triple price demand. Ghislain smirked as he settled back in, mocking the North's most prestigious tower for their predictable desperation. Hubert rose abruptly, urging the boy to wait, while he personally secured the massive sum of gold. The elders watched in stunned silence, unable to believe their invincible leader was being rattled by a mere child. A sixth circle master was being played like a fiddle by a country bumpkin, and the humiliation stung Hubert deeply. Despite the insult, the severe runestone shortage left him with zero choice but to swallow his pride and buy. Vowing to make Ghislain pay for this disrespect later, Hubert turned to leave, but the boy wasn't finished. Ghislain's cold voice echoed through the hall, stopping the Tower Master in his tracks with one final warning. Hubert spun around, his eyes blazing with fury as he demanded to know what other demands the boy had. With a straight face, Ghislain dropped a bombshell he wanted Vanessa handed over to him immediately. Hubert was floored by the request, but Ghislain made it clear he intended to make her his exclusive mage. The scene shifts to a past life where a rugged Ghislain is seen roasting meat over his own blade. Beside him sat a scarred comrade with a hook for a hand, warning him that the dinner was charring. When told to do it himself, the man pointed to his missing limb, causing Ghislain's expression to darken instantly. Say that again, Ghislain challenged, and the terrified comrade quickly backed down, realizing he'd crossed a line. The man then asked if the captain had heard of the Red Nightmare, a name Ghislain didn't recognize yet. His comrade had been scouting for intel, and had uncovered a legend that was as terrifying as it was true. He spoke of a monstrous mage who had reduced the entire northern region of Lithuania to a scorched wasteland. This seventh circle powerhouse was a woman whose name, Vanessa, carried a weight of pure cinematic dread. Ghislain questioned the interest until his comrade whispered the chilling truth: Vanessa had descended into complete madness. She had abandoned traditional magic paths to master a mana cultivation technique, a feat unheard of for mages. Stunned, Ghislain wondered why anyone would choose such a volatile path over the safety of the magic circles. Because she's a lunatic, the man replied, describing her as a walking calamity that burned everything in her path. The nobility was desperate to stop her, and their latest mission was a high-stakes subjugation request for her head. Ghislain was fascinated that a mage could reach the seventh circle through cultivation, finding the concept oddly intriguing. A predator's smile touched his lips as he realized he wanted to see this legendary power for himself. He told Claude they were recruiting her, leaving his comrades staring at him like he'd lost his mind too. Sadly, by the time he tracked her down in his past life, Vanessa was already at death's door. Her magic had become an uncontrollable beast, proving she had the raw talent to transcend the seventh circle. Ghislain knew that with the right guidance, her explosive potential could be harnessed into a world-changing weapon. In this life, he vowed to secure her loyalty before her own flames could consume her soul entirely. His current crew didn't see the appeal. Cyr and Belinda were skeptical of the girl's apparent lack of strength. Belinda warned him to give her a heads up next time he decided to adopt another random stray. Meanwhile, the red-hatted elder whispered to Hubert that this was the perfect chance to dump their useless burden. They'd done enough for Ronaldo's sake, and letting Ghislain take her would solve their biggest headache. Hubert put on a performance, claiming Vanessa was a valued asset, while actually preparing to hand her over. Ghislain then raised the stakes further, demanding a full squad of elite battle mages for his own territory. He needed third circle, experts dispatched to Pertium, immediately leaving the Tower Master gasping at his audacity. The elders were horrified to learn he was preparing for an all-out territorial war, using their own resources. The deal was clear: triple gold, an elite mage battalion for Pertium and Vanessa's exclusive contract. These were the non-negotiable terms for the runestones, and Ghislain held all the power in this deadly negotiation. Hubert's mana exploded in a terrifying surge, shattering the windows as his expression twisted into a mask of pure fury. He snarled at Ghislain, demanding if he was being mocked, reminding him that Magic Tower mages are strictly neutral. They are forbidden from meddling in border conflicts. He scoffed, questioning if Ghislain even knew the kingdom's basic laws. The master was livid that Ghislain dared to request third circle elites, the literal backbone of their entire magical organization. Sending them to the front lines was unthinkable. Hubert's gaze turned lethal as he addressed the boy's audacity. This was a direct insult to the Flame Tower. He threatened to incinerate Ghislain until not even ashes remained. Galleon instinctively reached for his blade, stunned by the suffocating pressure radiating from Hubert's raw sixth circle mana. Cher hissed that they were facing a powerhouse. As Belinda cried out in fear, Hubert took a menacing step forward. Undeterred, Ghislain warned that Hubert would regret his arrogance, a counter-threat the master never saw coming from a bumpkin. Our MC dropped a bombshell. They'd unearthed a massive runestone vein. That previous sample, it was just a tiny teaser. The elders gasped in absolute disbelief. Ghislain then leaned in, revealing the true staggering scale of the hidden discovery. News was already leaking throughout the north. He challenged the master to realize the massive geopolitical implications of this find. Hubert realized vultures would soon swarm their lands. Rising Ghislain clarified that he wasn't looking for a bloody fight. They weren't seeking war, but Pertium desperately needed the tower's backing to secure their future and military strength. He offered an exclusive monopoly on the runestones if the Flame Tower protected them during this looming crisis. The master froze completely, blindsided by the prospect of total dominance over the realm's runestone market. Ghislain extended his hand, promising that the Flame Tower would soon eclipse every rival they ever had. They would crush the Crimson Tower and claim the throne. Hubert stared intensely at the hand that held his future. Despite his pride, the prophet was too massive to ignore. He gripped Ghislain's hand, officially sealing their fateful pact. Later, Hubert briefed Alfoy on the mission. The confused disciple questioned why he was being sent to a wasteland. Many others were available, but Hubert cut him off, insisting this wasn't a punishment, but a strategic deployment. He was sending the tower's most gifted prodigy to secure his own legacy. Alfoy beamed at the unexpected praise. Hearing himself called a generational talent fueled his ego. Hubert promised this experience was vital leadership training for him. It was preparation for his eventual ascension. However, he also had to spy on Ghislain's secret runestone exports. He warned Alfoy to bolt immediately if a full-scale territorial war actually erupted on the front lines. Hubert gripped his disciple's shoulder, urging him to endure this one-year assignment for the sake of their ultimate glory. In 1 year, they'd be the realm's top power. Grinning, Alfoy fully embraced his master's grand, ambitious vision. Regret hit him instantly upon seeing Pertium's poverty. The mages mocked the castle as a crumbling, old-fashioned relic. Someone called it functional, but Alfoy saw only a rural dump. He was absolutely appalled by the miserable conditions. He couldn't believe a high-ranking successor was relegated to such a wasteland. As Ghislain approached them, the boy spoke up. He boasted of his third circle status, claiming he was now the supreme commander tasked with leading the dispatched mages. Ghislain warned him that hard work lay ahead, advising the boy to stay sharp and give his absolute best. Alfoy seethed, hating that a mere peasant was barking orders. He plotted revenge for the moment he became master. He promised to crush Ghislain eventually. Meanwhile, Ghislain scanned the area, searching for a specific face among the group. He demanded to know Vanessa's whereabouts. Alfoy dismissively pointed back, claiming she was busy handling all their heavy bags. As she struggled with the gear, Ghislain turned and spotted the girl trailing far behind the group. She was barefoot and gasping for air under the weight. Trembling, she moved toward Ghislain and bowed low. Alfoy snapped at her for being slow, mocking her, and claiming Ghislain had nearly forgotten she was even coming. Ghislain ordered her to drop the bags and follow, but she hesitated, worried about finishing her assigned chores. Alfoy insisted she continue, stating that manual labor was the only role she ever served back at the tower, since she lacked magic. Chores were her only worth. Without a single word of warning, Ghislain suddenly moved. He grabbed a crate and hurled it straight into Alfoy's face, sending him sprawling. The other mages stood frozen. Clutching his bloodied nose, Alfoy screamed in confusion. Ghislain's voice was cold as he delivered a sharp reality check. Vanessa was no longer a tower slave, she was his person now. He forbade Alfoy from ever ordering her around again. This was his only warning. If he mistreated her again, Alfoy would be gambling with his very life. Vanessa stood frozen as Alfoy's rage exploded. He couldn't believe Ghislain's sheer audacity. Treating the Flame Tower's noble heir and a third circle mage like trash was unthinkable. He barked that Ghislain had crossed a line even high nobles wouldn't dare touch. With one word, his team could incinerate this entire land. He signaled his squad to rise. It was time to show this brat the true pride of mages, but Ghislain simply snapped. Mercenaries instantly swarmed, leveling cold steel at the mages' throats. Alfoy shrieked at their barbarism. He spat that only savages draw blades on mages, demanding the royal treatment they deserved. Shut it, Ghislain countered coldly, reminding the arrogant brat that a contract owned his soul now. A legal deal with the Tower Master gave Ghislain absolute command over him for 1 full year. Since he was the tower's sole runestone provider, he asked whose side the master would take. If Alfoy's reckless ego trashed the deal, the boy's future was effectively over. Alfoy trembled as reality set in. Ghislain mocked him, calling him a mere tool. You're just a glorified mana battery. Act like one if you value your life. Being called a mana bundle sent Alfoy into a silent fury as Ghislain turned away. He ordered Julian and Sire to handle the mages. Sire grinned with terrifying dark intent. He mocked the boy's nostalgia for the tower, promising a brutal welcome to their rugged territory. As Alfoy shook and cursed their names, Ghislain shifted his focus to a silent Vanessa. You answer only to me, he declared, claiming her as his personal exclusive mage. Stunned, Vanessa looked down, confessing she lacked the raw magical talent Alfoy possessed. Ghislain just smiled and beckoned her forward, promising to unlock the power hidden within her. Inside his private training chamber, Ghislain's voice echoed as he called for her full attention. She stood at attention. He turned, questioning her actual progress in the mystic arts. She admitted she'd mastered Fifth Circle theory. Ghislain's eyes lit up. That was beyond impressive. She sighed, claiming theory was worthless if she couldn't even spark a single flame. He pressed for the why. Vanessa revealed she'd never felt the flow of mana since childhood. Despite her mana blindness, she'd hoped sheer hard work would eventually bridge the gap. But the deeper she studied, the more she realized her dream was a cruel lie. Clutching her staff, she whispered that with her mentor dead, she was just tower trash. Ghislain knew a Fifth Circle mind rivaled the power of the Flame Tower's elite elders. True sorcery isn't rote memorization. It demands profound insight and a dominant will. One must grasp the core principles and infuse them with their own unique soul. Vanessa had the genius, but her body was a locked gate. She'd clearly suffered through hellish training. Years of agonizing failure hadn't broken her. To Ghislain, her struggle was far from useless. She just needed a new direction. He recalled Claude's secrets regarding her future potential. In his past life, she'd ascended to the Seventh Circle through forbidden mana cultivation. They called her insane then. Smirking, Ghislain decided it was time to teach her that crazy path. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Why would a mage ever learn cultivation? Ghislain explained that circles and cultivation are just two different ways to leash the same beast. Have you ever tried it? He asked. The suggestion alone left her completely floored. It was pure madness. How could cultivation possibly spark the magic she'd lacked for years? One slip-up would leave her magically crippled forever. Ghislain simply reached out his hand. He challenged her to take the leap with him. His gaze held a terrifying sincerity. She'd given up on magic, but seeing his resolve, she tightened her grip. If this was her only shot, she'd take it. Soon they were both seated. Exposing her back to him, Ghislain saw the same desperate fire in her eyes as before. Her soul was a toxic cocktail of regret and fury. After chasing the high of magic for years, she finally hit rock bottom in a bottomless abyss. She mastered a forbidden cultivation technique of unknown origins, only to transform into a walking disaster driven by primal instinct. She reduced her entire world to ashes. But this time, the cycle of destruction stops because Ghislain has finally arrived. He is the only one who can pull her back from that dark void. Our boy swore he'd reach out and never let go. Surging his mana to the limit, he slammed his palm against her back. He began flooding her system with his own raw energy. Vanessa gritted her teeth against the searing agony as her temperature skyrocketed. Ghislain barked at her to keep her mouth shut. "Your mana circuits are warping," he warned. He forced his power deeper inside her, begging her not to lose her grip. He urged her to visualize the flow. Vanessa squeezed her eyes shut desperately, focusing every fiber of her being on his mana. She felt the golden energy stretching into every hidden nerve. It was spiraling toward the very edges of her soul. The power condensed at her core. Suddenly, her eyes ignited and an explosive wave of mana erupted from her body. Falling into a deep trance, Vanessa sees a memory of her master arguing with that snake Hubert. The magic tower was pulling their funding. Her master stood stunned, asking Hubert if he'd actually lost his mind. He insisted Vanessa was a once-in-a-generation genius. Without her, they never could have decoded the complex patterns of mana particles. Proving how particles transmute into pure mana was impossible without her. Hubert just brushed it off with a cold, dismissive shrug. Hubert called the situation unfortunate. He told Renato that it doesn't matter how brilliant the girl is if she is fundamentally broken. A genius who can't cast magic is worthless to them. To the tower, she will never truly be a mage. Renato was furious, but Hubert just smirked. Why waste resources on a girl who offers zero return on investment? The older Vanessa watched her younger self break down, sobbing out pathetic apologies to her mentor. With tears streaming down her face, she wailed that Renato wouldn't be exiled if she just had a shred of talent. Her master gently patted her head. He told her he wasn't just leaving the tower. He was starting a new chapter. He was embarking on a quest to find her a way to wield magic. He told her to hold her head high. He promised her that no darkness lasts forever. Somewhere out there, a light was destined to find her. One day, that light would arrive. As those words echoed, the face of our boy Ghislain suddenly flickered into view. Reaching through the gloom, Ghislain glowed like a god in front of her. Vanessa tentatively reached out to grab her savior. Their touch ignited a blinding radiance. Vanessa realized it, then her master's prophecy had finally come true. Her light was here. Overwhelmed by the power, Vanessa collapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a fortress-like building. A lone warrior is absolutely wrecking a squad of soldiers. 4 of them are already face down in the dirt. "Is that all?" he taunted. "You really think those pathetic metal toothpicks can actually cut through my skin?" One soldier roared, calling him a fool as he charged, but he didn't even get a chance to swing his sword. The man caught him mid-air and slammed him into the pavement. Sensing a sneak attack, he didn't even look back. He used the first soldier as a human shield, tossing him into the next attacker so hard they both cratered the wall. "I'm barely even breaking a sweat," he growled. His subordinates cheered, praising his sheer, overwhelming dominance. They mocked the worms who dared to crash their party. In this territory, no one had the guts to stop them. Suddenly, a heavy thud silenced the room. Outside the bar, a mysterious man sat quietly with a fishing rod. His iconic helmet rested nearby. A messenger approached, asking if his solo training was actually yielding any results. "Cut the small talk," Victor snapped. The messenger turned serious. "Count Desmond has officially issued a mobilization order." Victor didn't hesitate. He donned his helmet, grabbed his rod, and marched straight back into the rowdy bar. He commanded the messenger to follow. Behind him lay the broken, lifeless bodies of the mercenaries from earlier. Victor muttered that he was finally getting bored to death. Back at Zwalter's office, the tension is suffocating. The Count's hands trembled as he opened a letter. Count Dard was out for blood. Ghislain had supposedly killed his son. Vengeance was coming. Zwalter barked orders at the Knight Captain to mobilize the entire army for total war. Inside the war room, the officials are panicking. Randolph couldn't believe the sheer audacity of the guards' claims against Ghislain. The idea that Ghislain murdered Gilmore was a total lie. Another official fumed, ready to strike back against the slander. They weren't just going to fight. They were going to humiliate the Dards for starting a war on a false pretext. Despite the bravado, the officials were rattled. Nobody expected the Dards to actually flip the script and turn so suddenly. Betrayal stung since they had been treated like kin for decades. The council scrambled to decode the sudden declaration. Walter watched in silence as his lords shouted in a frenzy. Ghislain cut through the noise, blaming the runestone. Shock washed over Walter. Ghislain pointed out that 2 traitors visited Dard territory during his time at the tower. He revealed the vassals likely leaked every secret of their land. The announcement left the officials absolutely floored. They refused to accept such treachery, calling the boys' claims reckless. Walter realized blessings often mask impending disasters. Miracles meant to save a kingdom frequently ignite wars. He finally understood his son's true foresight. The kid saw this coming from the start. Randolph dismissed their worries with a confident shrug. He boasted about their superior numbers and battle-hardened veterans. The Dards would regret ever crossing them. Suddenly, Scoven burst inside, gasping for air. He had terrifying news that could not wait. The enemy had reached their gates. The Dard legions marched toward Perdium banners fluttering in the wind. Victor spearheaded the advance. Walter and his retinue rushed out to witness the massive invasion force. Randolph's jaw dropped in confusion. The declaration just happened. How were they mobilized so fast? A scout reported 6,000 soldiers closing in. A massive logistics train followed close behind. 1,000 reinforcements guarded the rear. Siege towers were already rising against the horizon. Albert panicked at the sight. They were completely outnumbered by a supposedly bankrupt kingdom. Where did these paupers find an army? Randolph glared, recalling his warnings about budget cuts. The Count pivoted, commanding his men to snap out of it. Petty bickering was a luxury they could not afford. He ordered Randolph to man the ramparts immediately. Every civilian needed to be safely within the walls. The gates slammed shut as soldiers held their breath. Walter declared that the slaughter had commenced. Count de Garde rode forward with a sneer. His late son was a failure who finally became useful in death. Eyes gleaming with avarice, Tamard admired the majestic fortress. He was ready to claim it. He signaled Victor to follow for a parley. Walter stood atop the walls, demanding answers for this treason. Thomas snarled that his dear boy's blood stained their soil. Fury burned in his gaze. He blamed Perdium's heir for the murder. No father could ignore such a heinous crime. His rage was absolute. He offered a peaceful end, but only if Walter surrendered everything. Randolph spat in disgust at the blatant lies. Albert urged his lord to ignore the snake's tongue. Diplomacy was dead. Even with Elena safe, Ghislain knew war was written in the stars. Gilmore's corpse provided the perfect excuse. The siege engines proved they only wanted blood and land. Their heavy artillery signaled a massacre, exactly as Ghislain predicted. Walter roared that his son was innocent. He surged with terrifying mana, casting a shadow over the field. This was his final answer. He warned Thomas to retreat or perish. The coward visibly trembled under Walter's pressure. Victor noted that Walter's aura was legendary. He truly was the Northern Guardian of old. The veteran general's spirit was unshakable. Thomas steadied himself, sneering at Walter's defiance. He promised a sea of blood for this stubbornness. Turning his horse, he vowed agonizing regret. Randolph stepped forward, begging to lead the charge. To him, the enemies were mere stray dogs. He promised to butcher them all and secure victory. Homer stared, questioning his captain's sanity. Strength alone could not bridge the gap. The sheer numbers were simply too overwhelming. One mistake meant a graveyard for them all. Randolph countered that hiding was certain death. Homer pleaded to call for reinforcements. Randolph scoffed, asking if they would survive the wait. Would the walls even hold until help came? A voice suggested a desperate retreat. Fleeing to the northern stronghold seemed their only grim hope amidst the carnage. Walter's mind raced as the trap snapped shut. The Dards were suspiciously ready for slaughter. Those massive numbers screamed conspiracy. A shadow puppet master was definitely pulling the strings. The culprit remained hidden in the mist. As Walter hesitated, Ghislain stepped into the light. He calmly suggested a brutal defensive stand. The Count blinked, stunned by his son's conviction. Ghislain's voice wavered as he broke the news they could only scrape together 2,000 blades to face the massive Dard horde. The enemy is 7,000 strong, outnumbering Perdium 3-1. They're locked, loaded, and itching for blood. Ghislain warned his father that the total annihilation of their home would likely begin in just 15 days. Once their siege engines are ready, Zalter's only hope is begging for backup and hunkering down within the walls. It's a suicide mission, but Zalter admitted the standard playbook offered no better alternatives for their survival. Even if they survived the first wave, Zalter saw no endgame. That's when Ghislain leaned in close to his father. A single whisper left Zalter visibly shaken. Cut to Ghislain, now clad in gleaming battle-ready steel armor. Helmet in hand, Ghislain vowed to use the remaining 15 days to flip the script on their impending doom. To change their fate, Ghislain entered the command tent to meet his inner circle, Belinda, Jillian, and Kira. The tension was thick enough to cut. Belinda stated the obvious, the war has finally arrived. Ghislain simply nodded. He laid out the new strategy. No more playing defense. They were going on a hunt with a lethal ambush. The plan was simple, strike their supply lines before the main assault. Without food or arrows, the enemy's momentum dies. Cutting their lifeline makes victory impossible. A skeptical Belinda asked her master how they'd pull off such a feat. The Dard army is literally camped at their doorstep. A single move would be spotted by 1,000 watchful eyes. Any suspicious movement means instant death. Ghislain turned to Sir and Jillian for their urgent status reports. Sir confirmed the troops were hidden at the Forest of Beast outpost. If the plan fails, they have an exit. The dense woods offer a perfect escape route, keeping their movements completely off the enemy's radar. Jillian reported that the special gear distribution was finally complete for their elite squad. Those dark-skin ponchos Ghislain requested are ready. They're the ultimate stealth upgrade for this mission. The pitch-black fabric is perfect for night raids. Jillian warned that moving a massive force is still extremely risky. While a whole army is loud, an elite camouflaged squad can slip through the shadows like actual ghosts. One major problem remained: they had zero clue where the enemy supply camp was actually located. Gizlan locked eyes with Belinda, assigning her the impossible task of scouting the camp. She was caught completely off guard. Steadying her nerves, she accepted. Gizlan knew this was a dangerous mission behind enemy lines, requiring total resolve. Despite the absolute danger of infiltrating the Dard camp, he trusted Belinda to handle the heat effortlessly. Gizlan just needed one final piece, the ultimate trump card to deliver the killing blow in this war. That secret weapon was Vanessa. Fast forward a few days and the scene shifts to the Dard supply camp. Meet Fabro, a former Perdium vassal who switched sides to command the Dard supply lines for personal gain. This traitor was vibing, thrilled the war had started. He was already dreaming about the fat land rewards coming his way. In just weeks, he'd be a rich landlord. He toasted to his success, celebrating his smart choices with a drink. Siding with Count Desmond was a pro-gamer move. Now they can chill in the rear without any risks. His buddy hyped him up, praising his brilliant betrayal. Fabro took a victory sip, bidding a cold farewell to Perdium. He's already counting his chickens. But outside the camp, shadows were moving silently through the dense tree line. Gizlan and his squad were coiled like snakes in the brush. Sir complained that the darkness was suffocatingly deep. Visibility was zero, and the weather was trash. But for Gizlan, this was the ultimate cover for a total bloodbath. He snapped his visor, shut cold as ice. The order was clear: 0 prisoners, 0 mercy for the traitors. Gizlan unsheathed his blade, mana flaring around the steel. Wipe them all out, he roared to his soldiers. They blitzed the camp. The Dard soldiers scrambled in terror as Kira and Gizlan descended like literal demons. The front line was shredded instantly. Jillian crashed in like a wrecking ball, his massive axe carving through flesh. Panic exploded. The Dard troops were blindsided, screaming about how their sentries could have missed this ghost unit. Gizlan and Jillian were a whirlwind of steel. He commanded his mercs to execute their roles with lethal precision. No mercy, no survivors. Deep inside another part of the camp, a frantic soldier rushed to find Baron Fabro. He screamed for Fabro to move, shouting that the enemy had breached them. Fabro snapped back, clearly seeing the chaos. He cursed his useless sentries but told the man to stay chill. They still had 1,000 soldiers to fight back, but the soldier's face was pale as a ghost as he prepared to reveal the horrifying truth to the Baron. 70% of the troops lay dead. Gizlan, Care, and Jillian had unleashed an absolute bloodbath. Terror gripped Fabro. "We have to vanish now," he hissed, leaving his companion frozen in sheer disbelief. Fabro warned him that at this rate death would arrive long before any promised gold. Suddenly a blade whistled through the air, piercing the man's throat. Fabro watched, paralyzed by the carnage. As the body slumped, Fabro looked up to find Belinda's icy, murderous gaze locked onto him. "Fancy meeting you here?" Belinda whispered coldly. Fabro's soul nearly left his body at her sight. While the camp burned to ashes, Gizlan's crew finished the sweep. Belinda then dragged the traitor to our boy. She forced him to his knees before Gizlan exposing Fabro as the rat who defected to Degard. He wasn't just an informant. He had clawed his way up to lead Degard's entire supply division. Fabro pathetically begged for mercy, offering his surrender. Unmoved, our boy demanded the name of the true mastermind. "It was Count Desmond," he shrieked, claiming he was coerced into betrayal by the Count's terrifying threats. Gizlan didn't even blink. It finally made sense. Desmond was the hidden shadow fueling Degard's offensive. Playing his last card, Fabro pleaded his long history with Perdium, promising Degard would pay dearly. He framed it as a lucrative bargain. Slowly, Gizlan dismounted and commanded the Baron to look him in the eye. Relieved, Fabro blabbered out his gratitude, swearing eternal loyalty to Perdium for this supposed second chance. In a flash of steel, Gizlan's blade ended the traitor's life. "I don't negotiate with rats," he muttered coldly. With a terrifying resolve, he declared that anyone daring to strike Perdium would harvest only a cold grave. Without another word, he mounted up and led his band of mercenaries out of the smoldering ruins. Belinda felt a chill seeing her master's dark expression. Care broke the silence, asking for their next objective. "To the castle," he commanded. He knew the fires of war were already consuming the capital. While the enemy tunnel-visioned on the siege, Gizlan aimed to crush their rear and plunge them into chaos. En route, Gizlan barked orders. Care and Belinda would reinforce the castle's crumbling left flank immediately. He claimed the right side for himself before fixing a sharp gaze on Jillian. He handed Jillian command over the main force, reminding him of the sheer weight on his shoulders. "Thousands against our few. Think you can pull off this suicide mission?" he challenged. Jillian's grin widened. "Consider it done, Master. Your word is my absolute command." Seeing Jillian's fire, Gizlan smirked. Care joked that Jillian was getting the most exciting part of the slaughter. Belinda questioned who would hold the main gate. Gizlan's response was chilling. "Leave it completely wide open." The trio froze in shock, but he simply stated this conflict would rewrite Perdium's history forever. The camera pans to a nightmare. Perdium is now a hellscape, sweltering in thick dust and acrid smoke. As Zwalter roared for battle stations, a massive boulder screamed through the sky, smashing into the fortress. Parts of the rampart crumbled instantly. The knight captain screamed for his archers to rain death below. "Hold the line, don't let them breach," he yelled, but the Dagard invaders were already swarming up. The wall became a slaughterhouse as waves of enemy troops crested the battlements, cutting down defenders. Zwalter commanded a desperate melee transition. "Bleed for every inch, we do not yield this wall," he bellowed. From the distance, Count Dagard cackled with sadistic glee, reveling in the sight of Perdium's slow collapse. Convinced victory was his, he signaled the catapults to prepare for the final crushing blow. "Crush them now," he ordered. Victor watched in horror, unable to accept that the end was so near. He'd hoped for a better fight from Zwalter. Suddenly, a mountain of a man charged the Count mid-chaos. With a fluid strike, Zwalter parried and gutted the giant before regrouping with Randolph amidst the fray. Hemmed in on all sides, Randolph shouted that the gate was reaching its absolute breaking point. "They're about to breach. Master, give us the order," he pleaded over the deafening roar of battle. Zwalter gave a baffling command. "Ignore the gate. Every soul stays focused on defending these walls." He checked with Scoville regarding the reinforcements, only to be met with devastating news from the messengers. Every single territory, including Zimbel and Raphael, had turned their backs on them. They were completely alone. Neighboring territories claimed they couldn't intervene due to internal chaos. Scoville delivered the grim report. Every messenger sent to Logia had vanished into thin air, leaving them with zero reinforcements. Randolph reeled from the betrayal, cursing those ungrateful cowards for abandoning them in their darkest hour. Over at the de Gaulle camp, a panicked soldier rushed to the Count with terrifying news. Their supply lines were compromised. Thomas's face went pale as the devastating reality set in. The scouts sent for provisions never returned, suggesting they'd been hunted down by a hidden threat. The Count demanded proof, refusing to believe those Perdium weaklings could ever pull off such a strike. Suddenly, Victor caught the scent of disaster as thick black smoke began to clog the horizon. It was coming from the supplies. He hadn't expected Perdium to have a strategist this cunning. A dark grin touched Victor's lips. Thomas panicked, worried their entire campaign was over before it started. No food, no gear, nothing. But Victor just smirked mockingly, tapping the Count's cheek with cold eyes. "Who needs supplies?" he sneered. "We're ending this war today by taking that castle by force." The Count stood frozen in shock, while Victor turned his predatory gaze toward the massive stone walls. The flank attacks were stalling out, unable to pierce the enemy's formation after hours of brutal fighting. Perdium's elite forces and the legendary Northern Wolf were holding the line with absolute ironclad resolve. Spotting a weakness at the main gate, Victor raised his blade, signaling his army to go all in. "The walls fall today," he roared, mounting his steed before summoning his most formidable warrior, Adon. A titan in grotesque armor emerged, wielding a colossal sword and a shield that could stop a mountain. Victor decided to lead the charge personally, leaving Adon with a single crucial directive. "Hold the base," Victor commanded, galloping toward the gate while Adon took his position like a statue. Back at the walls, the air screamed with steel as Walter and his knights butchered the invaders. The slaughter was endless, but then Scoville caught sight of something truly terrifying in the distance. He shouted for his master to look up. Massive siege towers were crawling toward them like wooden beasts. Walter's heart sank. How did the enemy know the exact height of their defenses? Randolph looked desperate. They were already outnumbered. If those towers touched the walls, the slaughter would be absolute. Walter turned to his crew, shouting for the catapults. The soldiers confirmed the engines were finally primed. "Fire now," Walter bellowed. They had to crush those wooden monsters before they breached the ramparts. A massive boulder soared through the sky, but the enemy didn't even flinch as it neared. They were stunned. How did Perdium build a catapult so fast? But before it could hit, Victor gripped a spear, coating it in surging mana before hurling it with godlike strength. Impact. The boulder shattered into dust mid-air. Walter's men watched in pure, unadulterated horror. Silence fell over the battlefield as they realized their ultimate defense had been neutralized with one throw. Below, Victor approached like a demon. Walter realized this monster was the one who broke their spirit. Brandishing his sword, Victor's voice boomed. "Give up. There is no escape from your inevitable fate." He mocked their resistance, claiming their deaths were already written in the stars regardless of their struggle. With a savage roar, he ordered the ram forward, targeting the gate with overwhelming, crushing momentum. As the ram thundered forward, enemy reinforcements poured from the towers, swarming the Count's remaining defenders. The gate groaned under the heavy impact. Walter's mind raced. Where was his son in this chaos? Deep inside the gatehouse, Alfoy and the mages were bound, trapped within the center of a magic circle. Blades were at their throats. Vanessa stood tall beside Fergus, overseeing the high-stakes prisoner situation. Alfoy spat insults, calling them peasants and demanding his release as a high-ranking master of magic. He argued that mages were above this petty warfare, but Fergus didn't even blink an eye. Fergus told him to shut up, but Alfoy exploded in rage, calling the man a blind fool. He pointed out the obvious: the gate was buckling. If the ram broke through, everyone was dead anyway. "The castle is toast," he'd scream, but Vanessa just looked at him with chillingly calm eyes. She insisted Ghislain would triumph, which sent Alfoy into a silent rage. He snapped at her to never utter that name again. Their lives were being thrown away for nothing because of him, Alfoy barked. He demanded Vanessa reveal Gislin's next reckless move. Her unwavering faith only fueled Alfoy's growing fury. Lost in his anger, he snarled at Vanessa to keep her mouth shut. Labeling Gislin a total madman, he questioned her loyalty to his insane commands. But with a look of absolute steel, Vanessa stood her ground, defending Gislin's sanity. Flashback to a few days ago, where we find Vanessa struggling to ignite her mana. Only a faint flicker of energy sparked from her fingertips. Mortified, she apologized to Gislin for such a weak performance. Even with magic unlocked, that meager spark was her absolute limit. However, Gislin just flashed a reassuring smile, calming her nerves. He reminded her that awakening her power was the real victory. With patience, her mana was bone dry, but a surge was coming soon. Gislin beckoned Vanessa, promising to unveil a secret that would change the entire battlefield. At the gate's threshold, Alfoy and the mages were frantic. They were clawing at the dirt, burying glowing runestones deep beneath the surface. Under the cold gaze of mercenaries, the mages worked in shadows. Vanessa watched her mind racing. Why bury such precious power in the mud? Alfoy stumbled toward Gislin, trembling from the agony. Why, he choked out, demanding to know why elite mages were being treated like common laborers. He argued that plenty of others could handle the dirt work. If secrecy was the goal, surely moving the runestones was a better play. Gordon's hand clamped around Alfoy's throat, cutting his breath short. Shut it, he hissed. Less talking, more working. Alfoy whimpered for his life, while Vanessa turned to Gislin for answers. His response was chillingly calm. We're just setting the stage. He explained the brutal truth of war. The simplest, most lethal strategy is crushing the enemy under a mountain of sheer numbers. Gislin knew the gate was a lost cause. No matter how hard they struggled, the entrance was destined to eventually crumble into ruin. As the gate rattled under a relentless barrage, he locked eyes with Vanessa. Don't lose hope. There's still a path to victory. Shock flashed across her face as his plan clicked. Do you truly believe I can pull this off? She whispered, searching his eyes. I don't believe I know, he countered. Driven by his faith, Vanessa slammed her staff into the center of the magic circle. A violent explosion of raw energy erupted instantly. Seeing the blinding light, Alfoy finally realized the magic circle's true terrifying purpose. It was a mana transfer conduit. Gripping her staff, Vanessa channeled every ounce of her will, fueled by Gislin's unwavering confidence. As the circle glowed, the siege ram thundered against the gate. Each strike felt like a hammer hitting the world itself. Hold the line, the soldiers roared, desperate for the signal. Above them, the castle walls became a chaotic symphony of steel and blood. Randolph gestured frantically toward the horizon, shouting for his master. Zwalter turned, spotting a mysterious dust cloud racing toward the fray. Recognition hit Zwalter like a lightning bolt. It was Gislin's unit, with his own son spearheading the charge into the chaos. Victor's gaze was glued to the gate when a scout skidded to a halt. General, I have an urgent report that changes everything. A mysterious cavalry force had appeared out of nowhere, slamming into their rear flanks with devastating surgical precision from both sides. Gislin's mercenaries were a whirlwind of blades. With a single brutal swing of his sword, our boy cleaved through his attackers like paper. Panic rippled through the enemy ranks. They were told Perdium stood alone and defenseless, so where did this nightmare army come from? Chaos reigned as the enemy struggled to adapt. Archers frantically notched their arrows, desperate to bring Gislin down before he struck. Arrows rained down, but Gislin didn't flinch. He spurred his mount forward, sending the beast leaping high into the air. Soldiers stared in disbelief as he literally took flight. He crashed into their formation, his blade painting the ground in crimson. He was a force of nature, leaving no room for retaliation. Terror gripped the survivors as they witnessed the absolute slaughter. Dozens fell to a single blow. The soldiers trembled in their boots, wondering if they were facing a man or a demon. Raising his blood-stained blade, Gislin flipped up his visor. Soldiers of Perdium, your time has come. Rise up and fight. The counteroffensive starts now, he bellowed. Like a crushing tidal wave, Gislin and his elite soldiers surged into the enemy. It was a pincer attack, Belinda and Care from the left, Gislin from the right, with Victor trapped at the camp. As he carved a path through the meat, Gislin shouted for Gordon and the one-eyed warrior Torrent to move out. I'll be the bait, he yelled. Fan out and rip their logistics to pieces. Destroy every key facility they have. The duo grinned, accepting the carnage. Torrent chuckled, savoring the absolute panic written on the faces of his fleeing enemies. By the time we're done, this camp will be embers, Gordon vowed. Count Degard could only watch his mind reeling in shock. He couldn't wrap his head around this sudden ambush. A panicked guard shoved him back. My lord, you must flee right now. But escape was a pipe dream. Gislin locked onto the Count with a predator's eyes. Thomas, you're going to be my hostage. The Count's blood ran cold as a massive axe loomed closer. Just as Gislin was about to claim his prize, however, a blade flashed from his blind side. Gislin's instincts screamed, and he swung his axe just in time to catch the impact. It was a dawn. The sheer force of the blow skidded Gislin back. Thomas collapsed, whimpering in the dirt at the display. Ghislaine felt the power behind that blow. This man was dangerous. Adon smirked. You've got guts, kid, attacking us with such small numbers. The name's Adon Praso, the warrior announced, his eyes narrowing with intent. Now tell me who the hell you are. Like a total badass, Ghislaine hoisted his axe and stared him down. A man like me has no name. I'm just a weapon for my master's will, he declared. Meanwhile, Belinda was busy lassoing enemies like cattle on the fortress wall. She tossed the bound soldiers toward Kair. With a sadistic grin, he gleefully shredded through them like a human meat grinder. Watch the splash zone creep, Belinda snapped, wiping blood away. Kair just laughed. Relax, old lady, you're getting grumpy again. He brushed her off, telling her to handle it. He had far bigger things to worry about right now. Rage boiled in Belinda's veins the second she heard him call her a pathetic old lady. Over on the right flank, Ghislaine was a whirlwind of steel carving through the enemy ranks with zero effort. Terror gripped the soldiers as they scrambled to flee, knowing Ghislaine's approach meant a certain death sentence. Seizing the chaos, our MC roared for an all-out charge, while the enemy was still reeling in confusion. He barked that this was their chance to crush them, promising to dismantle those massive siege towers solo. Seeing their lord dominate the battlefield sent the mercenaries' morale skyrocketing to legendary levels. They were thirsty for blood, while a superior mocked the fleeing cowards as a disorganized bunch of amateurs. He spat at them, calling them absolute fools for turning their backs in the middle of a war zone. He barked orders for the spearmen to hold the line, and a forest of steel points instantly rose. Ghislaine let his horse weave through the chaos. As the clever beast closed the gap with the enemy, the soldiers lunged with their spears, but the horse dipped its head narrowly, evading every deadly point. The spearmen gasped. Ghislaine had vanished from his saddle. Their eyes darted around, frantically searching for the ghost. Too late, Ghislaine descended from above, pinning a soldier's neck with a brutal leglock before they could react. Using the man's neck as a pivot, he spun into a deadly dance, tearing everyone around him apart. With a swift motion, he dismounted and delivered a clean, lethal stroke that sent the man's head flying. Our boy surveyed the carnage, seeing a sea of fallen enemies surrounding the massive siege tower. But Ghislaine's heart sank. The castle walls were looking way more battered than he had initially anticipated. Those siege towers were the culprits. If they weren't stopped, the entire wall was going to crumble soon. Even with his riders holding the line, the sheer weight of the enemy numbers was still absolutely overwhelming. Our MC knew they were on a timer. If they didn't finish this, they'd be completely encircled. Nearby, an enemy captain screamed for an assault, gloating that the fortress walls were right on the brink. With the tower deployed, he commanded his men to pin Ghislaine down at all costs. Realizing time had run out, Ghislaine raised his blade, declaring that victory had to be seized right now. Riding that momentum, Ghislaine's blade split the skull of the very first soldier who dared to approach. The next attacker lost his head instantly, followed by a swift slice across the throat of the next. Parrying a strike, he lunged inward, his blade shredding through the soldier's chest in a spray of crimson. Archers atop the siege tower spotted the threat and unleashed a desperate hail of arrows at Ghislaine. They were terrified, knowing that if Ghislaine reached the tower, their main advantage would be totally destroyed. Our boy danced through the arrow fire, closing the distance and burying his blade deep into the captain's gut. With monstrous strength, he hoisted the captain up and hurled both the man and his sword at the tower. The blade embedded itself into the wood, while the captain's lifeless body tumbled down into the abyss. Flicking his manacle thread onto the hilt, Ghislaine zipped through the air, reeling himself toward the siege engine. Reclaiming his weapon mid-flight, he crashed into the tower's interior like a vengeful god of war. The soldiers inside froze in pure horror. Ghislaine didn't hesitate, slamming his sword down with earth-shattering force. He drove his blade through the structure, carving a massive rift all the way down to the ground. Witnessing the destruction, Victor stood paralyzed. He couldn't believe a single man had just dismantled his tower. Recognizing Ghislaine as the commander, he barked out a question, had the main gate still not been breached. A soldier reported that the gate's defenses were tougher than anticipated, causing a frustrating delay in their plans. Victor told the man to make it 5 minutes, deciding to personally take Ghislaine out himself. He demanded the gate be opened by his return, his expression twisting into something truly demonic. Victor made it clear, fail and you'll die by my hands. The soldier's blood ran cold instantly. As the soldier stammered his compliance, a mocking voice suddenly called Victor a glorified flying tin can. The challenger warned he wasn't going anywhere. Victor spun around, demanding to know the man's identity. Kair introduced himself as the Regressed Mercenary commander, offering a cocky grin as he challenged Victor. He charged instantly, but Victor's horse struck Kair's mount, throwing him off balance. Victor lunged with his blade, and though Kair dodged, his horse was instantly beheaded. Reeling but determined, Kair launched an aerial strike that Victor blocked with ease. Gritting his teeth, Kair ignored the shock and swung his sword again, refusing to back down from the fight. Amping up his power, Victor effortlessly parried. Kay was shook. He never expected such a perfect defense. Victor's counterflick shattered Kay's balance. Victor sneered, claiming he'd buried countless losers just like him. a mid-tier mercenary, who relies solely on raw strength. Without warning, Victor unleashed a lethal slash. Kay desperately blocked the heavy blow, but the sheer impact sent him reeling. Victor's blade snapped Kay's steel, carving a deep gash into his shoulder. Nothing is easier to slaughter than a beast swinging its paws instinctively, Victor mocked. Clutching his bleeding wound, Kay realized Victor was every bit as monstrous as Gislan warned. Flashback. Gislan reveals the truth. Victor is Count Desmond's secret Joker card. Kay asked if Victor was the strongest. Gislan confirmed he outclassed every previous foe. Except himself, Gislan explained that Victor uses overwhelming numbers to fixate their defense. While they focus on the walls, Victor's true goal is the weakened gate. He plans an all-out blitz. But shockingly, this is exactly Gislan's trap. The strategy fails if Victor breaches that gate. Gislan tasks Kay with stopping him. Remembering his master's orders, Kay stood up with a wild, bloody grin. Elsewhere, Jillian clashes with Adon, whose massive shield soaks up every impact. Count de Garde shouted for his knight, but his men held him back. Torrin, Gordon, and the mercs carved through soldiers to clear Jillian's path. They thinned the herd, but Adon's impenetrable defense was starting to annoy Jillian. He couldn't waste time. Adon's shield was a perfect fortress from every angle. Jillian couldn't find a crack. It had been years since he'd faced such tankiness. With a roar, he swung his axe with bone-shattering force. Game over, knight. Adon's shield didn't budge. Stop wasting my time with these weak swings, he countered. My shield is unbreakable. Adon shoved the axe aside and lunged for the kill. Jillian parried with his axe handle, but Adon brutally decapitated Jillian's mount instead. Blindsided as his horse collapsed, Jillian looked up into Adon's towering shield. Infusing his shield with raw energy, Adon delivered a concussive blast, sending Jillian flying. Amidst the duel, the siege ram finally splintered the castle's main gates. Swalter's men panicked, but Gislan remained ice-cold. Alfoy screamed for Vanessa's move. You have their mana, use it, but Vanessa whispered that the time wasn't right. Victor raised his sword, ordering a total invasion. His soldiers flooded the breach. He ordered his men to find the Count. He was hunting commanders now. The soldier obeyed. But Kay, bloodied and broken, rose once again to his feet. You aren't going anywhere, Kay growled. Victor sighed. Know when to run mercenary. He questioned why a sellsword would throw his life away for a lost cause. Across the field, Adon mocked Jillian. The gate is down. You've already lost. He praised their bold surprise attack, but the final outcome was always inevitable. Your mistake, relying on trash mercenaries who only fight for a paycheck. No matter the skill, a sellsword can't match the discipline of a knight. Simultaneously, Victor told Kay to act like a real mercenary and retreat. Run while it's still worth it. Both knights urged them to save their lives. Kay just laughed, a dark and raspy sound. You think titles matter here? He grinned, declaring that knight and mercenary are meaningless in this hell. Jillian echoed the sentiment. Only one thing matters now: who stays standing. With a roar of defiance, both warriors charged. The real battle starts now. Jillian has zero time for a loser's whining. He parries the strike with brute force and shoves his massive axe directly against the knight's blade. Using the hook of his weapon, Jillian yanks Adon right off his saddle. The knight never saw it coming, getting dragged to the dirt by the inner edge of a mercenary's axe. Jillian rips the steel free and launches a devastating follow-up. Adon barely manages to slide his shield into place, his teeth rattling from the impact. But the axe finds a different target, burying itself in the horse's neck. Adon eats dirt as the beast collapses, spitting insults at the wretched mercenary through the dust. Jillian leaps into the air, bringing his axe down like a guillotine. Adon scrambles, raising his shield just in time to prevent being split in two. Looming over the fallen noble, Jillian sneers that even the most perfect defense has a fatal flaw. Drawing a hidden blade, he reveals his cold truth. His life already belongs to Gislan. He isn't just a man anymore. He's a weapon. Sword held high, he declares that his only purpose is to deliver absolute victory to his master's feet. Without a second of hesitation, he drives the steel through Adon's skull. Meanwhile, across the blood-soaked field, Kaer is making a suicidal dash toward Victor. Kaer isn't delusional. He knows Victor is a monster compared to him. He's charging straight into his own funeral, and he doesn't care. Gislan gave him one job: stall Victor. Kaer gambles everything on the hope that a single solid hit might buy them the time they need. His mind flashes back to a training session with Gislan. Our protagonist had tilted his head, confused by Kaer's sudden curiosity about his techniques. Swallowing his pride, Kaer had asked to learn those insane moves from their previous duel. He looked totally bashful, asking for pointers from the younger guy. When Kaer begged for lessons, our boy just gave him a knowing smirk. He dropped a bombshell on the veteran mercenary. It's not about the footwork. Gislan explained that enemies will always underestimate a weak opponent charging them head-on. Back in reality, Kaer screams and lunges. Victor just sighs, mocking him for acting like a brainless beast with zero tactics. Victor parries the desperate strike and counters with a lethal swing. Kaer barely sidesteps the blade, hurling his shattered sword like a projectile. The broken steel whistles through the air, but Victor just swats it away. He sneers at the mercenary's pitiful and hasty attempt. Idiots always rush their end, Victor mocks. He claims that in their panic, fools lose sight of the bigger picture. They don't realize that their next move will be their absolute last. Victor lunges forward, his blade screaming, "Die," as it aims for Kair's heart. As the steel nears his throat, Kair hears Gislin's voice in his head. To land a real hit, you must mask your true intent. Wait until they're close enough to smell their breath, that's when you strike. Kair locks that advice into his soul. Kair twists his body, letting the blade bite into his shoulder instead of his chest. Blood sprays, but he ignores the pain and grabs Victor's arm. He launches himself upward, catching the broken blade he had thrown earlier mid-air. Victor's eyes go wide, he didn't see that coming. Kair dives in with the jagged shard of steel. Victor contorts his body, narrowly avoiding a lethal puncture. But Kair wasn't aiming for him. The broken blade sinks deep into the horse's flank. The stallion shrieks and collapses, sending both riders crashing into the mud. Victor leaps clear of the falling beast, his mind racing. He never expected such a chaotic, unpredictable maneuver just to catch a deflected blade. He realizes the first throw was total bait. Kair orchestrated the entire sequence just to change the momentum of the fight. Only a man who has completely made peace with his own death could reach this level of skill. You're not as brainless as you look, Victor admits, stalking toward the grounded mercenary with cold eyes. He notes that people often break their limiters when they're staring down the barrel of a grave. Too bad you picked the wrong monster to fight, Victor growls, raising his sword for the final execution. He asks for final words, but Kair just looks up and grins through the blood. I already landed my hit, he rasps. Victor freezes confused. But before he can ask what that means, a flurry of throwing daggers whistles toward his face. He's forced to retreat as the steel rains down. Stepping out from the shadows is Belinda, the deadliest maid you'll ever meet. She leaps into action, snagging Kair's jacket with a weighted grappling hook in one fluid motion. Belinda sticks the landing on a passing horse and hauls Kair away. Victor stays put, his mind elsewhere. He's haunted by Kair's last words. Sure, his horse is dead, but that trade-off makes zero sense for a veteran warrior. If the maid hadn't crashed the party, Kair would be a corpse right now. So why that confident smile? Victor realizes Kair isn't the type to commit suicide just to take down a mount. There's a bigger play here. The man was betting his life on a distraction. Victor's eyes snap toward his fallen stallion, and then toward his soldiers. He looks past his charging troops and sees it. Vanessa, deep in the distance, is gathering a massive amount of mana. The realization hits him like a truck. Kair was the anchor keeping Victor occupied while the real threat prepared to explode. Vanessa recalls our boy's words. Even when the walls are crumbling, the tide of battle can always be turned. Even if they're breathing down our necks at the gate, he told her, that's exactly when we strike back. Realizing magic could flip the script, Vanessa turned to Ghislaine, seeking confirmation. He responded with a confident, knowing smirk. I believe in you, he promised. Fueled by his trust, Vanessa finally unleashed her surging, unstable mana. A blinding azure glare seared the soldiers' retinas. Spell-activated flame strike. A hellish torrent of fire erupted instantly. The inferno shattered the castle walls, roaring toward the horizon. Walter watched in horror as the massive blaze incinerated everything. From every corner of the chaotic battlefield, warriors froze, mesmerized by the sheer magnitude of the devastating flames. Soldiers were reduced to ash mid-scream. Those outside the blast radius scrambled to retreat before the heat could melt them. Ghislaine intercepted the fleeing cowards, his blade a blur. Seal the perimeter. Don't let a single one of these rats escape. Thanks to his high-tier enchanted plate, Victor survived the blast. A charged shield-bearer rushed over to deliver the grim news. Our front lines are gone, Lord Victor. We must fall back. Victor hissed, his legendary composure finally beginning to crack. This invasion had been meticulously calculated for years. Every variable was supposed to be under their absolute crushing control. They had choked every path of survival for Perdium, yet they failed to account for the Mad Dog's wild interference. Not to mention an Elder-class mage capable of deleting an entire army with one flick of her wrist. These weren't mere coincidences. Victor realized someone had masterfully orchestrated this entire nightmare just to ruin his perfect victory. Using his sword as a crutch, Victor stood tall. He finally accepted the bitter truth he'd walked into Ghislaine's trap. Regroup the survivors, he commanded. We're making a temporary withdrawal to preserve what's left of our strength. He scanned the open terrain, searching for cover. If we clear this blaze, we can reorganize at the main camp. Capturing Perdium will be a longer, bloodier grind than I anticipated. Victor muttered, his eyes cold with newfound focus. He moved to contact Adon, but the words died in his throat. Emerging from the smoke was Jillian, looking dangerous. The mercenary walked forward, casually dangling Adon's severed helmet. So you're the big shot leading this pathetic Degard army. Victor couldn't even find his voice. Seeing his commander's helmet in the hands of a mere sellsword was a devastating shock. With a look of pure boredom, Jillian tossed the blood-stained steel onto the scorched earth like it was trash. Your main force is ghost stories now, Gillian growled, leveling his axe. Drop the steel and surrender while you still can. Victor's mana exploded in a mocking violent wave. Surrender to a dog like you, don't make me laugh, peasant. You think a little fire ends this war? I'll personally take every head on this field. His blade flared with killing intent. The real slaughter begins now. As the enemies scrambled, Walter ordered his archers to rain hell on the retreating ranks. They're cornered rats, Ghislaine roared from below. Keep the pressure on. Don't let a single soul crawl out of that fire. This was their golden window. One final push to turn the tides and reclaim their destiny from the jaws of defeat. No mercy for the invaders. As the mercenaries tore through the chaos, Belinda frantically searched for her master. She rushed to his side, checking for wounds. Ghislaine waved her off. I'm fine. What about the others? Where's Kair? Belinda glanced at Kair, who was barely conscious but defiant. He raised a shaky hand, giving them a determined thumbs up. Ghislaine's tension eased into a smirk. Belinda sighed. If that fire strike had been a second later, we'd be corpses. She looked at him with genuine disbelief. I honestly thought your entire plan was just a suicidal gamble, Master. A gamble that paid off, Ghislaine countered. Belinda groaned. Just don't make us burn every last mana stone again. Ghislaine's eyes swept the burning landscape. The job's not done yet. Belinda, where the hell is Jillian? Before she could answer, Ghislaine kicked his horse into a gallop, disappearing into the thick, acrid smoke of the battlefield. He didn't look back. On the far side of the chaos, steel crashed against steel as Jillian met Victor's fury. Victor's strikes were like falling mountains. Jillian managed to block the first wave, but the sheer impact sent him reeling. The knight was a beast. Jillian didn't even have a second to breathe as Victor followed up with a relentless assault. The mercenary was genuinely impressed by the knight's momentum. Gritting his teeth, Jillian swung his heavy axe in a desperate counter. Victor leaped with predatory grace, dodging the blade. Mid-air, he shredded Jillian's armor and landed a deep, punishing strike. Jillian gasped as blood sprayed. The knight's combination of speed and raw power was unlike anything he'd ever faced before. Die like the disgusting mercenary you are, Victor sneered, overwhelming Jillian with a flurry of precise lethal thrusts. Give a rat an inch, and he thinks he's a king. Jillian swung back his axe, whistling through the heated air. He tried to pin Victor's blade down, but the knight's sword slipped through his guard like a striking viper. Jillian's eyes widened in shock. With a masterful flick, Victor sent the mercenary's heavy axe flying into the dirt. Jillian's axe clattered away useless. Victor leveled his blade, his voice cold as he told the man he'd finally pushed too far. Without a second's hesitation, he lunged, burying his steel deep. A crimson spray erupted from Jillian's mangled body. Blood stained Jillian's lips. Even Victor was low-key impressed the mercenary had twisted just enough to keep the blade from his vitals. In a split second, Victor realized Jillian didn't clap Adon by accident. He admitted that no one had ever tanked his assault quite like this. He mocked him, calling it a mid-tier decision to face him, while completely drained. After exhausting everything on Adon, coming here was suicide. Victor figured Adon wouldn't even be mad anymore. Since a beast like Jillian was the one who ended him, Victor decided it was time to close the curtains on his life. Just as he prepared the final blow, a sword whistled through the air from behind. Victor's senses screamed, picking up the threat. He parried instantly, creating distance from the dying Jillian. Spinning around, he demanded the shadow reveal itself. Out stepped Ghislaine and Victor's jaw practically hit the floor. Our boy casually snagged Jillian's heavy axe with one hand. He hoisted it onto his shoulder like it was nothing. Victor recognized that iconic black armor he was staring at the mercenary king. Ghislaine flared his core energy, turning into a literal blur as he closed the gap on the knight. He brought the axe down in a crushing overhead strike. Victor blocked, but the raw force nearly buckled his knees. He shoved Ghislaine back, counterattacking with a lightning-fast slash. Ghislaine just smirked, checking the blade with his axe. Victor swung again, desperate. Our boy deflected the steel and immediately aimed a brutal sweep at the knight's legs. Victor leaped, narrowly avoiding the chop to strike from above. Ghislaine simply used the axe handle to stonewall the hit. Using the handle as a springboard, he launched upward. In a flash, he wrapped his legs around Victor's neck, locking him in. He slammed the knight into the dirt with a sickening thud. Victor scrambled up, gasping for air as he retreated. He couldn't read Ghislaine's movements at all. It was pure chaos. One wrong move, and he was taking a one-way trip to the afterlife. He couldn't wrap his head around Perdium hiding such a monster. Ghislaine just stared him down, claiming he knew exactly who Victor was. He dropped facts about Victor's war strategies and the Shadow faction pulling the strings from the dark. With a look that could kill Ghislaine, let him know he knew everything. Victor's heart raced. Was this whole war a setup? He roared, charging forward to silence the nonsense. Their weapons clashed in a shower of sparks. He swore it was impossible for Perdium to sniff out their top-secret operation that had been years in the making. Under total secrecy, he caught Ghislaine's heavy blow. He reminded himself he was Count Desmond's ultimate trump card. Fueled by ego, Victor shoved the massive axe aside and lunged into Ghislaine's personal space. He hissed at him to stop the cheap mind games, but our boy used his axe as a pivot, catapulting himself over Victor's strike. Victor's blade hit only wood, his eyes widening in pure shock. He looked up just in time to see the axe descending like a guillotine. He barely rolled away from the impact. Victor retreated, throwing a desperate slash to keep him back. Ghislain danced away effortlessly. Then he lunged forward, delivering a bone-shattering kick straight to Victor's face. The knight stumbled, fighting to stay upright. While still airborne, Ghislain swung the axe with everything he had. Victor braced for impact, blocking the heavy steel, but the power was off the charts. Our boy crushed his defense, the force triggering a massive shockwave. Victor's helmet shattered and flew off. Finally, we see his bloody face and blonde hair. He was an absolute mess. Victor stared up, dazed as Ghislain approached. Our boy casually plucked a sword from the earth. He admitted the axe was fun, but a sword just felt right. The knight trembled, demanding to know his true identity. Tossing his own helmet aside, our boy revealed the truth. He was the young lord of Perdium. He introduced himself as Ghislain Perdium. Victor froze, then burst into a manic, unhinged laugh. He couldn't handle the fact that the North's Peak Knight lost to some random scoundrel. Ghislain decided it was time to show him what a real northern legend looks like. Victor just smirked, calling him an arrogant brat. He didn't care about the trap or the schemes. In his mind, using every dirty trick was just how you played the game. To win it all, the journey doesn't matter. Only the one left standing gets to write the history books. Victor took a lethal stance, his mana exploding in a frenzy. Ghislain mirrored him, raising his blade with cold focus. He doubled down on that logic, daring Victor to give it his best shot. Around them, the battlefield was pure carnage. The two monsters locked eyes as the world burned, ready for the final bloody dance. The two warriors collided in a flash of steel blades, screeching as they locked. Victor lunged, aiming a lethal strike at Ghislain's skull, but our boy parried the blow effortlessly. Victor unleashed a flurry of heavy swings, yet Ghislain danced through the carnage completely untouched. The knight pivoted, sweeping his blade in a deadly arc. Ghislain deflected the strike only for Victor to snap back with a lightning-fast thrust. Ghislain whipped his blade behind his back, catching the point just in time. He shoved back, trying to overpower the armored knight. Digging his heels in, Victor repelled the pressure and closed the distance. He surged forward, looking for the perfect opening to finish this. Before the finishing blow could land, Ghislain snapped his leg up his boot, slamming into Victor's wrist to stall the swing. Using the knight's own blade as a stepping stone, he propelled himself upward. A brutal kick caught Victor's jaw, drawing a spray of blood. Seizing the opening, Ghislain pressed the assault. But Victor was no amateur. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself to shove back with everything. He forced Ghislain's blade into the dirt, hurling him backward. Our boy performed a perfect recovery, landing firmly on his feet. A thin scratch now marked Ghislain's chest plate. Seeing his handiwork, a dark, confident smirk played across the knight's lips. Victor charged once more, steel singing through the air. Ghislain caught the strike and countered, but the knight's defense remained an iron wall. Suddenly Victor spun, whipping his heavy cloak to blind his opponent. Under cover of shadows, he struck from a lethal hidden angle. Reacting on instinct, Ghislain leaped high, soaring right over the knight's reach. But as he began his descent through the air, Victor swung his sword upward with everything he had. Mid-flight, Ghislain twisted his body, his sword clashing against the steel in mid-air. Touching down, Ghislain blitzed forward. Victor intercepted the strike, shoving him back, before launching a savage follow-up of his own. Ghislain swatted the blows aside with chilling ease. Both warriors then roared, swinging their blades in a simultaneous earth-shaking collision of steel. The blades locked, sparks flying under the crushing pressure. It became a pure test of will, with neither man willing to yield. Teeth bared in a fierce snarl, they locked eyes. Slowly, Victor's raw power began to win out, forcing Ghislain's guard to crumble. He wrenched his blade upward, aiming for a decapitating blow. But just as the steel neared Ghislain's neck, the atmosphere shifted. Ghislain ripped his sword from the earth, intercepting the strike. He then lunged forward, grabbing Victor's armor to drag him into a trap. A swift kick shattered the knight's stance. With a powerful heave, Ghislain hurled the armored giant across the battlefield. Refusing to let his prey breathe, Ghislain closed in like a predator. Victor scrambled, rolling across the dirt just as the blade fell. Victor retreated, dragging his steel through the grit. In a desperate move, he kicked up a blinding cloud of sand at Ghislain's eyes. Seeing the dirty trick coming, our boy shielded his vision. Victor seized the moment, lunging forward with a piercing, lethal thrust. As the steel glinted before him, Ghislain realized the truth. Victor was a monster, a truly elite and powerful knight. Despite the third core surging through his veins, their strength remained deadlocked. Memories of a previous life flickered in Ghislain's mind. When Ghislain had ignited a war against Count Desmond, it was Victor who had served as the ultimate enemy shield. He finally won back then after dozens of clashes. Sadly, it cost him everything. He had wasted too much time on Victor. Because of this, Perdium fell. Ghislain finally understood that ruin was inevitable. With fanatics like Victor hunting them, doom was certain. In that moment, Ghislain's resolve hardened into cold, lethal iron. He swore an oath only death awaited anyone daring enough to threaten his lineage or his beloved family. Back in the present, Ghislaine hoisted his blade, channeling a torrent of raw mana into the cold, sharp steel. He drove the mana-infused blade deep into Victor's gut. Crimson geysered from the wound, painting the sands in a gruesome display. As blood soaked the ground, Ghislaine trapped the knight's failing counterattack beneath his own arm, ending the struggle. Victor wheezed out the count's name one last time. Ghislaine ripped his sword free, watching as the warrior finally collapsed. Fading eyes scanned the raging inferno consuming the battlefield. Above him, Ghislaine's gaze remained as cold as death itself. It was over. The knight's life was flickering out. Ghislaine turned to walk away, but a raspy voice halted his steps. Victor coughed, clinging to a final question. He begged to know the true identity of the monster who defeated him. The Ghislaine I know was northern trash, he chuckled weakly. Just a total loser who didn't have this aura. He shook his head. Names were meaningless now. With a final bloody grin, Victor admitted he truly enjoyed their dance. With those final words, the night went cold. Ghislaine departed the corpse just as a weary soldier rushed to his side. Leaning heavily on the soldier for support, Ghislaine limped forward. He lifted his bruised face, his eyes searching for his allies. There stood his father amidst the battered survivors, all gasping for air. Ghislaine glanced toward the edge of the camp. Belinda and her mercenary crew were there, battered but alive. A faint smile touched Ghislaine's lips as he checked for casualties. The mercs sprinted toward him, their leader rambling about how insane this job was for their very first mission. Witnessing such a brutal war for the first time, a mercenary asked Ghislaine about that magic. Another soldier admitted he was shaking. Ghislaine thanked the men for sticking by him. He praised their hard work. Meanwhile, Kair started teasing Gillian, calling him Grandpa, and joked about him needing a carryover one tiny stab. Gillian brushed it off. Belinda snapped at the nonsense, demanding to see the wound. Ghislaine asked about Vanessa. She revealed Vanessa had passed out after burning through every drop of her mana. While they spoke, Fergus was already moving the mages back into the castle's safety. A voice called out to our boy. Ghislaine turned just as Randolph grabbed him. He beamed with pride, declaring Ghislaine the true and worthy successor of Perdium. Ghislaine praised the captain's performance, then turned his gaze toward his father. Walter stood nearby, his eyes filled with nothing but worry for his son. He stepped forward and embraced Ghislaine, whispering his praise. Ghislaine was stunned. Walter confessed he thought the plan was a total suicide mission at first. He never expected Ghislaine to actually pull it off. But our boy smiled. He credited the wall's defense, but the Count insisted Ghislaine was the real hero. He raised his son's hand high, roaring that they had finally claimed victory. He announced Perdium's triumph, and the entire army erupted into a deafening shout. The mercenaries joined the roar. The sheer volume of their voices shook Ghislaine. He smiled, realizing this was exactly why he had returned to the past. Then his fist clenched. Remembering Duke Delphine, he knew the war was just starting. Randolph offered to check the troops, then asked the Count for their next move. Walter told his son to rest, knowing there would be much to handle later. Our boy refused. Walter blinked in shock, as Ghislaine insisted they had no time. They needed to secure a formal surrender from Count de Garde immediately. Walter suggested leaving tomorrow, but Ghislaine knew that would be a fatal delay. He planned to march on de Garde now. He demanded the authority of deputy. Randolph was floored. He couldn't believe the boy's relentless drive and ambition. Walter worried they were too exhausted, but Ghislaine's gaze was cold and serious. The war isn't over yet, he stated. The Count was stunned by his intensity. He explained that de Garde had betrayed their alliance just to steal their land. They couldn't give him a single second to breathe, or he would strike again. They had to strike now, dictate the terms, and end his threat forever. Walter couldn't believe his ears. Most men would be celebrating this narrow win, yet his son was already 3 steps ahead. Walter finally nodded, seeing the fire. He agreed they had to finish this decisively, and granted Ghislaine his permission. Our boy bowed. Before he left, Walter reminded him of de Garde's noble status. Despite the betrayal, he asked Ghislaine to treat the Count with proper aristocratic courtesy. Our boy just smirked and told his father not to worry about a thing. Ghislaine turned to Kair and Belinda, asking if they still had strength to move. They mounted their horses, heading for the de Garde territory at full speed. Meanwhile, inside Castle de Garde, Thomas was absolutely losing his mind with rage. He couldn't wrap his head around the failure. He only betrayed Perdium for power. He couldn't believe the legendary Desmond lost to a pathetic place like Perdium. A man named Lowell tried to intervene, but Thomas just exploded in fury. He screamed at Lowell to shut up. There was no staying calm in this. Thomas barked orders at Lowell, demanding the bureaucrats prepare for a massive surrender payout. Stunned, Lowell questioned his master's sanity, but Thomas sneered that Zwalter was a predictable fool, obsessed with honor. He was betting on Zwalter's mercy, knowing full well that Perdium was currently drowning in debt. A massive bribe could fix this mess, and he'd just let Count Desmond take the fall later. But Lowell dropped a reality check. Their war chest was bone dry after pouring everything into the invasion. Where would the gold come from? Instead of answering, Thomas lunged forward and grabbed Lowell by the throat. "You absolute moron," he hissed, questioning how such a brainless idiot ever managed to serve him. With a chilling glare, he ordered Lowell to bleed the peasants dry and squeeze out every last coin. Feeling guilty for your fellow rats, he mocked, asking if those animals mattered more than their master. Gasping for air, Lowell choked out the lie that no peasant's life could ever outweigh the Count's. Thomas tossed him aside like trash, barking at him to remember his place and get to work. Spitting blood onto the floor, Lowell's eyes burned with silent hatred for this pathetic, power-hungry tyrant. He knew the citizens were at their breaking point. Another tax hike would surely spark a bloody revolution. Suddenly, a panicked soldier burst in, shouting that disaster had finally arrived at their doorstep. The Perdium army wasn't coming, they were already there. Moments later, elite mercenaries flooded into the office. They surrounded Thomas as he sat frozen in his chair, desperately waiting for Zwalter to appear. Stunned by their speed, he vowed he wouldn't let Zwalter dictate the terms of his downfall. But instead of the old lord, Ghislain stepped through the doors, flanked by Belinda and Kair. Ready to sign your life away, Ghislain asked coolly, leaving Thomas absolutely speechless with shock. Thomas stammered, asking where Zwalter was, but Ghislain explained his father was busy rebuilding their home. He was now the acting deputy, and he was here to handle this negotiation personally. With cold, unwavering eyes, Ghislain signaled his men to force the arrogant Count to his knees. Flashing back a few hours, we find Ghislain's squad galloping fiercely toward the Dagard borders. Kair mocked the Count's Olympic-level sprinting skills, amazed at how fast the coward abandoned his men. He ditched his army just to save his own skin. Gordon sighed, apologizing for letting him escape. Kair shrugged it off, pinning the blame on Gillian instead while praising the rest of the squad. Seeing Kair's burning grudge, Ghislain considered letting him settle the score with Gillian one-on-one. Kair leaned in, questioning why Ghislain would even consider letting a snake like Dagard live. Why play nice with a surrender treaty, Kair asked, clearly wanting more blood and less talk. Our boy noted that while the Count was pure trash, they had to play the political game carefully. If they demanded too much, the public would see Perdium as the villain, not the victim. Reparations were the smartest move, though the complex politics went straight over Kair's head. You're overthinking it, kid, Kair groaned, clearly annoyed by all the unnecessary diplomatic red tape. He suggested a simpler plan, just storm the castle and delete everyone from existence. Belinda rolled her eyes, asking if he really thought noble politics worked like a common tavern brawl. You can't just hack and slash your way through high society disputes. Kair felt personally attacked. We all bleed red, he snapped, demanding to know what made those snobbish nobles so special. The Dagardas threw the first punch, so why the hell were they worrying about their feelings? Ghislain just smirked, telling the frustrated mercenary not to stress the small stuff. Mercy is my father's way, Ghislain whispered, causing a wave of concern to wash over Belinda. She pressed for an explanation, but Ghislain simply grinned, stating he was cut from different cloth. He wasn't just here for money, he was here to claim the entire Dagard domain. Back in the office, Kair and Gazelle hauled the Count up and smashed his desk to splinters. Thomas screamed for them to stop, but they slammed him onto the cold floor before Ghislain. Belinda leaned in, whispering a final check. Was Ghislain truly prepared to cross this point of no return? Ghislaine's resolve remained unshakable. Belinda sighed, reminding him she wasn't responsible for the inevitable fallout. Under intense interrogation, Thomas desperately claimed his undying loyalty belonged solely to the crown. Do you really think the king will ignore this blatant assault on his subject? He hissed. He demanded respect, but Ghislaine's cold blade at his throat silenced the Count instantly. Ghislaine exposed the truth. Thomas was a pathetic traitor, seduced by the enemy's hollow promises. After betraying their pact to steal Perdium, Ghislaine promised him only one thing, a cold grave. Death finds all who threaten Perdium. Terrified, the Count begged Ghislaine to stop this joke. Stunned by the murderous intent, he listened, as Ghislaine explained that real power requires risking everything. Those who gamble with innocent lives on the battlefield must eventually pay the ultimate blood price. Thomas erupted in hysterical laughter, finally realizing he was facing a truly bloodthirsty madman. As the blade rose, Thomas shrieked for mercy, promising a massive ransom to save his neck. He offered his entire territory to Ghislaine, leaving Belinda and Lowell absolutely speechless at the desperate trade. Ghislaine's smirk widened. He'd predicted this. He reminded the Count about the strict laws of bloodline succession. Without being a legitimate heir, seizing land would be a direct violation of sacred imperial inheritance laws. Land isn't some cheap commodity to barter away, but Thomas frantically insisted he could bypass the legalities. Leave it to me, Thomas whispered, plotting to forge documents claiming Ghislaine was a long-lost relative. With forged papers and fabricated rights, all Ghislaine had to do was step into his new role. Barking at Lowell to move his feet, the Count demanded a pen and paper immediately. Playing hard to get, Ghislaine tightened the screws, acting skeptical about the Count's shady proposal. Thomas threw in extra reparations pathetically, begging for his life, and more time to settle the debt. Is your life really worth that much? Ghislaine mocked, before offering one final twisted opportunity. Relieved but foolish, Thomas was dragged outside and tossed like trash before his own staring citizens. Gasping in shock, the commoners watched their mighty lord grovel in the dirt before a stranger. Why humiliate me before these peasants? Thomas hissed. Ghislaine warned him to watch his arrogant mouth. Ghislaine dropped a bombshell, the people would judge him. Thomas stared back, completely clueless and confused. Projecting his voice, Ghislaine introduced himself as Perdium's young lord to the gathered masses of Degard. He exposed their lord's failed war and revealed the Count's plan to squeeze them for reparations. Your lord wants your gold to pay for his mistakes. Any volunteers? Ghislaine asked mockingly. Fury erupted. He'd already bled them dry for his war, and now he wanted their last crumbs. As the crowd shouted for the nobles to suffer alone, Ghislaine stepped forward with a merciful offer. Acting as Perdium's deputy, he gave them a choice: save their lord or face bankruptcy. Alternatively, they could let him rot and join Perdium, escaping the crushing weight of their defeat. Thomas reeled in disbelief, never imagining Ghislaine would weaponize his own subjects against him like this. Suddenly, a rock struck him square in the head. The Count froze, paralyzed by the sudden assault. A hail of stones followed. Pitchforks were raised as the citizens transformed into a vengeful, angry mob. Closing in, a man screamed about the bread stolen from his children and his mother's stolen heirlooms. They demanded to know if he felt the weight of their suffering. Thomas could only tremble in silence. The mob descended with primal fury, raining blows upon Thomas, as if his title never even existed. Denied even a moment to plead for mercy, the Count could only curl up and shriek. Turning his back on the carnage, Ghislaine signaled his men. Pack it up. This war is finished. He told Belinda he had a report for his father. She smiled, knowing he always played 4D chess. I'm not worried, she assured. Meanwhile, Walter and his advisors stood frozen in absolute pure disbelief. News of Count Degard's demise hit like a thunderclap. Walter demanded his son repeat the impossible news. Ghislaine confirmed the kill. The room went cold as the council struggled to process the seismic shift. Did you forget? Walter asked sternly. I specifically told you to handle that Count with some respect. With deep respect, Ghislaine promised his father that his instructions were permanently etched in his memory. He stood firm, explaining that after confronting the Count personally, this path was the only logical choice. Mercy would have meant another invasion, he stated, leaving Albert and Holmeren absolutely stunned by the revelation. Holmeren protested that it was impossible, but Ghislaine reminded them of the 7,000-strong army at their gates. He dropped a bombshell. Degard wasn't acting alone. Desmond was the one pulling the strings. With Rappold's shadow plays and Desmond's troops, the men were paralyzed by the sheer scale of the conspiracy. They couldn't wrap their heads around being targeted by two giants, especially since Desmond was famously neutral. Why would a neutral power back the Degard's? Ghislaine, however, was already 10 steps ahead. Their allies were silent because Amelia had been systematically butchering every messenger to kill the information flow. Total isolation, this psychological warfare was her signature move, and it worked flawlessly every time. But the game changes the moment Ghislaine seizes the Degard lands. The power balance will shatter. Desmond and Rappold won't dare a direct assault on Perdium once their borders are practically touching. Any suspicious movement will be met with immediate force. Zwalter finally understood why Thomas had to die. Killing a lord doesn't grant you his land, Zwalter warned. You need a legitimate bloodline to rule. Ghislaine didn't flinch, instead placing an ancient, official-looking scroll directly onto the table. See for yourself, father, he challenged. The Count's hands trembled as he unfurled the parchment. There it was, Thomas's own signature naming Ghislaine as a distant relative and the sole rightful heir. Zwalter stared in pure disbelief while his son revealed he'd secured the document from the Count himself. With this, we bypass every legal hurdle that comes with seizing new territory, Ghislaine confidently assured him. Snapping out of his shock, Zwalter regained his composure to deliver a serious reality check. Governing is a brutal burden, he cautioned. Do you even have the manpower to hold this land? Ghislaine just smirked, telling his father not to sweat it because he already had the perfect candidate. Flash to the Austin territory in the Searing Kingdom, where a local tavern was reaching a boiling point. The crowd was losing it, watching a high-stakes gamble centered around a man with striking green hair. Going all in, the green-haired stranger skillfully rattled 4 dice within his cup with effortless grace. He slammed it down before his opponent, a massive, intimidating bald man, backed by 2 heavy-hitting thugs. Listen, Claude, the bald man growled, if you're cheating, you won't leave this room alive. Claude just chuckled, telling the brute to relax, since they were all just there for a good time. He lifted the cup, revealing 4 dice perfectly stacked on top of each other with matching faces. With a confident grin, Claude urged his opponent to stop stalling and place his final bet. Next, we're in a grand hall overflowing with battle-hardened soldiers and rowdy groups of mercenaries. Ghislaine knelt before Zwalter and Randolph as his father stood to acknowledge his son's legendary contributions. In the king's name, Ghislaine is hereby granted the title of Baron of Fenris, the Count roared. The room erupted instantly. Every mercenary and soldier shouted Ghislaine's name until the very rafters shook. A new lord is born. We then jump back to a private strategy meeting in Zwalter's office. A massive map lay before them as Ghislaine broke down the Degard territory's 5 distinct baronies. Ignoring the minor outlying lands, Ghislaine declared his intention to establish a permanent base of operations. The Fenris barony, the heart of the entire region. Any objections from the council, he asked. Silence followed. Everyone realized that their opinions were irrelevant in the face of Ghislaine's iron will. After a quick whisper from Albert, Zwalter gave his blessing for his son to do as he pleased. It was only a matter of time before someone stepped up. The Count admitted accepting Ghislaine's thanks. Clearing his throat, Zwalter's tone shifted to the harsh reality of their crippled, war-torn economy. We're bleeding out financially, the Count warned, prompting Ghislaine to ask exactly how much they'd lost. He suggested selling runestones to provide immediate support, but Ghislaine dropped yet another unexpected truth. I'm totally out of runestones, father, he said, reminding him that his entire stash was already gone. Armed with runestones to blast the gates, he told his father to stay cool. He promised to mine more and bring back a fresh supply just for him. The vision fades as we snap back to the current timeline. Belinda beams, welcoming her master back with a radiant, joyful expression. She urged her master to take a seat and enjoy the feast. Gillian dipped his head low, addressing our protagonist as the young lord. He immediately pivoted to Lord and offered his heartfelt congratulations. Kay noted that Ghislaine had truly carved out a name for himself. Clasping her hands, Belinda confessed she had always feared for his dark future. She beamed proud that her grueling efforts to raise him finally bore fruit. Kay joked that Ghislaine's savage attitude was definitely inherited from her influence. Belinda jammed a kick into his gut before leaning toward Ghislaine with a sweet grin. She reminded him of his lordship, but a sudden shout interrupted their conversation. Ghislaine glanced over to find Elena, accompanied by a mysterious blue-haired girl. Elena leaned in teasingly, asking whether to call him brother or my lord. Use whatever title you like, he shrugged, facing the timid blue-haired maiden. He addressed her as Rachel, who offered a soft greeting. Ghislaine told her to report it immediately if his sister started acting up. He warned that Elena gets pretty aggressive when things do not go her way. Hearing the slander, Elena playfully punched her brother right in the chest. Facing Gillian, Ghislaine confirmed that his daughter had made a full recovery. Gillian credited him entirely for the miracle. Ghislaine clapped, demanding everyone's attention. He praised his sellswords for their absolute loyalty throughout the brutal conflict. Proclaiming himself the Lord of Fenris, he established the city as their new HQ. Ditching Perdium, he announced plans to commission them as his personal elite guard. Stunned, the men asked Ghislaine if they were finally getting official permanent roles. He confirmed it, revealing his grand plan to forge them into legendary knights. The mercs were floored, but Ghislaine insisted their wartime heroics proved their worth. He guaranteed their competence, though Belinda warned that maintaining an army is pricey. Ghislaine smirked, noting they would just have to grind for some serious cash. He checked on Gillian's health, and the man reported feeling in peak condition. Ghislaine commanded him to escort the refugees to Fenris and await his return. Surprised, Gillian asked if his lord would not be riding alongside the caravan. Ghislaine mentioned a detour, reaffirming his absolute faith in Gillian's leadership. Gillian bowed deeply, wishing his lord safe passage on his mysterious journey. Ghislaine approached Belinda and Kay, informing them they would be joining his mission. He ordered them to gear up while Belinda questioned their final destination. He revealed their target, the Austin territory within the distant Siren Kingdom. Belinda was shocked by the overseas trip, while Kay asked about the local games. Belinda embraced the wanderlust, but Kay was solely focused on the potential gambling. Ghislaine shot that down, clarifying this was not some casual vacation for fun. Suddenly, Vanessa begs Alfoy for just one more taste of his energy. A stunned Alfoy listened, as Vanessa explained she needed his mana for magic. She called him Ghislaine's personal mana battery, leaving Alfoy completely speechless. Ghislaine intervened, praising his energy before commending Vanessa with a head pat. He announced their joint voyage to the Siren Kingdom as they boarded the Kraken. The trio stepped into the dimly lit gambling den, where Kare looked around with a nostalgic grin. He inhaled the scent of vice and greed, while Alfoy stood frozen, reeling from Ghislaine's choice of destination. The boy expected a mystic tower, not a pit of gamblers, but Ghislaine just tossed a heavy coin pouch to Kare. Enjoy yourselves, Ghislaine commanded, promising to summon them once his own business was concluded. Clutching the gold, Kare beamed, leaving a confused Alfoy to wonder exactly how they'd be spending this fortune. With a devious smirk, Kare gripped the boy's shoulder, acknowledging his magical prowess but questioning his street smarts. You know spells but not society, Kare teased. As Alfoy blinked in confusion, Kare told him to just pay attention. He'd teach the kid the art of the hustle. Meanwhile, Belinda trailed Ghislaine as they ventured deeper into the den. The maid teased her master, promising to waive her usual scolding if he decided to place a few bets. You've earned a break, she noted, but Ghislaine clarified he wasn't there for games, he was hunting for a specific target. His goal, to recruit a new steward for the lands, a man currently rotting away in this basement due to bad luck. I need to extract him before he loses a limb, Ghislaine stated coldly, leaving Belinda completely floored. Making a degenerate gambler, their chief administrator seemed insane, but Ghislaine insisted the man's situation was unique. Trust me, he assured her, his talent for managing assets is unrivaled, despite his current surroundings. But before the name could drop, a roar echoed through the hall. Claude, you filthy cheat, I've got you now. The two whipped around as a riotous crowd formed in the corner, voices rising in a fever pitch. Spectators swarmed a high-stakes table, whispering about Claude's suspiciously long winning streak finally coming to an end. They sneered, claiming the scholar deserved a brutal lesson for flaunting his fancy education in a place like this. Pinning the man to the felt was a mountain of muscle, a henchman making sure Claude couldn't move an inch. As a blade was drawn, the bloodthirsty crowd chanted for Captain Crank, the bald leader, to deal the final blow. "I warned you about trickery," Crank growled, towering over the scholar, while the mob screamed for a severed hand. He accused Claude of using weighted dice, sneering that cheap parlor tricks wouldn't fly in his establishment. Crank pulverized the die in his bare fist, demanding a confession, but Claude desperately maintained his innocence. "I didn't swap anything," Claude hissed back, accusing the captain himself of rigging the entire confrontation. Crank just chuckled darkly. "Don't take it personally, kid. We just live in two very different worlds." Claude's teeth ground together in silent fury, but Crank just signaled his executioner to take the hand. As the blade gleamed under the torchlight, Claude squeezed his eyes shut, sweat drenching his face in pure terror. "Looks like quite the party," a calm voice interrupted. "Mind if I pull up a chair?" Claude's eyes snapped open. Ghislaine stood there, his blade effortlessly halting the executioner's strike. Crank glared, demanding to know who this interloper was. Introducing himself as Baron Ghislaine Fenris, the noble's presence sent a ripple of shock through the underworld den. The thugs lunged forward with bared steel, but Crank barked an order for them to stand down immediately. "A baron in my humble shop," Crank smirked, gesturing for his men to sheathe their weapons and keep the peace. Tension lingered as Ghislaine lowered his guard, signaling Belinda to hide her concealed blades back in her sleeves. Addressing him as an honored guest, Crank inquired about his business. Ghislaine simply stated he was on a manhunt. "Target located," Ghislaine announced, looking down at the trembling scholar. "Get up, Claude. Your new life starts now." Across the room, 3 dice rattled across a table, all coming to rest on a perfect set of ones. Against all odds, Alfoy had cleared the table. He stared at the mountain of gold coins as if it were a dream. The seasoned gamblers gaped in disbelief, cursing the insane beginner's luck that had just emptied their pockets. Care leaned in, whistling at the massive haul. Even he hadn't expected the kid to strike it this rich. Alfoy sat in stunned silence, realizing this single bet had yielded more profit than a year of selling scrolls. Adrenaline surged through his veins, his heart hammering against his ribs like a drum. He'd never felt so alive. Care might have just birthed a monster. He looked toward the commotion upstairs, curious about the sudden uproar. Alfoy was too entranced by the gold to care. Back at the high table, Belinda questioned if this was truly their man. "He's the one," Ghislaine confirmed. But Crank stepped in, blocking the way with a menacing shadow. "He broke the rules of my house," Crank hissed. "Cheats don't walk away. They pay in blood." Ghislaine seeks confirmation, while Claude offers a polite smirk and a deep bow. He greets him as Baron. Fenris then drops a bombshell of an apology. Apparently, he let a con artist fleece all the support funds Ghislaine provided. This establishment supposedly controls every die on the floor, enforcing strict protocols to prevent any smuggling of cheat tools during pat-downs. Claude finds it incredibly sketchy that a loaded die surfaced just as the stakes hit their peak. Belinda is baffled by Claude's overly familiar attitude toward her master. She snaps that they've never met, calling him a total fraud. Ghislaine cuts her off before she causes a scene. Turning to Crank, he asks if these claims hold weight. Crank is busy wondering where Claude secured such a massive fortune. Assuming Ghislaine is the bankroll, he admits he's clueless about their connection. He warns him to ignore Claude's lies, dismissing them as typical hustler excuses. He then mentions that Baron Austin owns this den. Causing a ruckus here would trigger a massive diplomatic nightmare he can't escape. He advises Ghislaine to walk away quietly and return to his territory like nothing happened. Ghislaine refuses to back down boldly, accusing the man of fraud. Crank is blindsided by the sudden confrontation. Relaxing in his seat, our protagonist tells him to lose the glare. Since they both want Claude, he proposes a deal. He challenges Crank to a high-stakes duel. If he wins, he walks away with both Claude and his gold. But if he fails, he'll surrender his noble title and every single asset he owns. The crowd is absolutely stunned. Terror grips Claude as he stammers his gratitude. He can't fathom why Ghislaine would risk everything for his sake. Pulling him close, our lead simply states that Claude is indispensable. This leaves the man speechless. Meanwhile, Crank erupts in laughter, admitting it's been ages since he saw a noble with such massive balls. He accepts the gamble immediately. A true gambler can't resist a challenge in a den like this. The spectators explode into wild cheers. No one can believe this random noble is taking on Crank. Anticipation for the showdown peaks. Crank sets the dice. He explains that the lowest roll takes the pot with zero chance for a draw. He mocks modern nobles' intelligence. He claims they find complex rules too confusing, but Ghislaine, unfazed, simply nods in agreement. He tells him to get moving. Annoyed by the lack of fear, Crank scoffs at his impatient attitude. A coin toss determines the start. Ghislaine calls heads, but luck favors Crank as it lands on tails. Crank seizes the first turn, gripping the cup and shaking it with aggressive, violent energy. Belinda finds the performance over the top. She's annoyed by how long he's stalling over one simple die roll. Mid-shake, Crank's fingers fly expertly, manipulating a hidden mechanism in the cup's base. With a sharp bang, he slams it onto the wood. He lifts the cover slowly, revealing the result. A perfect 1 point. The dealer shouts the score, and the room erupts in celebratory chaos. The crowd jeers that the game was decided instantly. They mock the noble for even bothering the house legend. Belinda's heart sinks while Claude stands paralyzed. Crank offers a fake, condescending apology to our hero. He jokes about the anticlimactic finish after all that hype. Ghislaine coldly tells him to shut his trap. He insults the man's loudmouth, catching Crank off guard. The cheat assumes it's just desperate posturing. He's convinced Ghislaine is just faking composure, while internally drowning in panic and wasting precious time. Crank's secret weapon is a custom cup that triggers based on his specific grip. He palmed a weighted die designed to always hit one. The vigorous shaking was just a distraction, to mask the swap. His sleight of hand is legendary and undetected. He's certain the brat is finished. Defeat is inevitable, or so he thinks. Suddenly, Ghislaine channels glowing mana into his palm and presses against the cup. A surge of energy ripples through the air before fading into silence.